Chapter 13 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bulka. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred HENTY. Chapter 13. The next morning, before going round to Gibbons, Mark saw his chief and told him of what had taken place on the previous evening. "I certainly did not think that you would succeed so soon. You believe that you will be able fairly to expose these fellows?" "I have no doubt whatever that I shall be able to expose one of them, and I have equally no doubt that if the others are arrested, either false cards or pockets for cards will be found upon them." "What do you wish me to do, sir? I can, of course, expose any fellow I catch at it, but can do nothing about the others." "I must have more than one captured," the chief said. "At even the most irreproachable club there may be one blackleg, but if it is clear that this place is the haunt of blacklegs, we can break it. There are half a dozen acts that apply. There is the 11th Act of Henry VIII, Statute 33, Cap 9, which prohibits the keeping of any common house for dice, cards, or any unlawful game. That has never been repealed, except that gaming houses were licensed in 1620. What is more to the point is that 5 acts of George II, the 9th, 12th, 13th, 18th, and 30th, impose penalties upon the keepers of public houses for permitting gambling, and lay heavy penalties upon hazard, roulette, and other gambling games, on the keepers of gambling houses and those who play there. Having received complaints of several young men being rooked in the place, we can, if we prove that some of its frequenters are blacklegs, shut the place up altogether. We should do it quietly and without fuss, if possible, but if we shut it up, several others of the same sort will be certain to close their doors. But mind, there will probably be a desperate row, and you had better take pistols with you. I will have 4 men close at hand from 10 o'clock till the time the place closes, and if they hear a scrimmage, or you fire a pistol out of the window, they will rush in and seize all engaged in the row, and march them to the lockup. Of course, you will have to be included." Mark then went to Chetwynd. "Well, what did you think of it last night?" "Well, I own that it went against my grain to see that young fellow being victimized by a sharper." "My dear Mark, you must not use such language as that. I fancy, from what I have heard, that the Honorable John is not altogether an estimable character, but to call him a sharper is going too far altogether." "I don't think that it is, for from what I saw last night I am pretty well convinced that he did not play fair. I mean to go again tonight." "But why on earth should you mix yourself up in such an affair, Mark? It is no business of yours. You are not an habitue of the place. Above all, it is extremely unlikely that you are right. There were some shady people there, no doubt, but there were also a good many gentlemen present, and as you know nothing of cards, as far as I know, it is the most unlikely thing in the world that you should find out that Emerson cheated when no one else noticed it." "It is my business. It is the duty of every honest man to see that a poor lad like that should not be eaten up by a shark like Emerson. I don't care if there is a shindy over it. I shall not interfere unless I can prove that the man is cheating, in which case no man of honor would go out with him. I shall be glad if you and Boldero would go with me again this evening. I am not known there, and you are to a good many men, and Boldero to many more. I only want that, if I get into a row, you should testify to the fact that I am a gentleman, and ordinarily sane. If there is a row, you will have an opportunity of seeing how much I have benefited by my lessons." "Yes, I heard you were making tremendous progress. Jack Needham told me a month ago that you had knocked him out of time, and I went into Gibbons yesterday morning with a man who wanted to buy a dog, and he told me that he considered that it was a great misfortune that you were an amateur, for that you only required another 6 months' practice, and he would then be ready to back you for £100 against any man in the ring. But about this affair, Mark, are you really in earnest?" "I am, Dick, thoroughly in earnest. So would you be if you had spoken to Cotter last night as I did. I tell you that if I had not given him a little hope that the thing might come out right, he would have blown out his brains today." "Well, Mark, if you have set your mind on it, of course I will stick to you, though I have some doubts whether Cotter has any brains to speak of to blow out, else he would not be mad enough to back himself against Emerson and other men whom Boldero tells me he has been playing with. He has made an ass of himself, no doubt, Dick, but I fancy a good many fellows do that at one time or other of their lives, though not, I grant, always in the same way. Well, I will go, Mark. I need not ask Boldero, for he told me that he should look in again at 10 o'clock this evening, for he thought that another night's play would probably bring Cotter to the end of his tether. Accordingly, a little before 10, they walked into the gambling house together. "Now, Dick, I want you, as soon as you sit down, to take your place in the front line within a yard or two of Emerson. I don't want you to be just behind him, but a short distance away, and I want you to keep your eye upon Sir James Flash, who, if I am not mistaken, will take up the same position that he did last night, near enough to Cotter to see his hand. You will remark, I have no doubt, as I did last night, that whenever Cotter has a bad hand, Flash will either close his eyes, or put his hand up to his mouth and stroke his mustache, or make some sign of that sort. When Cotter has a good hand, he will stand perfectly still, or look about the room. At any rate, he will make no sign. That, of course, is a guide to Emerson whether to propose or to refuse to allow Cotter to do so. I need not point out to you what a tremendous advantage the knowledge whether an opponent's hand is good or not gives him. Of course, while watching an hour's play, I can only know that Flash was making signs, and that when he did so Cotter's hand was a bad one. It is possible that the manner in which the sign was made, either by closing his eye or twisting his mustache, or so on, may have been an intimation as to the suit in which Cotter was strongest or weakest. By Jove, this is a serious thing, Mark." "It is a serious thing. I don't want you to get into a row with the fellow. I should like you to give me a nod when you have satisfied yourself that I was not mistaken. I will take upon myself to denounce the fellow, and to say what I noticed yesterday, and you can back me up by saying that you saw the same thing. I have no doubt that I shall be able to convince every decent man there that my charge is well founded. I am going to watch Emerson. With the help he gets from Flash, he won't risk anything by cheating until it comes to a big stake like the last game yesterday, in which case, if Cotter's hand happens to be a strong one, he is likely to do so, and I fancy if he does I shall be able to catch him at it. You had better keep Boldero near you. You can whisper to him what you are watching Flash for, and get him to do so too, as if I catch Emerson cheating, there is likely to be a row, and he can lend a hand if necessary, and at any rate, his joining in with you will suffice to show his friends that the thing is genuine. All right, Mark, I am interested in the matter now, and I am ready for anything." Soon after 10, Cotter and Emerson again sat down, and, as usual, a lot of spectators gathered around the table. The game resembled the one on the previous evening. Mark placed himself by the side of Cotter. A stranger stood immediately behind his chair, another member of the club was on the other side, and Sir James Flash stood partly behind him, so that although somewhat in the background, he could obtain a view between their heads of Cotter's cards. Mark saw to his satisfaction that Dick and Boldero had secured the exact position that he wished them to take. For the first few games the play was even, and Dick began to think that Mark had been mistaken, for Flash appeared to take little interest in the game, and made no sign how Emerson should proceed. As soon as the stake rose to 100 again, he distinctly saw Flash close his eyes and play with his mustache. He called Boldero's attention to the fact, and found the latter, who had also been watching, had noticed it. By the time a few games had been played, he verified Mark's assertion that these signs were signals that Cotter's hand was a bad one, and in each case Emerson played without giving his opponent the opportunity of discarding and taking in fresh cards. He and Dick nodded quietly to Mark, who had satisfied himself that so far Emerson had not cheated in any other way. As on the previous evening, Cotter, after losing 500 or 600 pounds, proposed a final game of 500. Mark bent down his head so that the intentness of his gaze should not be noticed, but from under his eyebrows he watched Emerson's every movement. Suddenly he placed a foot on the edge of the chair of the man sitting in front of him, and with a sudden spring leaped upon the table, seized Emerson's hand, and held it up to the full length of his arm. "Gentlemen," he shouted, "this fellow is cheating. There is a card in his hand which he has just brought from under the table." In a moment there was a dead silence of surprise. Then Mark forced the hand open and took Emerson's card, which he held up. "There, you see, gentlemen, it is a king." Then a babel of sounds arose. A dozen hands were laid upon Emerson, who was pulled back from his chair and thrown down on a sofa, while hands were run over his coat, waistcoat, and breeches. "Here they are," a man shouted, and held a dozen cards over his head. The place of concealment had been cleverly chosen. The breeches apparently buttoned closely at the knee, but in reality they were loose enough to enable a finger and thumb to be passed between them and the stocking, and in the lining of the breeches was a pocket in which the cards had been placed, being held there by two pieces of whalebone that closed the pocket. The searchers, among whom were Dick and Boldero, did not have it all their own way. 4 or 5 men rushed upon them, and endeavored to pull them off Emerson. The din of voices was prodigious, but Mark, still standing on the table, stilled it for a moment by shouting, "The scoundrel has an accomplice, who this evening and yesterday has been signaling the strength of the cards in Mr. Cotter's hands."
"Who is he?" was shouted over the room. "It is Sir James Flash," Mark said. "I denounce him as a cheat and a sharper." As pale as death, Flash rushed to the table. "I don't know who you are, sir," he said in a tone of concentrated rage, "but you are a liar, and you shall answer for this in the morning." "I will answer to any gentleman that calls me to account," Mark said, in a ringing voice, "but I don't meet a man who has been expelled from White's for cheating, and whom I have no doubt is well stocked with cards at the present moment, in readiness for the victim that he is next going to meet after the plucking of Mr. Cotter has been done. Now, gentlemen, search him and see if I am wrong. If I am, I will apologize for that part of my accusation." Flash drew a pistol from his pocket, but in an instant his arm was seized by those standing around him, and it exploded harmlessly. Among those who seized Flash was the man who had played with him the previous evening. In spite of his struggles and curses, and the efforts of his friends to rescue him, he too was thrown down, and 8 court cards were found concealed in his sleeve. The uproar while this was going on had been tremendous, but it was suddenly stilled as 4 men in dark clothes entered the room. Each held in his hand the well-known symbol of his office, the little ebony staff surmounted by a silver crown. "I arrest all present in the name of the king," one said, "for breaking the laws against gambling, and for brawling and for use of firearms. Now, gentlemen, resistance is useless. I must request that you each give me your card, and your word of honor that you will appear at Bow Street tomorrow morning." "What is all this about, sir?" he asked Mark, who was still standing on the table. "2 fellows here have been caught cheating. What is your name and address, sir?" "My name is Mark Thorndyke, and I am a landed gentleman at Reigate. My friends Mr. Chetwynd and Mr. Boldero will bear this out." "Who are the 2 men?" Constable asked. "The 2 fellows with torn clothes," Mark said. "They are Mr. Emerson and Sir James Flash." "You are certain of the charge that you are making?" "Quite certain. The cards have been found hidden upon them." "Yes, yes," a score of voices shouted. "They have been caught in the act of cheating." "Take these 2 men into custody," the constable said to 2 of his companions. "Who fired the pistol?" he went on. A number of voices shouted, "Sir James Flash. He attempted to murder Mr. Thorndyke." The constable nodded to the man who had laid his hands on Sir James Flash, and in a moment a pair of handcuffs closed on his wrists. "You shall repent this," Flash exclaimed furiously. "Calm yourself, Sir James," the constable said calmly. "We know our duty, and do it whether a man is a peer or a peasant. You are accused of card sharping and an attempted murder. What is your address in town, Mr. Thorndyke?" he asked. 18 Villiers Street. "Is there any charge against anyone else here? A good many of you seem to have your clothes torn and disarranged. Some fellows attempted to rescue Emerson and Flash while we were searching them, for what reason we can all pretty well imagine. I shall require the names in the morning of your assailants," the constable said. "It looks very much as if they were confederates of the 2 prisoners. Now, gentlemen, you can all leave. This house is closed, and will not be opened again until this affair is thoroughly investigated." In 5 minutes the house was deserted. "How can I thank you, Mr. Thorndyke?" Cotter, who was one of those who had seized Flash's arm, diverted his aim and searched him, said, when they got outside the house. You have saved my life. It did not seem possible to me that you could succeed in showing that I was being cheated, and I had firmly resolved that, instead of allowing you to suffer loss, I would tomorrow morning make a clean breast of the whole affair to my father, as I had intended to have done this morning. If I might advise you, Mr. Cotter, I should say, carry out your intention as far as making a clean breast of it is concerned. Happily, you are free from debt, as those IOUs are worthless, for they were obtained from you by cheating. Therefore, you have no demand to make upon his purse. The police will, I have no doubt, endeavor to keep the thing quiet, but your name may come out, and it would be far better that your father should hear this story from you than elsewhere. And your assurance that you will never touch a card again, and the heavy lesson that you have had, will doubtless induce him to look at the matter leniently. It will no doubt be a painful story to tell, but it will be far better told by you. I will do it, sir. As you say, the lesson has been a heavy one, and henceforth my father shall have no reason to complain of me. May I call and see you tomorrow evening? Certainly. I shall be at home from 7 to 8, after which hour I have an engagement. Good night. Cotter walked on, and Mark fell back and joined Dick and Boldero, who had fallen behind when they saw him speaking to Cotter. "Well, Mark, I congratulate you," Dick Chetwynd said. "You did it wonderfully, though how on earth you knew that fellow had a card in his hand is more than I can guess." "I felt sure he was going to cheat," Mark said quietly. "I saw that Cotter's hand was a very strong one, and knew that Emerson would be aware that it was so, because he would receive no signal from Flash. Therefore, this was the time, if any, that he would cheat. He had been playing with both hands upon the table. I saw him withdraw one. There was a little pause, and then it came up again, and I had not a doubt in the world there was a card in it, and that it had been hidden somewhere in his breeches, which is one of the best places of concealment, for his hand being under the table while getting at the card, no one present who was not behind the scenes, as I was, could detect him doing it." "The wonder to me is," Boldero said, "that while there were a number of men looking on closely, for Emerson has long been suspected of not playing fair, you, just fresh from the country, if I may say so, should have spotted him." "That is easily explained," Mark said. "Not wishing to fall a victim, I have of late been put up to a great many of these sharpers' tricks by a man who at one time had been in the trade himself." "That was a capital idea, Mark," Dick said. "I wish you would introduce me to him." "I won't do that, Dick, but I shall be very glad to teach you all that I know myself about it. But I fancy that after this you will be in no great hurry to enter a gambling hell again." "That is so, Mark. I have never had any great inclination for play, but after this you may be quite sure that I will light shy of cards altogether. Still, I shall be glad if you will put me up to some of these tricks, for I may be able to some day save a victim of card sharpers, as you have done this evening." The next morning, when those who had been present at the scene of the previous evening arrived at the office of the detectives in Bow Street, they were shown into some private rooms and asked to wait. Cotter, Mark, and his two friends first had an interview with the chief. "You will understand," the latter said, "that this is an altogether informal affair. I propose you first tell me your story as briefly as possible." This was done. "Now, Mr. Cotter, I take it that you do not wish to prosecute?" "Certainly not. I would, in fact, give anything rather than appear in it." You have said that, in addition to the IOUs that you have given to the two men caught cheating, they hold others to the amount of some £5,000 or £6,000 given by you to 3 other frequenters of the club. In fact, these papers have been found in Emerson's pocketbook. He told you, I believe, that he had taken them up so that you should not be inconvenienced by them. I understand, then, that you will be quite content if you get these IOUs back again. Those given to Emerson and Flash are, of course, worthless. After what has happened, they could not be presented. But probably you might have trouble about the others, for, though I have no doubt that the whole of the men were in league together, we have no means of absolutely proving it. I shall be more than content, sir. I have no wish to prosecute. We are glad, the chief said, to be able to close a dangerous place, and as the exposure will put a stop to the career of these two men, and no doubt alarm a good many others, we don't care about taking the matter into court. Such gross scandals as this are best kept quiet, when there is no object in ventilating them. Therefore, gentlemen, as Mr. Cotter is willing to do so, we shall let the matter drop. I shall be obliged if you will step into the next room, however, until I have seen these 3 men." When they had left, the 3 were brought in. "You have been concerned, sirs," the chief said sternly, "in winning large sums of money from the Honorable William Denton, from Mr. James Carew, from Mr. William Hobson, and others. In all of these cases the 2 men caught cheating last night were also concerned. You all hold notes of hand of Mr. Hobson. I shall advise that gentleman's father to refuse to pay those notes, and I promise him that if any further request for payment is made, I will furnish him with such particulars for publication as will be more than justify him in the eyes of the world in refusing to honor them. You, as well as Mr. Emerson and Sir James Flash, have won large sums from Mr. Cotter, and the fact that the IOUs he gave you were found on Mr. Emerson points very strongly to their being in confederacy with you in the matter. At any rate, they will point so strongly that, whether a jury would convict or not on the evidence that we shall be able to lay before them, there can be no question whatever as to what the opinion of men of honor will be. These IOUs are in our hands. Mr. Cotter does not desire to pursue the case. He will, however, refuse absolutely to pay those IOUs, and in doing so he will have the approval of all honorable men. That being so, the IOUs are completely useless to you, and if you will agree to my tearing them up now, he has most kindly consented to let the matter drop in your cases." The 3 men, who had all turned very white when he was speaking, now protested angrily against imputations being made on their honor. "Well, sirs," the officer said, "in that case the matter can, of course, go on. You know best what the feeling will be as to these IOUs. They will form an important item of evidence against you, you will see. As the matter stands, either you gave them to Emerson to collect for you, without any money passing between you, a very strange procedure which you will find it difficult to explain, or else he gave you the coin for them, and you passed them over to him, and have therefore parted with all claim on Mr. Cotter on your own account. Of course, I impound them with other IOUs as proof of a conspiracy between you. Now, sirs, am I to tear them up or not?" The 3 men looked at each other, and then one of them said, "We protest altogether against the assertion, sir, but at the same time, as there can be little doubt that Emerson and Sir James Flash have played unfairly, and we do not wish any association of our names with theirs, We are perfectly willing that the IOUs, which, under the circumstances, we should never have dreamt of presenting, should be destroyed." "I think that you have chosen wisely," the chief said dryly. "It is a pity that you did not do so at first. These are the IOUs he gave to one or other of you. Perhaps it would be pleasanter for you to destroy them yourselves." The three men took the papers with their names on them and tore them up. "Thank you," he said sarcastically. "That will place you in a better position. You will be able to tell your friends that you felt so indignant at the manner in which Mr. Cotter had been swindled by Emerson and Flash that you at once destroyed his IOUs for the sums that you had won of him. But, gentlemen," he spoke sternly now, "remember that we have a long list against you, and that the next victim, or let us say his father, might be more disposed to push matters to their full length than is Mr. Cotter. Remember also that we keep ourselves acquainted with what is going on, and that should trouble arise we shall produce all the complaints that have been made against you, and shall also mention your connection with this affair, in which, as I understand, you all did your best to prevent those two fellows from being searched." Without saying another word, the three men went out of the room, too crestfallen to make even an attempt at keeping up their air of indignation. The others were then called in. "I am sorry, gentlemen," he said, "that you have had the trouble of coming here, for the gentleman swindled has declined to prosecute the swindlers, and you will understand that he is somewhat anxious that his name should not appear in the matter. Fortunately, as instead of paying in cash he gave IOUs for his losses, he will not be a loser to any large amount by these transactions. I may say that the proprietor of the hell has been there this morning, and to avoid trouble he has consented to close his place for good. I have only to remark that I should advise you, gentlemen, in future, only to indulge in gambling in places where you may be fairly assured of the character of the men you play with. I think, in conclusion, that you may all feel grateful to Mr. Cotter for refusing to prosecute. It has saved you from having to appear in court as witnesses in so utterly disreputable an affair." There was a general murmur of assent, and in a minute or two the room was clear. Flash and Emerson were then brought in, with a constable on each side of them. "Mr. Cotter has, I regret to say, declined to prosecute, and Mr. Thorndyke has done the same with regard to Sir James Flash's use of his pistol. You have, therefore, escaped the punishment due to swindlers at cards. It is the less matter, as you are not likely to have an opportunity of making fresh victims, for the full story will be known by this afternoon in every club in London. These IOUs will be of no use to you. They are not worth the paper on which they were written. However, I shall take it upon myself to hand them back to Mr. Cotter, to prevent the possibility of their getting into other hands and giving him trouble. You can unlock those handcuffs, constable. These men are at liberty to go, and if they will take my advice they will lose no time in crossing the water and establishing themselves somewhere where their talents are likely to be better appreciated than they are here. They can go. One of you can call a hackney coach for them if they wish it. They will scarcely care to walk with their garments in their present condition." Then the chief went into the next room. "There is an end of that affair, Mr. Cotter. Here are the IOUs you gave to those two swindlers. Those you gave to the other three men, who are no doubt their confederates, have been torn up by them in my presence. They declare that after seeing how shamefully you had been victimized they had not the slightest idea of ever presenting them. "I am sure that I am extremely grateful to you," Cotter said. "I know that I have behaved like a madman, and that I don't deserve to have got off as I have done. It will be a lesson to me for life, I can assure you." On leaving, Dick Chetwynd talked for some distance with Mark, as far as Gibbons' place in St. Giles. "There is one thing which I cannot understand," he said, "and that is how it was that the constables happened to be so close at hand, just at the time they were wanted." "Well, you see, Dick, my relations with Bow Street are just at present of a somewhat close nature, for they are aiding me in the search that I told you that I was making for my father's murderer. The consequence was that I had only to mention to the chief that I fancied I had detected cheating at that place, and that there was a likelihood of a row there last night, and he at once said he would send 4 men to come in if they heard a rumpus. And he was, indeed, rather glad of an opportunity for breaking up the place, concerning which he had several complaints of young men being plucked to the last feather. Well, it was lucky they came. I don't say that it would have made any difference, because I think our side was a great deal stronger than they were. Still, it would have led to a nasty row, and perhaps to half a dozen duels afterwards. Well, I will say goodbye now. I am very glad that the affair has been dropped. It would not have mattered so much to me, as I am single and my own master. But there were a good many men there who would have been ready to have paid up handsomely rather than that their names should appear in connection with a row at a gambling house. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Philip Cotter called at Mark's lodgings, accompanied by his father, who, as he came in with him, advanced at once to Mark and shook him warmly by the hand. "My son has told me everything, Mr. Thorndyke," he said, "and I cannot thank you sufficiently for the noble part you took in rescuing him from the terrible effects of his folly. I have been down here twice this afternoon, for I felt that I could not rest until I had shaken you by the hand. It is not the question of money so much, though that would have been a serious loss to me, but it is the saving of my son's life, and the saving of the honor of our name. I am glad indeed to have been of service, Mr. Cotter, and I trust that you have consented to forgive the folly that he has committed, and which I feel sure will never be repeated. Yes, it was a heavy blow to me, Mr. Thorndyke, when Philip told me, but as he has sworn most solemnly never to touch a card again, and as I feel sure that the lesson cannot but be a useful one to him all his life, I have agreed to say no more about it, and let the matter drop altogether. He has been fortunate to have escaped so easily. He has told me of the noble offer you made to pay his losses if you should not be able to prove that he had been cheated." "I was not committing myself heavily," Mark said with a smile. "I had seen enough to be absolutely certain, and was sure that I should be able to bring it home to them." "But it was at a considerable risk to yourself, Mr. Thorndyke. As it was, you had a narrow escape of being shot." "Not a very narrow escape," Mark replied. "With so many men standing round and their attention called to him, it was certain that he would be seized before he could take aim at me. I had pistols in my pocket, and was prepared to fire in an instant, but I saw at once that there was no occasion for that." "But I cannot imagine how you should have detected the cheating," the banker said. "You are younger than my son, and he said that you told him that you had only recently come up to London. It is astonishing that while experienced players should never have noticed that anything was wrong, that you should have discovered it." "The explanation is simple, Mr. Cotter. I have no inclination for play myself, but I happened a short time since to fall in with a man who was well acquainted with all the various methods of card sharping. I thought that a knowledge of that might some day be useful, and I got him to put me up to a number of the tricks of card sharpers both at home and abroad. Having these fresh in my mind, and seeing that your son was playing with a man whose reputation I knew to be bad, I naturally concentrated my attention upon him, and was not long in discovering that he had a confederate standing behind your son's chair. Being a stranger to the place, I could not denounce him, but the next night I set 2 friends to watch that method of cheating, while I kept my eyes fixed on Emerson's hands. As I anticipated, there was nothing suspicious about his movements as long as play was comparatively low, for the advantage that he gained from his confederate enabled him to be sure of winning in the long run. It was only in the last game, which was a high one, that, as he knew that your son had a strong hand, he was tempted to stock his hand with false cards, and watching closely, I had no difficulty in detecting his method. Well, sir, you have, at any rate, laid us both under the deepest obligation. Is there any possible way in which we can show our gratitude?" Mark thought for a moment. "In one way you might do me a favor, Mr. Cotter. A ward of my father's, who will inherit some property when she comes of age, is at present finishing her education in town, and is living with a lady who has been her friend and companion since childhood. I have a good many acquaintances, but they are all bachelors, and having been living down at my father's place near Reigate for so many years, the ladies have no acquaintances in London. They live at Islington, and their life is a very dull one. I am anxious, for several reasons, that the young lady should have the advantage of going somewhat into society. Hitherto I have had no means of introducing her. If it is not too much to ask, Mr. Cotter, I should be extremely glad and obliged if Mrs. Cotter would call on them and give them an introduction into society. The lady with my father's ward is the widow of a captain in the Indian Army, and is in all ways a very charming person, and has been at the head of my father's establishment for the last 12 years." "With the greatest pleasure in the world, Mr. Thorndyke. I am only sorry that it is so slight a thing that you ask of me. I have thought it but right to tell my wife what has passed, and I had difficulty in persuading her not to come with me this evening to also express her gratitude to you. She will be pleased indeed to call upon her friends at once, and I am sure she will do it tomorrow. I was going to ask you to dine with us, and I hope that you will do so. We shall have no one else, and I hope that you will be able to arrange to meet your friends at our house a few days later." The next morning Mark called on Mrs. Cunningham. "I think you will have a visitor today," he said. "It has happened that I have been able to do a service to the son of Mr. Cotter, a wealthy banker. I am going to dine there this evening. He asked me about my friends in London, and I mentioned that my only lady friends were you and Millicent. He asked a few questions as to where you were living and so on, and said that his wife would have much pleasure in calling and introducing Millicent into society. As your life is very dull here, and it is clearly very desirable that Millicent should go into society, I gladly accepted the offer, and I believe that she will call today." "That will be very nice indeed, Mark. Millicent is not complaining, but she must have felt it very dull. I have even felt it myself, after the cheerful society we had at home." "I don't know that I shall like it," Millicent said doubtfully. "Oh, yes, you will, Millicent, and besides, it will be good for you. It is not natural for a girl of your age to be here without friends, and I shall be very glad to know that you are going to mix a little with other people." Mrs. Cotter called that afternoon, and 3 days later Mark met Mrs. Cunningham and Millicent at a dinner party at the banker's, and Mrs. Cotter introduced them very warmly to several of her friends, with the result that in a very short time they were frequently invited out, while they became very intimate with the banker and his wife, and often spent the day there. End of chapter 13. Recording by Nick Bulka, New Boston, New Hampshire. Chapter 14 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bulka. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 14. Some little time after this, Mark was entrusted by his chief with the work of discovering a man who had committed a very atrocious murder, and was, it was tolerably certain, hiding in the slums of Westminster. It was the first business of the kind that had been confided to him, and he was exceedingly anxious to carry it out successfully. He dressed himself as a street hawker, and took a small lodging in one of the lanes, being away the greater portion of the day, ostensibly on his business, and of an evening dropped into some of the worst public houses in the neighborhood. He was at first viewed with some suspicion, but it was not long before he became popular. He let it be understood that he had got into trouble down in the country, and that he was quite ready to take part in any job that promised to be profitable. But he principally owed his popularity to the fact that the bully of the locality picked a quarrel with him, and to the astonishment of those present, Mark invited him to go outside. "You had better make it up with him, mate," a man sitting by his side whispered. "He was in the prize ring at one time, and thrashed Big Mike Hartley at Kennington. He had to give it up owing to having fought a cross. He would kill you in 5 minutes." "I will chance that," Mark said quietly, as he moved towards the door. "I don't think that he is stronger than I am, and I can use my fists a bit too." By the time they had taken off their upper garments a crowd had assembled. The news that a hawker was going to stand up against Black Jim circulated rapidly, and caused intense excitement. To the astonishment of the spectators, the bully from the first had not a shadow of a chance, and at the end of the third round was carried away senseless, while the hawker had not received a scratch. A few days later Mark, who on the strength of his prowess had had 2 or 3 hints that he could be put up to a good thing if he was inclined to join, was going down to Westminster when 2 men stopped and looked after him. "I tell you, Emerson, that is the fellow. I could swear to him anywhere. What he is got up like for that I cannot tell you, but I should not be surprised if he is one of that Bow Street gang. He called himself Mark Thorndyke, and Chetwynd said that he was a gentleman of property, but that might have been part of the plant to catch us. I have never been able to understand how a raw countryman could have caught you palming that card. I believe that fellow is a Bow Street runner. If so, it is rum if we cannot manage to get even with him before we go. It seemed to me that luck had deserted us altogether, but this looks as if it was going to turn again. Let's go after him." Keeping some 50 yards behind him, they watched Mark to his lodgings, waited until he came out again, and followed him to a public house. "He is acting as a detective, sure enough," Emerson said.
The question is, what are we to do next?" In half an hour Mark came out again. Several people nodded to him as he passed them, but they saw a big man, who happened to be standing under a lamp, turn his back suddenly as Mark approached him, and after he had passed, stand scowling after him and muttering deep curses. Flash at once went up to him. "Do you know who that fellow is, my man?" The fellow turned savagely upon him. "I don't know who he is, but what is it to you?" "He is not a friend of ours," Flash said quietly. "Quite the contrary. We have known him when he was not got up like this, and we are rather curious to know what he is doing here." "Do you mean that?" "I do. I owe the fellow a grudge." "So do I," the man growled. "Just step up this next turning. There won't be anyone about there. Now then, what do you want to know?" "I want to know who he is." "Well, he calls himself a hawker, but my idea of him is he is one of the fancy, perhaps a west countryman, who is keeping dark here till he can get a match on. I have been a prize fighter myself, but he knocked me out in 3 rounds the other day." "Well, the last time I saw him," Flash said, "he was dressed as a swell. My idea of him is he is a Bow Street runner, and he has got up like this to lay his hands on some of the fellows down here." "You don't mean it," the man said with a deep oath. "Then I can tell you he has come to the wrong shop. I have only got to whisper it about, and his life would not be worth an hour's purchase. I had meant to stick a knife in him on the first opportunity, but this will save me the trouble." "Well, you can have your revenge, and 5 guineas besides," Flash said. "But we must be there at the time. I should like him to know that it was I at the bottom of his being caught." They stood talking together for a few minutes and then separated, Flash and his companion going back to a quiet lodging they had taken until they could finish their arrangements for disposing of their furniture and belongings before going abroad, while at the same time they finished plucking a country greenhorn they had met at a coffee house. 2 days later, wrapped up in greatcoats, and with rough caps pulled down over their eyes, they entered the thieves' resort half an hour before Mark's usual time of getting there. A larger number of men than usual were assembled, and among them was Black Jim. The men were all talking excitedly, and were evidently furious at the news that the pugilist had just told them. "Those are the gents that have given me the office," he said, as Flash and his companion entered. "They can tell you he is one of that cursed Bow Street lot." "That is right enough, my men," Flash said. "He and 4 of his mates broke into a place where we were having a bit of play, 3 weeks since, marched us all the way to Bow Street, and shut the place up. I don't know what he is down here for, but you may be sure that it's for no good to some of you. We owe him a heavy one ourselves. He came spying on us dressed up as a swell and spoilt our game, and got the darbies put on us, and we have sworn to get even with him." "You will get even, don't you fear," one of the men growled, "and more than even. Strike me blind if you don't." "Look here, lads," Flash said, "there is one thing I say: don't use your knives on him. Remember, he is a runner, and no doubt his chief knows all that he is doing, and no doubt ordered him to come here. There will be a big search, you may be sure, when he don't turn up to make his report, so don't let's have any bloodshed. Let the thing be done quietly." "We can chuck his body into the river," one said.
Yes, but if it is picked up with half a dozen holes in it, you may be sure that they will be down here, and like enough every man who has used this place will be arrested. You know that when there are 20 men in a job, the chances are that one will slip his neck out of the halter by turning King's evidence." An angry growl went round the room. "Well, you know well enough it is so. It is always the case. Besides, we ought to give him a little time to prepare himself. My idea is that the best plan will be to bind and gag him first. Then we can hold a little court over him, and let him know what is coming. An hour later, when the place gets a bit quiet, we can carry him down to the river. It is not above 50 yards away. Tie a heavy weight round his neck, cut his cords the last thing, and chuck him over. If his body is found, it will be thought it is that of some chap tired of life who took pains to drown himself pretty quickly, and there won't be any fuss over him, and there will be nothing to come upon any of you fellows for." There was a general murmur of assent. Several of those present had already committed themselves to some extent with the supposed hawker, and were as eager as Flash himself that he should be killed. Still, all felt that it was as well that it should be managed with the least possible risk of discovery, for while an ordinary man could be put out of the way without any trouble arising, the fact that he was a Bow Street runner added enormously to the risk of the discovery of his fate. There was a little talk, and then two of the men walked out and brought back a couple of strong ropes. A few minutes after their return, Mark Thorndyke came in. He paused as he entered the room, in surprise at the silence that reigned, for he was accustomed to be greeted with friendly exclamations. However, as he walked in, the door closed, and then suddenly, with shouts of "Down with the spy!" the men sprang from their seats and made a sudden rush at him. For a minute the struggle was tremendous. Man after man went down under Mark's blows. Others clung on to him from behind. A rope was passed round his legs and pulled, and he fell down with a crash, bringing down 5 or 6 of his assailants. A minute later he was gagged and bound. While the struggle was going on, no one noticed that a Lascar's face was pressed against the window. It disappeared as soon as Mark fell, and 10 minutes later a dark-faced sailor ran into Gibbons. It was a quiet evening at Ingleston's, and Gibbons, after smoking a pipe with half a dozen of the pugilists, had just returned. "Hallo," he said, as he opened the door. "What the deuce do you want?" The man was for a moment too breathless to answer. "You know Mr. Thorndyke?" he said, in very fair English. "Yes, I know him. Well, what of him?" "He has been attacked by a number of thieves in a public house near the river, at Westminster, and he will be murdered unless you go with others to help him." "What the deuce was he doing there?" Gibbons muttered, and then, seizing his cap, said to the Lascar, "Come along with me. It ain't likely that we shall be in time, but we will try anyhow." He ran to Ingleston's. "Come along, Ingleston," he exclaimed, "and all of you. You all know Mr. Thorndyke. This man says he has been attacked by a gang down at Westminster, and will be murdered. I am afraid we shan't be in time, but it is worth trying." The prize fighters all leaped to their feet. Mark had sparred with several of them, and being open-handed and friendly, was generally liked. In a moment, headed by Ingleston and Gibbons, they started at the top of their speed, and in less than a quarter of an hour were at Bankside. "That is the house," the sailor said, pointing to the public, where a red blind had been lowered at the window, and 2 men lounged outside the door to tell any chance customer that might come along that he was not wanted there at present. Inside, a mock trial had been going on, and Mark had been sentenced to death as a spy, not a voice being raised in his defense. As soon as he had been lifted up and seated so that he could see the faces of those present, he recognized the 2 gamblers, and saw at once that his fate was sealed. Even had they not been there, the chance of escape would have been small. The fact that one of the detectives had been caught under circumstances when there was but slight chance of its ever being known how he came to his end was in itself sufficient to doom him. Several of the men present had taken him into their confidence, and he had encouraged them to do so. Not that he wanted to entrap them, or that he intended to do so, but in order to obtain a clue through them as to the hiding place of the man he was in search of. The savage exultation on the faces of the 2 gamblers, however, was sufficient to extinguish any ray of hope. He felt sure at once that they had been the authors of his seizure, and that no thought of mercy would enter the minds of those 2 scoundrels whose plans he had frustrated, whose position he had demolished, and to whom he had caused the loss of a large sum of money. Neither Flash nor Emerson would have taken share in a crime known to so many had they not been on the point of leaving England. Their names were known to no one there, and even should some of these afterwards peach, they would at least be safe. Mark had been asked whether he could deny that he was a member of the detective force, and had shaken his head. Even if he had told a lie, which he would not do, the lie would have been a useless one. No one would have believed it, for the 2 gamblers would have been witnesses that he was so. He had been placed in one corner of the room, so that what light there was would not fall on his face, and had anyone entered they would not have noticed that he was gagged. One, indeed, had suggested that it would be better to lay him under one of the benches, but Black Jim said with a brutal laugh, "No, no, it is better that we should keep sight of him, and if anyone asks a question, of course we can say that the gentleman has a toothache." Presently Flash spoke to the ruffian in a low voice. "Yes, I think you are right," he replied. "Look here," he went on, raising his voice, "there is no occasion to have such a lot in this business. Jake Watson, Bill the Tinker, and me are quite enough to carry him to his bed. I reckon the rest had better make themselves scarce when the time comes, go home, and keep their mouths shut. I need not say that anyone who lets his tongue wag about it is likely to come to a worse end than this bloodhound. We will have another glass of grog before you turn out. The streets won't be quiet for another hour yet, and there is another guinea of this worthy hawker's to be spent. Summers, make another big bowl of punch. Don't put so much water in it as you did the last." The landlord, a notorious ruffian, was just coming into the room with a huge bowl when there was sound of a scuffle outside. "You had better see what is up," Black Jim said, and 2 of the men nearest the door unbarred and opened it. As they did so there was a rush, and 8 powerful men ran in, knocking to the floor those who had opened the door. The rest sprang to their feet. Gibbons looked round, and as his eye fell upon Mark, who had, the moment the men inside rose, got into a standing position, Gibbons launched himself towards him, striking 4 of the ruffians who endeavored to stop him to the ground with his crushing blows. "This way!" he shouted to his friends. "Ingleston and Tring, do you keep the door." The moment the 6 men had closed round Mark, one of them, taking out his knife, cut the cords, removed the bandage from his mouth, and extricated the gag. The name of the two prize-fighters had created something like a panic among the crowd, which had increased when one of them shouted, "It is Charlie Gibbons!" Flash and Emerson sprang to their feet with the rest, and the latter shouted, "Go at them, men! There are only 8 of them, and we are 20. Knife them, or you will all hang for this job." The knowledge of their danger was evident to all the men, and, nerved by desperation, they rushed at the prize-fighters. But the 8 were now 9, and each of them in a fray of this kind was equal to half a dozen ordinary men. Scarce a word was spoken, but the sound of crushing blows and scuffling and an occasional oath made a confused din in the half-lighted room. Mark burst his way through his assailants to the spot where Flash and Emerson were standing, somewhat in the rear of the crowd, for they had been sitting at the other end of the room. Flash had a pistol in his hand, but the man who was standing in front of him was struck with such violence that he fell backwards, knocking Emerson to the ground and almost upsetting Flash, and before the latter could steady himself, Mark struck him with all his force under the chin. A moment later the landlord blew out the 2 candles, and in the darkness the ruffians made a dash for the door, carried Tring and Ingleston off their feet, and rushed out into the lane. "If the man who blew those candles out don't light them again at once," Gibbons shouted, "I, Charlie Gibbons, tell him that I will smash him and burn this place over his head. He had best be quick about it." The landlord, cowed with the threat, soon returned with a candle from the kitchen, and lit those he had extinguished. "Well, Mr. Thorndyke, we just arrived in time, I fancy," Gibbons said. "You have saved my life, Gibbons, you and the others. How you got to know that I was here I cannot imagine. I would have been a dead man in another half hour if you had not arrived. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart." "That is all right, sir," Gibbons said. "It is a pleasure to give such scoundrels as these a lesson. Is anyone hurt? I fancy I have got a scratch or 2." Several of the men had been cut with knives, but the blows had been given so hurriedly that no one was seriously injured. 12 men lay on the ground. "Now, sir, what shall we do with these fellows?" "I should say we had better leave them alone, Gibbons. I don't want any row over the affair. It is the work of these 2 fellows here. I think I pretty well settled one of them." Gibbons stooped over Flash. "You have broken his jaw, sir, but he will come round in time. I believe this other fellow is only shamming. I don't see any of our handiwork upon his face. The others have all got as much as they want, I think," and taking a candle he looked at their faces. "There is not one of them who will want to show up for a week or so," he said, "and there are 2 or 3 who will carry the marks to their graves. Well, sir, if you don't want anything done to them, the sooner we are off the better. Those fellows who got away may bring a lot of others down upon us. As soon as it is only fists, we could march through Westminster, but as they would have knives, it is just as well to get out of it before there is any trouble. You are got up in a rum way, Mr. Thorndyke." "Yes, I will tell you about it afterwards. I agree with you that we had best be moving at once." But the men who had fled were too glad to have made their escape to think of anything but to make for their dens as quick as possible, and the party passed through the lanes into the open space in front of Parliament House without interruption. "We will go up to your place, Ingleston, and talk it over there," Mark said. "You can get those cuts bound up, and I shall be very glad to get a drink. That thing they shoved into my mouth hurt my tongue a good deal, and I have not gone through a pleasant half hour, I can tell you." He walked up past Whitehall with Gibbons and Ingleston, the others going in pairs, so as not to attract attention. As soon as they reached Ingleston's place, the latter told the man in the bar to put the shutters up, led the way into the bar parlor, and mixed a large bowl of punch. "Now, Gibbons, in the first place," Mark said after quenching his thirst, "how do you know of my being in danger?" "Well, sir, a black sailor chap ran into my place suddenly and told me." "Do you mean a colored man, Gibbons?" "Yes, sir, one of those Lascar chaps you see about the docks. I did not ask any questions, but ran as hard as I could. I had only left here 5 minutes before, and knew that Tring and some of the others would still be here. They did not lose a moment, and off we went. The sailor chap, he kept ahead. I tried to come up to him 2 or 3 times to get to know something about it, but he always seemed to quicken his pace when I was coming up, and I soon got too blown to want to do much talking. He led us to the door, and after that I saw nothing more of him. What became of him, I don't know. I expect he was better at running than he was at fighting." "It is curious," Mark said thoughtfully. "He might have been in the place when I went in, and slipped out while I was making a fight for it. I have seen a Lascar several times while I have been down here. I dare say it was the same man, though why he should take such trouble for the sake of a stranger, I don't know. There seems to be a good many of them about, for now I think of it, I have run against them several times wherever I have been in town. Now, sir, what did they want to kill you for?" "Well, Gibbons, it happened in this way. My father, you know, was murdered by a man who had a grudge against him, and who is both a highwayman and a housebreaker." "They don't often go together," Ingleston said. "The highwaymen generally look down upon the burglars and keep themselves to themselves." "I knew they do, Ingleston, but this fellow has been a convict, and it is not particular what he turns his hand to. The detectives have been after him for a long time, but have failed, and I determined to take the matter up myself, and ever since I have been up here I have been hunting about in the worst quarters of the town. The people of Bow Street have aided me in every way they could, and I suppose some of these men have seen me go in or out of the place. Of course, when I am going into these bad quarters, I put on a disguise and manage to get in with some of the thieves, and so to try to get news of him through them. 3 weeks ago I decided to try Westminster. I was getting on uncommonly well there, principally because I gave a tremendous thrashing to a fellow they call Black Jim. He has been a prize fighter." "I know him," Tring said. "It was the fellow that was kicked out for selling a fight. He was not a bad man with his fists either, but I expect you astonished him, Mr. Thorndyke." "Yes, I knocked him out of time in 3 rounds. Well, he has been a bully down here, and everyone was very glad he was taken down. After that I got to know several of the worst lot down here. They fancied that I was one of themselves, and several of them made proposals to me to join them, and of course I encouraged the idea in hopes of coming upon the man that I was after. Then some fellow in the street recognized me, I suppose, and denounced me to the rest as being one of the runners. I suppose he told them this evening, before I went in. The place was a regular thieves' den, which, of course, was why I was there. Naturally they were furious, especially those who had been proposing to me to join them. Anyhow, they had evidently settled among themselves that I was to be put out of the way, and directly I went in I was attacked. I knocked down a few of them, but they jumped on my back, and one of them managed to get a rope round my legs, and down I went with 3 or 4 of them, and before I could get up again they had tied and gagged me. Then they held a sort of court. Man after man got up and said that I had been drawing them on to find out what they were up to, and had agreed to join them, of course with the intention of getting them caught in the act, and two got up and said they knew me as one of the runners. They all agreed that I must be put out of the way. I suppose as the landlord did not want blood spilt in his house, they did not knife me at once. However, they told me that they had decided that as soon as the coast was clear I should be carried down to the river and chucked in, with the old anchor tied to my neck. I had just a gleam of hope a short time before you came in, for then it had been settled that it was just as well no more should be engaged in the affair than was necessary, and that Black Jim, with two others, whom I had been talking to, and the two men who had told them that I was a runner, should manage it, and the rest were to go off to their homes. I had been all the time trying to loosen my ropes, and had got one of my hands nearly free, and I thought that if they waited another half hour I might have got them both free, and been able to make a bit of a fight of it, though I had very little hope of getting my legs free. However, I had my eye on the knife of the man who was sitting next to me, and who was one of those who was to stay. I thought that if I had my hands free I could snatch his knife, settle him, and then cut the ropes from my legs. That done, I could, I think, have managed Black Jim and the others. As for the men who denounced me, they were small men, and I had no fear of them in a fight, unless, as I thought likely enough, they might have pistols. One of them is the fellow whose jaw I broke. I hit him hard, for he had a pistol in his hand. "There is no doubt you hit him hard," Gibbons said dryly. "He looked a better sort than the rest. Yes, the fellow was a card sharper whom I once detected at cheating, and so was the one lying next to him, the man whom you said you thought was shamming." By this time the men's wounds were all bandaged up. Mark told them that he would be round there again in the morning, and hoped they would all be there. "I shall go home at once and turn in," he said. "Straining at those cords has taken the skin off my wrists, and I feel stiff all over. It will be a day or two, Gibbons, before I am able to put the gloves on again. I wish I could find that Lascar. I owe him a heavy debt." As Mark made his way home, he thought a good deal about the colored sailor. If the man had been in the den, the ruffians would hardly have ventured to have attacked him in the presence of a stranger. Of course, he might have been passing, and have seen the fray through the window, but in that case he would run to the nearest constable. How could he know anything about his habits, and why should he have gone to Gibbons for assistance? That, and the fact that he had so often observed Lascars in the places he had gone to, certainly looked as if he had been watched, and if so, it could only be connected with those diamonds. It was a curious thing altogether. The next morning he went early to Bow Street. As soon as the chief came he related the events of the previous evening, and told him that it was Flash and Emerson who had denounced him. "I know the place," the officer said. "It is one of the worst thieves' dens in London. However, it is just as well you decided not to take any steps. Of course, all the fellows would have sworn they did not intend to do any harm, but that Flash had put them up to frightening you, and I doubt whether any jury would have convicted. As to the other men, we know that they are all thieves, and some of them worse, but the mere fact that they propose to you to join in their crimes won't do, as no actual crime was committed. However, I shall have the gang closely watched, and at any rate you had better leave Westminster alone. Someone else must take up the work of looking for that man you were on the watch for. Anyhow, you had best take a week's rest. There is no doubt you have had a very narrow escape. It is strange about that Lascar. He might not have cared for going in to take part in the fray, but you would have thought that he would have waited outside to get a reward for bringing those men to your rescue." As Mark did not care to tell about the diamonds till the time came for getting them, he made no reply, beyond expressing an agreement with the chief's surprise at the man not having remained to the end of the fray. On leaving Bow Street, he went up to Ingleston's. The men who had rescued him the night before were gathered there, and he presented each of them with a check for 25 guineas. "I know very well," he said, "that you had no thought of reward when you hurried down to save me, but that is no reason why I should not show my gratitude to you for the service you have rendered me. Some of you might very well have been seriously hurt, if not killed, by their knives. At any rate, I insist upon you taking it. Money is always useful, you know, and it is not often so well earned as this." The men were greatly pleased, and Tring said, "Well, sir, if you get into another scrape, you may be sure that you can count upon us." "I shall try not to get into any more," Mark laughed. "This has been a good deal more serious than I had bargained for, and I shall be very careful in the future." End of chapter 14. Recording by Nick Bulka, New Boston, New Hampshire. Chapter 15 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bulka. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 15. "The burglary season seems to have recommenced in earnest," Mark's chief said some 9 months after he had been at work. "For a time there had been a lull, as you know, but I have had 3 reports this week, and it strikes me that they are by the same hand as before. Of course, I may be mistaken, but they are done in a similar way, the only difference being that there is ground for believing that only one man is engaged in them. I fancy the fellow that you are after has either been away from London for some time, or has been keeping very quiet. At any rate, we have every ground for believing that he keeps himself aloof from London thieves, which is what I should expect from such a man. If one has nerve enough to do it, there is nothing like working singly. When 2 or 3 men are engaged, there is always the risk of one being caught and turning Queen's evidence, or of there being a quarrel, and of his peaching from revenge. If your man has been away from town, he has certainly not been working any one district. Of course, one gets the usual number of reports from different quarters, but although burglaries are frequent enough, there has been no complaint of a sudden increase of such crimes as there would have been judging from the numerous daring attempts here, had Bastow been concerned. Therefore, I feel sure that he has been living quietly. He would have his mate's share, that man you shot, you know, of the plunder they made together. He would know that after that affair at your place there would be a vigilant hunt for him, and it is likely enough that he has retired altogether from business for a time. However, men of that sort can never stand a quiet life long, and are sure sooner or later to take to their trade again, if only for the sake of its excitement. Now that the burglaries have begun again,
I shall be glad if you will devote yourself entirely to this business. You have served a good apprenticeship, and for our sake as well as yours, I should be glad for you to have it in hand." "I shall be very pleased to do so, sir. Although we do not know where he is to be found, I think I can say that it is not in the slums of London. It seems to me that he may be quietly settled as an eminently respectable man, almost under our noses. He may show himself occasionally at fashionable resorts, and may be a regular attendant at horse races. He would not run any appreciable risk in doing so, for his face is quite unknown to anyone except the constables who were present at his trial, and even these would scarcely be likely to recognize him, for he was then but 18, while he is now 6 or 7 and 20, and no doubt the life he has led must have changed him greatly." "I quite agree with you," the chief said. "After the first hunt for him was over, he might do almost anything without running much risk. Well, I put the matter in your hands, and leave it to you to work out your own way. You have given ample proof of your shrewdness and pluck, and in this case especially I know that you will do everything that is possible. Of course you will be relieved of all other duties, and if it takes you months before you can lay hands upon him, we shall consider it time well spent, if you succeed at last. From time to time change your quarters, but let me know your address, so that, should I learn anything that may be useful, I can communicate with you at once. You had better take another name than that by which you are known in the force. I shall be glad if, after thinking the matter over, you will write me a few lines stating what you propose to do in the first place." Mark went back to his lodgings, and sat there for some time thinking matters over. His first thought was to attend the races for a time, but seeing the number of people there, and his own ignorance of Bastow's appearance, he abandoned the idea, and determined to try a slower but more methodical plan. After coming to that conclusion he put on his hat and made his way to Mrs. Cunningham's. "Well, Mr. Constable," Millicent said saucily as he entered, "any French captures?" "No, I think that I have for the present done with that sort of thing. I have served my apprenticeship, and am now setting up on my own account." "How is that, Mark?" "There is reason to believe that Bastow has begun his work again near London. As I have told you, it is absolutely certain that he is not hiding in any of the places frequented by the criminals here, and there is every reason for supposing that he has been leading a quiet life somewhere, or that he has been away in the country. As long as that was the case there was nothing to be done, but now that he seems to have set to work again, it is time for me to be on the move. I have seen the chief this morning, and he has released me from all other duty, and given me carte blanche to work in my own way." "Then why don't you leave the force altogether, Mark? You know that I have always thought it hateful that you should be working under orders like any other constable." "Of course, women don't like to be under orders, Millicent, but men are not so independent, and are quite content to obey those who are well qualified to give orders. I have had a very interesting time of it." "Very interesting," she said scornfully. "You have nearly been killed or shot half a dozen times. You have been obliged to wear all sorts of dirty clothes, to sleep in places where one would not put a dog, and generally to do all sorts of things altogether unbecoming in your position."
"My dear, I have no particular position." He laughed, and then went on more seriously. "My one position at present is that of avenger of my father's murder, and nothing that can assist me in the task is unbecoming to me. But, as I said, it has been interesting, I may say fascinating work, I used to be fond of hunting, but I can tell you that it is infinitely more exciting to hunt a man than it is to hunt a fox. You are your own hound. You have to pick up the scent, to follow it up, however much the quarry may wind and double, and when at last you lay your hand upon his shoulder and say, "In the King's name," there is an infinitely keener pleasure than there is when the hounds run down the fox. One sport is perhaps as dangerous as the other. In the one case your horse may fall at a leap, and you may break your neck. In the other, you may get a bullet in your head. So in that respect there is not much to choose between man and fox hunting. There is the advantage, though, that in the one you have to depend upon your horse's strength, and in the other on your own courage. I know that you are an enthusiast over it, Mark, and I can fancy that if I were a big strong man, as you are, I might do the same. But if you are going now to try by yourself, why should you not leave the force altogether? Because, in the first place, I shall get all the information they obtain, and can send for any assistance that I may require. In the next place, by showing this little staff with its silver crown, I show that I am a Bow Street runner, and can obtain information at once from all sorts of people which I could not get without this aid. Well, I won't say anything more against it, Mark. How are you going to begin? I mean to go the round of all the places near London, say within 10 miles. I shall stay from a week to a fortnight in each, take a quiet lodging, give out that I am on the lookout for a small house with a garden, and get to talk with people of all kinds. But I cannot see what you have to inquire for. I imagine that Bastow will have taken just the sort of house that I am inquiring for, and in the course of my questions I may hear of someone living in just that sort of way. A retired life, not making many friends, going up to London sometimes, and keeping, perhaps, a deaf old woman as a servant, or perhaps a deaf old man. Someone, you see, who would not be likely to hear him if he came home in the middle of the night or in the early morning. Once I hear of such a man, I should ascertain his age, and whether generally he agreed in appearance with what Bastow is likely to be by this time. Then get down one of the constables who was at the trial, and take his opinion on this subject, after which we should only have to watch the house at night and pounce upon him as he came back from one of his excursions. That is the broad outline of my plan. I cannot help thinking that in the long run I shall be able to trace him, and of course it will make it all the easier if he takes to stopping coaches or committing murderous burglaries. Then I suppose we are not going to see you often, Mark? Well, not so often as you have done, Millicent, for some time at any rate. I shall not be more than 5 or 6 miles away, and I shall often ride into town for the evening and return late, with some sort of hope that I may be stopped on the road again. It would save me a world of trouble, you see, if he would come to me instead of my having to find him. Which side of London are you going to try first? The south side, certainly. There are a score of places that would be convenient to him. Dulwich, Clapham, Tooting, Wimbledon, Stockwell. The list is a long one. I should say Wimbledon was about the most distant, and I should think that he would not go so far as that. If he only acted as a highwayman, he might be as far off as Epsom. But if he is really the man concerned in these burglaries, he must be but a short distance away. He would hardly risk having to ride very far with the chance of coming upon the patrols. I think that I shall begin at Peckham. That is the central sort of position, and from there I shall work gradually west. Before I do so, perhaps I will try Lewisham. He is likely, in any case, to be quite on the outskirts of any village he may have settled in order that he may ride in and out at any hour without his coming and going being noticed." "You certainly seem to have thought it over in all ways, Mark. You almost infect me with your ardor, and make me wish that I was a man and could help you." "You are much nicer as you are, Millicent." The girl tossed her head in disdain at the compliment. "It is all very well, Mark," she went on, ignoring his speech, "but it seems to me that in finding out things a woman would be able to do just as much as a man. She can gossip with her neighbors and ask about everyone in a place quite as well, if not better, than a man." "Yes, I don't doubt that," Mark laughed, "and if I want your aid I shall have no hesitation in asking for it. Until then, I hope you will go on with your painting and harping steadily, like a good little girl." "I am nearly 18, sir, and I object to be called a good little girl." "Well, if I were to say a good young woman, you would not like it." "No, I don't think I should. I don't know why, but when anyone says a girl is a good young woman or a nice young woman, there always seems something derogatory about it. It is almost as bad as saying she is a very respectable young person, which is odious." "Then you see," he went on, "you are quite getting on in society. Since Mr. Cotter's introduction to Mrs. Cunningham and his mother's subsequent call, you have got to know a good many people and go about a good deal." "Yes, it has been more lively of late," she admitted. "At first it was certainly monstrously dull here, and I began to think that we should have to change our plans and go down again to Weymouth and settle there for a time. Now I am getting contented, but I admit, even at the risk of making you conceited, that we shall certainly miss you very much, as you have been very good, considering how busy you have been, to come in 3 or 4 evenings every week for a chat." "There has been nothing very good about it, Millicent. It has been very pleasant to me. It is like a bit of old times again when I am here with you two, and seem to leave all the excitement of one's work behind as I come in at the door. I wonder whether the old time will ever come back again, Mark," she said sadly. "It never can be quite the old time again, but when you are back at the old place it may be very near it." She looked at him reproachfully. "You think that I shall change my mind, Mark, but at heart you know better. The day I am 21, I hope to carry out my intentions." "Well, as I have told you before, Millicent, I cannot control your actions, but I am at least master of my own. You can give away Crowswood to whom you like, but at least you cannot compel me to take it. Make it over to one of the hospitals if you like. That is within your power, but it is not in your power to force me into the mean action of enriching myself because you have romantic notions in your mind. I should scorn myself were I capable of doing such an action. I wonder you think so meanly of me as to suppose for a moment that I would do so." "It is a great pity my father did not leave the property outright to your father, then all this bother would have been avoided," she said quietly. "I should have had plenty to live upon without there being any fear of being loved merely for my money." "It would have been the same thing if he had," Mark said stubbornly. "My father would not have taken it, and I am sure that I should not have taken it after him. You are his proper heiress. I don't say that if he had left a son, and that son had been a second Bastow, that one would have hesitated, for he would probably have gambled it away in a year. The tenants might have been ruined and the village gone to the dogs. Every man has a right to disinherit an unworthy son, but that is a very different thing from disinheriting a daughter simply from a whim. Well, don't let us talk about it any more, Millicent. It is the only thing that we don't agree about, and therefore it is best left alone." The next day Mark established himself at the inn in Peckham, and for 6 weeks made diligent inquiries, but without success. There were at least a dozen men who lived quietly and rode or drove to their business in town. Many of them were put aside as needing no investigation, having been residents there for years. Some of the others he saw start or return, but none of them corresponded in any way with the probable appearance of the man for whom he was to search. During this time he heard of several private coaches being held up on the road between Epsom and London, and 3 burglaries took place in Streatham. He then moved to Stockwell. Before proceeding there he had his horse up again from Crowswood, and rode into Stockwell from the west. He was dressed now as a small country squire, and had a valise strapped behind his saddle. The inn there was a busy one. "I want a room," he said, as he alighted. "I shall probably stay here a few days." Presently he had a talk with the landlord. "I am on the lookout," he said, "for a little place near town. I have come in for a small estate in the country, but I have no taste for farming, and want to be within easy reach of town, and at the same time to have a place with a paddock where I can keep my horse and live quietly. I don't much care whether it is here or anywhere else within a few miles of town, and I intend to ride about and see if I can find a place that will suit me. I do not want to be nearer the town than this, for I have not enough money to go the pace. Still, I should like to be near enough to ride or walk in whenever I have a fancy for it." "I understand, sir. Of course there are plenty of places around here, at Clapham and Tooting, and I may say Streatham, but most of them are a good deal too large for a bachelor. Still, I have no doubt you would find a place to suit you without much difficulty. These sort of places are most in request by London tradesmen who have given up business and want to get a little way out of town and keep a gig. I should say there must be a score of such people living around here." "I am often asked about such places, but I don't know of one to let just at the present moment." "Still, there ought to be, for of late people have not cared so much to come out here. There has been such a scare owing to highwaymen and burglars that men with wives and families don't fancy settling out of town, though there ain't much work about it, for to every one house that is broken into there are thousands that are not, and besides, the houses that these fellows try are large places where there is plenty of silver plate and a few gold watches, and perhaps some money to be had." Mark soon made the acquaintance of the stablemen, and a few pints of beer put them on good terms with him. Every day he took rides round the neighborhood, going out early, stabling his horse, and after having a chat with the ostlers, strolling around the place. Clapham, Ewell, and Streatham were also visited. "I know of a place that would just suit you," the ostler at the Greyhound at Streatham said to him, on the occasion of his 3rd visit there, "but it is let. My old mother is the gentleman's housekeeper. He took the place through me, for he rode up, just as you have done, one afternoon, nigh a year ago. He was from town, he was. He told me that he had been going the pace too hard and had to pull in, and wanted a little place where he could keep his horse and live quiet for a time. I told him of a place that I thought would suit him just outside of town, and he called in the next day and told me he had taken it. Now, he said, I want a woman as housekeeper, an old woman, you know. I cannot be bothered with a young one. If you speak a civil word to a wench, she soon fancies you are in love with her. I want one who can cook a chop or a steak,
fry me a bit of bacon, and boil an egg and keep the place tidy. I intend to look after my horse myself." "Well, sir," I said, "there is my old mother. She is a widow, and it is as much as she can do to keep off the parish. She is reckoned a tidy cook and a good cleaner, and she could keep herself well enough if it wasn't that she is so hard of hearing that many people don't care to employ her." "I don't care a rap about that," he said. "I shall not need to talk to her except to tell her what I will have for dinner, and if she is deaf she won't want to be away gossiping. Does she live near here?" "She lives in the town," I said. "I can fetch her down in half an hour." "That will do," says he. "I am going to have lunch. When I have, I will come out and speak to her." Well, sir, he engaged her right off, and he tipped me a guinea for finding the place for him, and there he has been ever since. It was a lucky job for mother, for she says there never was a gentleman that gave less trouble. He is a wonderful quiet man, and in general stops at home all the day smoking and reading. He has a boy comes in 2 or 3 times a week to work in the garden. Sometimes of an evening he rides up to town. I expect he cannot keep away from the cards altogether." "Is he an elderly man?" Mark asked. "Lord, no, sir. Under 30, I should say. He is a free-handed sort of chap, and though he ain't particular about his eating, he likes a bottle of good wine, the old woman says, even if it is only with a chop. He never rides past here, and I happen to be outside without tossing me a shilling to drink his health." Mark went into the house and ordered lunch. It would not have done to have asked any more questions or to have shown any special interest in the matter, but he felt so excited that he could not have avoided doing so had he waited longer with the ostler. After he had finished his meal he strolled out again into the stable yard. "Well," he said to the ostler, "can't you put me up to another good thing, just as you told that gentleman you were speaking to me about?" "There are 2 or 3 places that I know of that might suit you, sir. There is a house on the hill. I know that it has got a paddock, but I don't know how big it is. It is in general known as Hawley's. That is the name of the last people who lived there. Anyone will tell you which is the house. Then there is another place. You turn to the right, the 3rd turning on the hill. It stands by itself 200 or 300 yards down. It has got a goodish bit of ground. There is only one house beyond it. That is the one where my mother lives. That was an old farm once, but this was built later. I believe the ground belonged to the farm. You will know it by a big tree in front of it. It stands back 40 feet or so from the road." "Where does the road lead to?" "Well, sir, it ain't much of a road beyond the next house. It is only a lane, but you can get through that way into the main road, through Tooting, down into Balham, and on to Wimbledon." "I think I will go and have a look at both these places," Mark said. "Will you take the horse, sir?" "No, I suppose it is not much above half a mile." "About that, sir." "Then I will walk. I shall not be likely to find anyone to hold my horse there." Mark had no difficulty in finding the house. It looked as if it had been untenanted for some time, and in the window was a notice that for keys and information applications were to be made at a shop in the High Street. Well pleased to find that there was no one in the house, Mark entered the gate and passed round into what at one time had been a kitchen garden behind it. At the bottom of this was a field of 3 or 4 acres. The ground was separated by a hedge from that of the house beyond. This was fully 100 yards away. A well-bred horse was grazing in the field. A man smoking a pipe was watching a boy doing gardening work behind the house. Mark remained for nearly an hour concealed behind the hedge in hopes that he would come nearer. At the end of that time, however, he went into the house, and after waiting another 10 minutes Mark also left. resisting the temptation to walk along the road and take a closer look at it, for he felt that such a step would be dangerous, for should the man notice anyone looking at the place his suspicions might be aroused. It was evident that the lane was very little used. In many cases the grass grew across it. There were marks of horses' feet, but none of wheels, and he concluded that when going up to town the man came that way and rode quietly through Streatham, for the hoof prints all pointed in that direction, and that on his return at night he came up the lane from the other road. "Well, master, what do you think of the houses?" the ostler asked on his return to the inn. "I have only been to the one in the lane that you spoke of, for I want to get back to town. I had a good look at it, but it is rather a dreary looking place, and evidently wants a lot of repairs before it can be made comfortable. The next time that I am down I will look at the other." Mounting his horse, he rode at a rapid pace into London, and dismounted at Bow Street. "You have news, I see, Mr. Thorndyke," the chief said when he entered. "I have, sir. I believe that I have marked the man down. At any rate, if it is not he, it is a criminal of some sort, of that I have no doubt." "That is good news indeed," the chief said. "Now, tell me all about it." Mark repeated the story the ostler had told him, and the result of his own observations. "You see," he said, "the man, whether Bastow or not, has clearly taken the place for the purpose of concealment, for he can approach it by the lane, which is a very unfrequented one, on his return from the expeditions. He has taken on a deaf old woman, who will not hear him ride in at night, and will have no idea at what hours he comes home. Riding out through the main street in the afternoon, he would excite no notice, and the story to the ostler would very well account for his taking the house and for his habit of coming up here of an afternoon and returning late. I thought it best to come back and tell you, and I will adopt any plan that you suggest for his capture." "You say that he has been there for nearly a year?" "About a year," the ostler said. "Then one of my men, at least, must have been very careless not to have found him out long ago. Let me see," and he took down a volume of reports. "Streatham. Tomlinson has been here for a fortnight, making every inquiry. No man of suspicious appearance or of unknown antecedents here." "Humph! That is not the first time that Tomlinson has failed altogether in his duty. However, that does not matter for the moment. What is your own idea, Mr. Thorndyke?" "My idea is that a couple of good men should go down with me to Streatham, and that we should be always on the watch in High Street until we see him ride past. Directly it is dark we will go to his house, fasten the old woman up, and search it thoroughly. If we find stolen property, so much the better, but in any case we shall wait inside the house until he returns, and as he comes in throw ourselves upon him before he has time to draw a pistol. I should say it would be as well the men should go down in a trap. There is an empty house next door, and when we go to search the place we can leave the horse and trap inside the gate. Directly we have him secure we can fetch up the trap, put him in, and one of the men and myself can drive him back here, leaving the other in charge of the house, which can then be searched again the next day. I think that will be a very good plan, and will avoid all unnecessary fuss. I will send Malcolm and Chester down with you tomorrow." "Where will you meet them?" "I should say that they had better put up at the Greyhound. I don't suppose he will go out until 6 or 7 o'clock, but they had better be there earlier. One should station himself in the main street, the other concealing himself somewhere beyond the fellow's house, for it is likely enough that sometimes he may take the other way. I will go down to the Greyhound at 6, and will wait there until one of them brings me news that he has left." "I think you had better come in the morning and give your instructions to the men. There will be far less fear of any mistake being made. I should say you had better put your horse up and come here on foot. One can never be too careful when one is dealing with so crafty a rogue as this. He certainly does not work with an accomplice, but for all that he may have 2 or 3 sharp boys in his pay, and they may watch this place by turns and carry him news of any stir about the office." "I will walk in," Mark replied. "It is no distance from Stockwell." Mark slept but little that night. He had believed all along that he should be finally successful, but the discovery had come so suddenly that it had taken him completely by surprise. It might not be the man, and he tried hard to persuade himself that the chances were against its being so he should not feel disappointed should it turn out that it was some other criminal. For that the man was a criminal he had not a shadow of a doubt. The next morning he was at the office early. The chief arrived half an hour later, and the 2 officers were at once called in. "You will go with Mr. Thorndyke," the chief said, "and he will give you instructions. The capture is a very important one, and there must be no mistake made. We believe the man to be Bastow. I think you were present at his trial, Chester. He escaped from Sydney convict prison some 3 years ago, and is, I believe, the author of many of the highway robberies and burglaries that have puzzled us so. Of course, you will take firearms, but if he is alone you will certainly have no occasion to use them, especially as you will take him completely by surprise. You will order a gig from Morden, and leave here about 3 o'clock. I should say you had better get up as 2 countrymen who have been up to market. However, Mr. Thorndyke will explain the whole matter to you fully." Mark then went off with the 2 officers to a private room, and went into the whole matter with them. "I think, Chester," he said, "that you had better watch in the High Street, because you know the man. At least, you have seen him, and may recognize him again." "I think I should know him, however much he has changed. I took particular notice of him at the trial, and thought what a hardened looking young scamp he was. It is very seldom I forget a face when once I have a thorough look at it, and I don't think I am likely to forget his. Malcolm, I think you cannot do better than take your place in the garden of the house next to his. It is a place that has stood empty for many months, and there is no chance of anyone seeing you. His paddock comes up to the garden, and you can, by placing yourself in the corner, see him as he comes out into the lane. As soon as you see that he has gone, come back to the Greyhound with the news. I shall be there, and you will pick up Chester in the High Street as you come along. Of course, you won't pretend to know me, but the mere fact of your coming back will be enough to tell me that he has gone. As soon as it gets dark we will pay our reckoning, and drive off in the gig, leaving it in the drive in front of the house this side of his. I shall have strolled off before, and shall be waiting for you there. If he does not come out by 10 o'clock we can give it up for tonight. You had better say that you have changed your mind, and will take beds at the Greyhound, and the next morning drive off in your gig and put up again at the inn at the other end of town, the White Horse. I will come over again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You will bring handcuffs, and you had also better bring a stout rope to tie him with." When every detail had been arranged, Mark strolled to Dick Chetwynd's lodgings. "Well, Mark, what has become of you? I have not seen you for the last 2 months, and I hear that you have not been near Ingleston's crib since I saw you." "Nope, I have been away on business. You know I told you that I was spending much of my time in endeavoring to hunt down my father's murderer. I can tell you now that I have been working all the time with the Bow Street people, and I think I know every thieves' slum in London as well as any constable in the town." "You don't say, Mark. Well, I should not like such work as that. The prize fighters are a pretty rough lot, but to go such dens as those is enough to make one shudder. But that does not explain where you have been now." "No. Well, having persuaded myself at last that his headquarters were not in town, I have been trying the villages round, and I believe that I have laid my hands on him at last." "You don't say, Mark. Well, I congratulate you heartily, both on your having caught the fellow and for having got rid of such hard work. Where is he? Have you got him lodged in jail?" "No, we are going to capture him tonight, or if not tonight, tomorrow night. 2 of the Bow Street officers are going down with me, and we shall have him as he comes home from one of his expeditions, either on the highway or as a housebreaker. If he does not go this evening, we shall wait till tomorrow, but at any rate, the first time he goes out, we shall have him." "I have got a special engagement for this evening, Mark, or I would offer to go with you and lend you a hand if necessary." "There is no occasion for that, Dick. We shall take the fellow by surprise as he goes into his own house, and have him handcuffed before he can draw a pistol. Then, when we have got him fairly tied up, we shall put him in a light cart that we have handy, and bring him straight to Bow Street. To tell you the truth, I am so excited over the thought that I don't know how I should have got through the day if I had not come in and have a chat with you." "I can quite understand that, old fellow. Well, the best thing we can do is to take a stroll out and look at the fashions. It is early yet, but just at present it is all the rage to turn out early. It will do me good too, for I was at Ingleton's last night, and the smoke and row has given me a headache. I shall really have to give up going there, except when there is an important fight on. It is too much to stand, and the tobacco is so bad that I am obliged to keep a suit of clothes for the purpose. Let us be off at once." End of chapter 15. Recording by Nick Bulka, New Boston, New Hampshire. Chapter 16 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bulka. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 16. At 4 o'clock, Mark put up his horse at the Greyhound, and chatted for a quarter of an hour with the ostler, who had been making inquiries, and had heard of 1 or 2 other houses in the neighborhood which were untenanted. Mark then strolled up the town, exchanging a passing glance with Chester, who, in a velveteen coat, low hat, and gaiters, was chatting with a wagoner, going with a load of hay for the next morning's market in London. He turned into an inn, called for a pint of the best port, and sat down in the parlor at a table close to the window, so that he could see all who went up or down. He entered into conversation with 2 or 3 people who came in, and so passed the time till 7, when he felt too restless to sit longer, and went out into the street. When he was halfway to the Greyhound, he heard the sound of a horse's hoofs behind him, and saw a quietly dressed man coming along at an easy trot. Had it not been that he recognized the horse, he could not have felt sure that its rider was the man whose coming he had been waiting for, there being nothing in his appearance that would excite the slightest suspicion that he was other than a gentleman of moderate means and quiet taste, either returning from a ride or passing through on his way to town.
He had a well-built and active figure, carried himself with the ease of a thorough horseman, and nodded to one or two persons of his acquaintance, and checking his horse at the principal butcher's, ordered some meat to be sent in that evening. Mark could trace no resemblance in the face to that of the young fellow he remembered. It was a quiet and resolute one. If this were Bastow, he had lost the sneering and insolent expression that was so strongly impressed on his memory. It might be the man, but if so, he was greatly changed. Mark's first impression was that it could not be Bastow. But when he thought over the years of toil and confinement in the convict prison, the life he had led in the bush, and the 2 years he had passed since he returned home, he imagined that the insolence of youth might well have disappeared, and been succeeded by the resolute, daring, and dogged determination that seemed to be impressed on this fellow's face. Mark paused 50 yards before he reached the inn. In a few minutes he saw Chester coming along. There was no one else in sight. "Is it Bastow?" he asked, as the officer came up. "It's Bastow, sure enough, sir, but he is so changed that if I had not had him in my mind I should not have recognized him. I calculate that a man who has gone through what he has would have lost the expression he had as a boy. He must have learnt a lot in convict prison, and the fact that he headed the mutiny and escaped from the searchers and managed to get home showed that he must have become a resolute and desperate man. All those burglaries, and the way in which he has several times stopped coaches single-handed, showed his nerve and coolness. I had all that in my mind as he came along, and his face was pretty much as I expected to see it. He is a cool hand, and I can understand how he has given us the slip so long. There is none of the shifty look about his eyes that one generally sees in criminals, no glancing from side to side. He rode with the air of a man who had the right to be where he was, and feared no one. He will be an awkward customer to tackle if we do not take him by surprise." "Yes, I agree with you there. However, he won't have much chance of using either his pistols or his strength. Here's Malcolm coming, so I will walk away for a few minutes, and let you go in first. You can tell the ostler now that you will have your horse put in at 9 o'clock. I have been thinking, by the way, that we had better take the trap round behind the house instead of leaving it in the drive. The man may come back this way, and if so, he might hear the horse stamp or make some movement, and that would at once put him on his guard." As the officers entered the inn, Mark went into the yard and told the ostler that he had met some friends, and should let his horse remain there for the night. "It is possible that they may drive me into town in the morning," he said, "and I shall very likely send a man down for the horse." At 8:45 he went out again, and walked to the house he had before visited. In 10 minutes he heard the sound of wheels, threw open the gate, and the men, jumping down, led the horse in. "You may as well take him out of the trap," he said. "We cannot very well get that round the house, but there is no difficulty about taking the horse." The officers had brought a halter and a nosebag full of corn. The horse was fastened to a tree with soft ground round it, the nosebag put on, and a horse cloth thrown over its back. Then Mark and his 2 companions went out into the lane, and in a couple of minutes entered the next gate, treading lightly, and going round to the back of the house. A light burned in the kitchen, and an old woman could be seen knitting. They lifted the latch and walked in. Dropping her knitting, she rose with an exclamation of terror. Mark advanced alone. "Do not be frightened," he said. "We are not going to do you any harm." He took out his little ebony staff. "We are constables," he went on, "and have orders to search this house. We must secure you, but you will be released in the morning. Now, which is your room?" In spite of Mark's assurance, the old woman was almost paralyzed with terror. However, the two constables assisted her up to her room, and there secured her with a rope, taking care that it was not so tightly bound as to hurt her. Then they placed a gag in her mouth and left her. "Now, let us search his room in the first place," Mark said, when they came downstairs again. "I hardly expect we shall find anything. You may be sure that he will have taken great pains to hide away any booty that may have been here, and that it will need daylight and a closer search than we can give the place now, before we find anything." The search of the house was, indeed, fruitless. They cut open the bed, prized up every loose board in the bedroom and the parlor, lifted the hearthstone, tapped the walls, and searched every drawer. Then, taking a lantern, went out into the stable. The officers were both accustomed to look for hiding places, and ran their hands along on the top of the walls, examining the stone flooring and manger. "That is a very large corn bin," Mark said as he looked round, when they desisted from the search. "You are right, sir. We will empty it." There were 2 or 3 empty sacks on the ground near it, and they emptied the corn into these, so that there should be no litter about. Chester gave an exclamation of disappointment as they reached the bottom. Mark put his hand on the bin and gave it a pull. "It is just as I thought," he said. "It is fastened down. I saw an axe in the woodshed, Malcolm. Just fetch it here." While the man was away, Mark took the lantern and examined the bottom closely. "We shan't want the axe," he said, as he pointed out to Chester a piece of string that was apparently jammed in the form of a loop between the bottom and side. "Just get in and clear those few handfuls of corn out, and I think you will see that it will pull up then." There was, however, no movement in the bottom when Mark pulled at the loop. "Look closely round outside," he said, handing Malcolm, who had now returned, the lantern. "I have no doubt that there is a catch somewhere." In a minute or two the constable found a small ring between 2 of the cobblestones close to the foot of the wall. He pulled at it, and as he did so Mark felt the resistance to his pull cease suddenly, and the bottom of the bin came up like a trapdoor. "That is a clever hiding place," he said. "If I had not happened to notice that the bin was fixed, we might have had a long search before we found it here." Below was a square hole the size of the bin. A ladder led down into it. Mark, with a lantern, descended. 4 or 5 sacks piled on each other lay at the bottom, leaving just enough room for a man to stand beside them. "The top one is silver, by the feel," he said, "not yet broken up. These smaller sacks are solid. I suppose it is silver that has been melted down. This," and he lifted a bag some 18 inches deep, opened it and looked in, "contains watches and jewels. Now I think we will leave things here for the present, and put everything straight. He may be back before long." Mark ascended. The bottom of the trap was shut down again, the corn poured in, and the bags thrown down on the spot from which they had been taken. They returned to the house, shut the door, and extinguished the light. "That has been a grand find," he said. "Even if this is not Bastow, it will be a valuable capture." "That it will, Mr. Thorndyke. I have no doubt that this fellow is the man we have been in search of for the last 18 months. That accounts for the difficulty in laying hold of him. He has been too crafty to try to sell any of his plunder, so that none of the fences have known anything about him. No doubt he has taken sufficient cash to enable him to live here quietly. He intended some time or other to melt down all the rest of the plate and sell the silver, which he could do easily enough. As for the watches and jewels, he could get rid of them abroad." "No doubt that is what he intended," Mark agreed. "It is not often these fellows are as prudent as he has been. If they were, your work would be a good deal more difficult than it is." "You are right, sir. I don't know that I ever heard of such a case before. The fellow almost deserves to get away." "That would be rewarding him too highly for his caution," Mark laughed. "He is a desperate villain, and all the more dangerous for being a prudent one. Now, I think one of us had better keep watch at the gate by turns. We shall hear him coming in plenty of time to get back here and be in readiness for him. We must each understand our part thoroughly. I will stand facing the door. It is possible that he may light that lantern we saw hanging in the stable, but I don't think it likely that he will do so. He will take off the saddle and either take the horse in there is plenty of room in the manger, or else turn it out into the paddock. As he comes in, I will throw my arms around him, and you will at once close in, one on each side. Each catch an arm tightly, handcuff him, and take the pistols from his belt. Don't leave go of his arms until I have lit the candle. He may have another pistol inside his coat, and might draw it." It was now 1 o'clock, and half an hour later Malcolm, who was at the gate, came in quietly and said he could hear a horse coming along the lane. "Which way, Malcolm?" "Tooting way." "That is all right. I have been a little nervous lest if he come the other way our horse might make some slight noise and attract his attention. That was our only weak point." They had already ascertained that the front door was locked and bolted, and that he must therefore enter through the kitchen. They heard the horse stop in front. A moment later the gate was opened, and through the window they could just make out the figure of a man leading a horse. Then the stable door opened, and they heard a movement and knew that the horse was being unsaddled. They heard it walk into the stable, the door was shut behind it, and a step approached the back door. It was opened, and a voice said with an oath, "The old fool has forgotten to leave a candle burning." Then he stepped into the kitchen. In an instant there was a sound of a violent struggle, deep oaths and curses, 2 sharp clicks, then all was quiet except heavy breathing and the striking of flint on a tinder box. There was the blue glare of the sulphur match, and a candle was lighted. Mark then turned to the man who was standing still, grasping the hands of his 2 captors. "Arthur Bastow," he said, producing his staff, "I arrest you in the King's name, as an escaped convict, as a notorious highwayman, and housebreaker." As his name was spoken the man started. Then he said quietly, "You have made a mistake this time, my men. My name is William Johnson. I am well known here, and have been a quiet resident in this house for upwards of a year." "A resident, but not a quiet resident, Bastow. I don't think we are mistaken, but even if you can prove that you are not Bastow, but William Johnson, a man of means and family, we have evidence enough upon the other charges. We have been in search of you for a long time, and have got you at last. You don't remember me, though it is but 18 months since we met, but I fancy that I then left a mark upon you that still remains on your shoulder. I am Mark Thorndyke, and you will understand now why I have hunted you down." "The game's not finished yet," the man said recklessly. "The hunting down will be the other way next time, Mark Thorndyke." "I don't think so. Now, Chester, you may as well tie his feet together, and then search him. When that is done I will look after him while you fetch the trap round." In his pockets were found 2 gold watches,
£48 in gold, and £100 in banknotes. "We shall hear where this comes from tomorrow," Malcolm said, as he laid them on the table. "It will save us the trouble of getting evidence from Australia." The prisoner was placed in a chair, and then the two officers went out to fetch the trap round. "So you have turned thief catcher, have you?" he said with a sneering tone that recalled him to Mark's memory for more than his face had done. "And you carry a Bow Street staff about with you, and pretend to belong to the force. That is a punishable offense, you know." "Yes, it would be if I had no right to use it," Mark said quietly, "but it happens that I have a right. Having been for a year and a half in the force, I joined it solely to hunt you down, and now that I have done so, my resignation will be sent in tomorrow." "And how is the worthy squire?" Mark started to his feet, and seized one of the pistols lying before him. "You villain!" he exclaimed. "I wonder you dare mention his name. You, his murderer!" "It was but tit for tat," the man said coolly. "He murdered me, body and soul, when he sent me to the hulks. I told him I would be even with him. I did not think that I had hit him at the time, for I thought that if I had, you would have stopped with him, and would not have chased me across the fields." "You scoundrel!" Mark said. "You know well enough that you came back, stole into his room, and stabbed him." Bastow looked at him with a puzzled expression. "I don't know what you are talking about," he said. "I fired at him through the window. I don't mind saying so to you, because there are no witnesses, and saw him jump up, but I fancied I had missed him. I saw you bolt out of the room, and thought it better to be off at once instead of taking another shot. You gave me a hard chase. It was lucky for you that you did not come up with me, for if you had done so, I should have shot you. I owed you one for having killed as good a comrade as man ever had, and for that bullet you put in my shoulder before. If I had not been so out of breath that I could not feel sure of my aim, I should have stopped for you, but I rode straight to town." "A likely story," Mark said shortly. "What, will you pretend that there were two murderers hanging round the house that night? A likely tale indeed." "I tell you that if your father was killed by a knife or dagger, I had nothing to do with it," the man said. "I am obliged to the man, whoever he was. I had intended to go down again to Reigate to finish the job myself. I should scarcely have missed a second time. So it is for that you hunted me down? Well, I don't blame you. I never forgive an injury, and I see your sentiments are mine. Whether I killed your father or not makes no difference. He was killed. That is the principal point. If I was going to be put on my trial for that, I could prove that at 8 o'clock I was in a coffee house in Covent Garden. I purposely kicked up a row there, and was turned out, so that if I were charged with that shooting affair I could prove that I was in London that evening." "I can't quite believe that," Mark said. "A fast horse would have brought you up to town in an hour and a half, and another fast horse would have taken you back again as quickly. So you might have been in London at 8 and back by Crowswood by 12:30 or 1, even if you stopped a couple of hours at a coffee house. However, you won't be tried for that. Those things on the table and the contents of that corn bin are enough to hang you a dozen times." "Curse you! Have you found that out?" Bastow exclaimed furiously. "We have," Mark replied. "It would have been wiser if you had got rid of your things sooner. It was a clever hiding place, but it is always dangerous to keep such things by you, Bastow." The man said no more, but sat quietly in his chair until they heard the vehicle stop outside the gate. Then the two constables came in, and, lifting Bastow, carried him out and placed him in the bottom of the cart.
"You can loose the old woman now, Malcolm," Mark said as he took his seat and gathered the reins in his hand. "By 11 o'clock, no doubt, one of the others will be down with the gig again, and you can empty out the contents of that hole and bring them up with you. I don't think that it will be of any use searching further. You might have a good look all round before you come away. There may be some notes stowed away, though it is likely enough that they have been sent away by post to some receiver abroad." For some time after starting they could hear the prisoner moving about uneasily in the straw. "I suppose there is no fear of him slipping out of the handcuffs, Chester?" "Not a bit. They were full tight for him. I expect that is what is making him uncomfortable." Presently the movement ceased. "He is still enough now, Mr. Thorndyke. I shall not be at all surprised if he has dropped off to sleep. He is hardened enough to sleep while the gibbet was waiting for him." It was 4 o'clock in the morning when they drove up at Bow Street. 2 constables on duty came out to the cart. "We have got a prisoner, Inspector," Chester said. "He is the man we have been looking for so long. I fancy we have got all the swag that has been stolen for the last 18 months. Bags of jewels and watches and sacks of silver. He is handcuffed and his legs are tied, so we must carry him in." The officer fetched out a lantern. The other constable helped him to let down the backboard of the cart. "Now, Bastow, wake up," Chester said. "Here we are." But there was no movement. "He is mighty sound asleep," the constable said. "Well, haul him out," and taking the man by the shoulders, they pulled him out from the cart. "There is something rum about him," the constable said, and as they lowered his feet to the pavement his head fell forward, and he would have sunk down if they had not supported him. The inspector raised the lantern to his face. "Why, the man is dead," he said. "Dead?" Chester repeated incredulously. "Aye, that he is. Look here," and he pointed to a slim steel handle some 3 inches long projecting over the region of the heart. "You must have searched him very carelessly, Chester. Well, bring him in now." They carried him into the room, where 2 candles were burning. Mark followed them. The inspector pulled out the dagger. It was but 4 inches long, with a very thin blade. The handle was little thicker than the blade itself. Mark took it and examined it. "I have not the shadow of a doubt that this is the dagger with which he murdered my father. The wound was very narrow, about this width, and the doctor said that the weapon that had been used was certainly a foreign dagger." "I don't think this is a foreign dagger," the inspector said on examining it, "although it may be the one that was used, as you say, Mr. Thorndyke. It has evidently been made to carry about without being observed." He threw back the dead man's coat. "Ah, here is where it was kept. You see, the lining has been sewn to the cloth, so as to make a sheath down by the seam under the arm. I expect that, knowing what would happen if he were caught, he had made up his mind to do it all along. Well, I don't know that you are able to be so much blamed, Chester, for passing your hand over his clothes you might very well miss this, which is no thicker than a piece of whalebone. Well, he has saved us a good deal of trouble. You say you have got most of the booty he has collected?" "I don't know that we have got all of it, sir, but we have made a very big haul. Anyhow, it was a cunningly contrived place. There was a big corn bin in the stable, and when we had emptied out the corn it seemed empty. However, Mr. Thorndyke discovered that the bin was fixed. Then we found that the bottom was really a trap door, and under it was a sort of well in which were sacks and bags. One of the sacks was full of unbroken silver, 2 others contained silver ingots, things that he had melted down, and there was a large bag full of watches and jewels. In his pocket we found £100 in banknotes, about 50 guineas, and a couple of gold watches. That he must have got tonight from the Portsmouth coach,
We heard half an hour ago that it had been stopped near Kingston, the coachman shot, and the passengers robbed. It will be good news to some of them that we have got hold of their valuables. Well, Mr. Thorndyke, I have to congratulate you most heartily on the skill with which you have ferreted out a man who had baffled us for so long, and had become a perfect terror to the south of London. No doubt we shall be able to trace a great portion of the property in that sack. The capture has been splendidly effected." "You will understand," Mark said, "that I do not wish my name to appear in the matter at all. I have, as you know, been actuated by private reasons only in my search, and I see no occasion why my name should be mentioned. The evidence of Chester and Malcolm will be ample. From information received, they went down to this place, searched it in his absence, discovered the stolen goods, and captured them. Having handcuffed and bound him, one drove him up to town, the other remaining to guard the treasure. On his way he got at his hidden dagger and stabbed himself. My evidence would not strengthen the case at all." "No, I don't see that it will be necessary to call you, Mr. Thorndyke. The discovery of this hidden booty and the proceeds of the coach robbery would be quite sufficient. Beyond the coroner's inquest there will be no inquiry. Had it been otherwise, it might probably have been necessary to call you at the trial. However, as it is, it will save a lot of trouble. Now we shall only need to find the owners of these banknotes. I will send off a cart for the things as early as I can get one, and will send a couple of constables round to the houses where burglaries have been committed to request the owners to come over and see if they can identify any of their property. And those who do so can attend the inquest tomorrow, although I don't suppose they will be called. The chief will be mightily pleased when he hears what has taken place, for he has been sadly worried about these constant complaints, and I fancy that the authorities have been rather drawn upon him on the subject. The announcement that the career of this famous robber has been brought to an end will cause quite a sensation, and people round the commons on the south side will sleep more quietly than they have done lately. I expect that if he had not put an end to himself we should have had to send him across to Newington today, for of course it is a Surrey business, although we have had the luck to take him. I suppose we shall not see much of you in the future, Mr. Thorndyke?" "No, indeed," Mark said. "My business is done, and I shall send in my resignation this morning. I don't regret the time that I have spent over it. I have learned a great deal, and have seen a lot of the shady side of life, and have picked up experience in a good many ways." Mark, after requesting the inspector to find a man to go over to Streatham and bring back his horse, and writing an order to the ostler to deliver it, walked across to his lodgings. Upon the whole, he was not sorry that Bastow had taken the matter into his own hands. He had certainly, while engaged in the search, looked forward to seeing him in the dock and witnessing his execution, but he now felt that enough had been done for vengeance, and that it was as well that the matter had ended as it had. He was wearied out with the excitement of the last 48 hours. It was 1 o'clock when he awoke, and after dressing and going into Covent Garden to lunch at one of the coffee houses, he made his way up to Islington. "Taking a day's holiday?" Millicent asked as he came in. "Well, not exactly, Millicent. I have left school altogether." "Left school, Mark? Do you mean that you have decided that it is of no use going on any longer?" "I have given it up because I have finished it. Arthur Bastow was captured last night, and committed suicide as he was being taken to the station." An exclamation of surprise broke from Mrs. Cunningham and Millicent. "It seems horrid to be glad that anyone has taken his own life," the latter said, "but I cannot help feeling so. For as long as he lived I should never have considered that you were safe, and besides, I suppose there is no doubt that if he had not killed himself he would have been hung." "There is not a shadow of a doubt about that," Mark replied. "We found the proceeds of a vast number of robberies at his place, and also in his pockets the money he had taken from the passengers of the Portsmouth coach an hour before we captured him. So that, putting aside that Australian business altogether, his doom was sealed. "Now, please tell us all about it," Mrs. Cunningham said. "But first, let us congratulate you most warmly not only on the success of your search, but that the work is at an end." "Yes, I am glad it is over. At first I was very much interested. In fact, I was intensely interested all along, and should have been for however long it had continued. But, at the same time, I could do nothing else, and one does not want to spend one's whole life as a detective. At last it came about almost by chance, and the only thing I have to congratulate myself upon is that my idea of the sort of place he would have taken was exactly borne out by fact." And Mark then gave them a full account of the manner in which the discovery had been made and the capture effected. "You see, Millicent, I followed your injunction, and was very careful. Taking him by surprise as I did, I might have managed it single-handed, but with the aid of two good men it made a certainty of it, and the whole thing was comfortably arranged." "I think you have done splendidly, Mark," Mrs. Cunningham said. "It was certainly wonderful that you should have found him doing exactly what you had guessed, even down to the deaf servant. Well, now that is done and over. What do you think of doing next?" "I have hardly thought about that," he replied, "but at any rate I shall take a few weeks' holiday, and I suppose after that I shall settle down to the search for my uncle's treasure. I am afraid that will be a much longer and vastly more difficult business than this has been. Here there are all sorts of clues to work upon. Bastow ought to have been captured months ago, but in this other affair so far there is next to nothing to follow up. We don't even know whether the things are in India or in England. I believe they will be found, but that it will be by an accident. Besides, I fancy that we shall hear about them when you come of age, Millicent. There was to have been no change till that time, and I cannot help thinking that Uncle George must have made some provisions by which we should get to know about them in the event of his death, without his having an opportunity of telling anyone where they are. He might have been killed in battle, he might have been drowned on his way home. He had thought the whole matter over so thoroughly, I do think the possibilities of this could not have escaped him. As I told you, Mr. Prendergast made inquiries of all the principal bankers and Indian agents here, and altogether without success. After he had done that, I got a list of all the leading firms in Calcutta and Madras, and wrote to them, and all the replies were in the negative. It is true that does not prove anything absolutely. 18 years is a long time, and the chances are that during those years almost every head of a firm would have retired and come home. Such a matter would only be likely to be known to the heads, and if, as we thought likely, the box or chest was merely forwarded by a firm there to England, the transaction would not have attracted any special attention. If, upon the other hand, it remained out there, it might have been put down in a cellar or store, and have been lying there ever since, altogether forgotten. I don't see myself why you should bother any more about it. Perhaps, as you say, it will turn up of itself when I come of age. At any rate, I should say it is certainly as well to wait till then and see if it does, especially as you acknowledge that you have no clue whatever to work on. It is only 3 more years, for I am 18 next week, and it certainly seems to me that it will be very foolish to spend the next 3 years in searching about for a thing that may come to you without any searching at all. Well, I will think it over. You see, you really don't want the money, Mark," she went on. "No, I don't want it particularly, Millicent, but when one knows that there is something like £50,000 waiting for one somewhere, one would like to get it. Your father worked for 20 years of his life accumulating it for us, and it seems to me a sort of sacred duty to see that his labor has not all been thrown away." Millicent was silent. "It is very tiresome," she said presently. "Of course my father intended, as you say, that his savings should come to us, but I am sure he never meant that they should be a bother and a trouble to us." "I don't see why they should ever be that, Millicent. As it is, we both have sufficient for anything any man or woman could possibly want, and neither of us need fret over it if the treasure is never found. Still, he wished us to have it, and it is properly ours, and I don't want it to go to enrich someone who has not a shadow of a right to it." On the following morning Mark went to attend the inquest on Bastow. He did not go into the court, however, but remained close at hand in the event of the coroner insisting upon his being called. However, the two men only spoke casually in their evidence of their comrade Roberts, who had also been engaged in the capture. One of the jurymen suggested that he should also be called, but the coroner said, "I really cannot see any occasion for it. We are here to consider how the deceased came by his death, and I think it must be perfectly clear that he came by it by his own act. You have heard how he was captured, that the spoils of the coach that he had just rifled were found upon him, and that the booty he had been acquiring from his deeds for months past also was seized. Therefore, as the man was desperate and knew well enough that his life was forfeited, there was ample motive for his putting an end to his wretched existence. I really do not think, gentlemen, that it is worth while to waste your time and mine by going into further evidence." Finally, a verdict of felo de se was returned, with a strong expression of the jury's admiration of the conduct of Constables Malcolm, Chester, and Roberts, who had so cleverly effected the capture of the man who had so long set the law at defiance. End of chapter 16. Recording by Nick Bulka, New Boston, New Hampshire. Chapter 17 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bulka. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 17. 4 days later, Mark, on his return from dinner, found Philip Cotter sitting in his room waiting for him. They had met on the previous evening, and Cotter had expressed his intention of calling upon him the next day. "I am here on a matter of business, Thorndyke," the latter said as they shook hands. "Of business?" Mark repeated. "Yes. You might guess for a year, and I don't suppose you would hit it. It is rather a curious thing. Nearly 20 years ago—" "I can guess it before you go any further," Mark exclaimed, leaping up from the seat that he had just taken. "Your people received a box from India." "That is so, Mark, although how you guessed it, I don't know." "We have been searching for it for years," Mark replied. "Our lawyer, Prendergast, wrote to you about that box. At least, he wrote to you asking if you had any property belonging to Colonel Thorndyke, and your people wrote to say they hadn't." "Yes, I remember I wrote to him myself. Of course, that was before you did me that great service, and I did not know your name, and we had not the name on our books. What is in the box?" "Jewels worth something like £50,000. By Jove, I congratulate you, old fellow. That is to say, if you have the handling of it. Well, this is what happened. The box was sent to us by a firm in Calcutta, together with bills for £50,000.
The instructions were that the money was to be invested in stock, and that we were to manage it and take £100 a year for so doing. The rest of the interest of the money was to be invested. The box was a very massive one, and was marked with the letters XYZ. It was very carefully sealed. Our instructions were that the owner of the box and the money might present himself at any time, and the proof of the ownership was to be that he was to use the word Masulipatam, Mark broke in, and produce a gold coin that would, probably, though I am not certain, correspond with the seals. He got up and went to the cabinet which he had brought up with him from Crowswood, unlocked it, and produced the piece of paper and the coin. "Yes, that looks like the seal, Thorndyke. At any rate, it is the same sort of thing. Why on earth didn't you come with it before, and take the things away?" "Simply because I did not know where to go. My uncle was dying when he came home, and told my father about the treasure, but he died suddenly, and my father did not know whether it was sent to England, or committed to someone's charge in India, or buried there. We did the only thing we could, namely, inquired at all the banks and agents here, and at all the principal firms in Madras and Calcutta, to see if they had in their possession any property belonging to the late Colonel Thorndyke." "You see, we did not know," Cotter went on, "any more than Adam to who the box belonged. Fortunately, the agent sent in his communication a sealed letter, on the outside of which was written, 'This is to remain unopened, but if no one before that date presents himself with the token and password, it is to be read on the 18th of August, 1789. That was yesterday, you know." "Yes, that was my cousin's 18th birthday. We thought if my uncle had left the box in anyone's charge he would probably have given him some such instructions, for at that time there was hard fighting in India, and he might have been killed any day, and would therefore naturally have made some provisions for preventing the secret dying with him. We did not think of it until this morning early, though we have been rather curious over it ourselves. When we opened it, inside was another letter, addressed 'To be delivered to John Thorndyke, Esquire, at Crawley, near Hastings, or at Crowswood, Reigate, or, in the event of his death, to his executors.'" "I am one of these executors," Mark said. "Mr. Prendergast, the lawyer, is the other. I think I had better go round to him tomorrow and open the letter there." "Oh, I should think you might open it at once, Thorndyke. It will probably only contain instructions, and, at any rate, as you have the coin and the word, you could come round tomorrow morning and get the chest out if you want it." "I won't do that," Mark said. "The coffer contains gems worth over £50,000, and I would very much rather it remained in your keeping until I decide what to do with it. How large is it?" "It is a square box, about a foot each way, and it is pretty heavy, probably from the setting of the jewels." "Well, anyhow, I am heartily glad, Thorndyke. I know, of course, that you are well off. Still, £100,000, for the money has doubled itself since we had it, to say nothing of the jewels, is a nice plum to drop in anyone's mouth." "Very nice indeed, although only half of it comes to me under my uncle's will. To tell you the truth, I am more glad that the mystery has been solved than at getting the money. The affair was a great worry to my father, and has been so to me. I felt that I ought to search for the treasure, and yet the probability of finding it seemed so small that I felt the thing was hopeless, and that really the only chance was that my uncle would have taken just the course he did, and have fixed some date when the treasure should be handed over, if not asked for. I rather fancied that it would not have been for another 3 years, for that is when my cousin comes of age." "What cousin do you mean?" Philip Cotter asked. I did not know you had one." "Well, that is at present a secret, Cotter, one of the mysteries connected with my uncle's will. For myself, I would tell it in the marketplace tomorrow, but she wishes it to be preserved at present. You shall certainly know as soon as anyone. By the way, I have not seen you at Mrs. Cunningham's for the last week, and you used to be a pretty regular visitor." "No," the young man said gloomily. "I don't mind telling you that Miss Conyers refused me a fortnight ago. I never thought that I had much chance, but I had just a shadow of hope, and that is at an end now." "Perhaps in the future," Mark suggested for the sake of saying something. "No, I said as much as that to her, and she replied that it would always be the same, and I gathered from her manner, although she did not exactly say so, that there was someone else in the case, and yet I have never met anyone often there." "Perhaps you are mistaken," Mark said. "Well, whether or not, there is clearly no hope for me. I am very sorry, but it is no use moping over it. My father and mother like her so much, and they are anxious for me to marry and settle down. Altogether, it would have been just the thing. I do not know whether she has any money, and did not care, for of course I shall have plenty. I shall be a junior partner in another 6 months. My father told me so the other day. He said that at one time he was afraid that I should never come into the house, for that it would not have been fair to the others to take such a reckless fellow in, but that I seemed to have reformed so thoroughly since that affair that if I continued so for another 6 months they should have no hesitation in giving me a share. It was too late to go up to Islington that evening, so the morning Mark went with the still unopened letter to the solicitors. The old lawyer congratulated him most heartily when he told him of the discovery that he had made. "I am glad indeed, Mark, not so much for the sake of the money, but because I was afraid that that confounded treasure was going to unsettle your life. When a man once begins treasure hunting it becomes a sort of craze, and he can no more give it up than an opium smoker can the use of the drug. Thank goodness that is over. So the capital amount is doubled, and you are accordingly worth £70,000 more than you were this time yesterday. A fine windfall. Now let us see what your uncle says." He broke the seal. The letter was a short one, and began: "My dear John, if you have not, before you receive this, got my treasure, you will get it on the 18th or 19th of August, 1789. I have made a will which will give you full instructions what to do with it. I may say, though, that I have left it between a little daughter who was born 6 months ago and your son Mark. My own intentions are to stop out here until I get the rank of general, and I have taken the measures that I have done in case a bullet or a sharp attack of fever carries me off suddenly. I hope that you will have carried out the provisions of my will, and I hope also that I shall have come home and talked the whole matter over with you before I go under. Your affectionate brother." "A singular man," Mr. Prendergast said, as he laid the letter down on the table beside him. "What trouble these crotchety people do give. I suppose you have altogether put aside that folly of his about the jewels." "Well, no, I can't say that I have, Mr. Prendergast. Do you know that I have a fancy? It may only be a fancy, but if so, I cannot shake it off, that I am watched by Lascars. There was one standing at the corner of the street as I came up this morning, and again I have run across one. It is not always the same man, nor have I any absolute reasons for believing that they are watching me. Still, somehow or other, I do come across them more frequently than seems natural." "Pooh, nonsense, Mark. I should have thought that you were too sensible a fellow to have such ridiculous fancies in your head. Of course, I should never have thought of such a thing, Mr. Prendergast, if it had not been for what my father told me, that my uncle was desperately in earnest about it, and had an intense conviction that someone watched his every movement." "Don't let us talk of such folly any longer," the lawyer said irritably. "Now that you have got the money, the best thing you can do is to go at once and carry out what was the wish both of your father and your uncle, and ask your cousin to marry you. That will put an end to the whole business, and I can tell you that I am positively convinced that the day she gets 21 she will renounce the property, and that if you refuse to take it she will pass it over to some hospital or other. You cannot do better than prevent her from carrying out such an act of folly as that, and the only way that I can see is by your marrying her. I gathered from what you said, when I gave you the same advice at Reigate, that you liked her, and should have done it had it not been for her coming into the estate instead of you. Well, you are now in a position to ask her to marry you without the possibility of its being supposed that you are a fortune hunter." "I will think about it, Mr. Prendergast. Of course this money does make a considerable difference in my position. However, I shall do nothing until I have got the jewels off my hands." "Well, a couple of days will manage that," the lawyer said. "You have only got to take the box to a first-class jeweler, and get him to value the things and make you an offer for the whole of them." Mark did not care to press the subject, and on leaving went to Cotter's Bank. He was at once shown into his friend's room, and the latter took him to his father. "It is curious, Mr. Thorndyke," the latter said heartily, "that we should have been keeping your money all this time without having the slightest idea that it belonged to you. We are ready at once to pay it over to your order, for if you pronounce the word you know of, and I find that the coin you have corresponds with the seal on the box, the necessary proof will be given us that you have authority to take it away. I have had the box brought up this morning, so that we can compare the seal." The box was taken out of the strong safe, and it was at once seen that the coin corresponded with the seals. "I will leave it with you for the present, Mr. Cotter. It contains a large amount of jewels, and until I have decided what to do with them I would rather leave them. It would be madness to have £50,000 worth of gems in a London lodging, even for a single night. As to the money, that also had better remain as it is at present invested. As I told your son, that and the jewels are the joint property of myself and another. I dare say that in a few days half of the money will be transferred to the name of the other legatee. That can be easily done. I shall get my lawyer, Mr. Prendergast, to call upon you, Mr. Cotter. I suppose it would be better that some legal proof that we are entitled to the money should be given." "I shall be glad to see him and take his instructions," the banker said, "but in point of fact I regard the property as yours. I have nothing to do with wills or other arrangements. I simply received the box and the cash with an order that they should be delivered to whomsoever should come with the word Masulipatam and a coin to match the seals. That you have done, and with subsequent dispositions I have no concern. I shall be happy to keep this box for you as long as you should think proper, and I have also written out an acknowledgment that I hold securities of the value, at the closing prices yesterday, of £103,000 16 shillings, and he handed the paper to Mark. As the latter left the bank he looked up and down the street, and muttered an angry exclamation as he caught sight of a rough-looking fellow just turning a corner into a side street. The glance was so momentary a one that he could not say whether the man was a colored seaman, but he certainly thought that he was a Lascar. "I am going to have trouble about that bracelet," he said to himself, as he hailed a hackney coach and told him to drive to Islington.
I am convinced that the Colonel was right, and that there are some men over in this country with the fixed purpose of seeing what is done with those jewels, and obtaining them if possible. How they could tell that they were deposited at Cotter's beats me altogether. It may be indeed that they really knew nothing about it, and have simply been watching me. They can hardly have been watching me for the last 9 months, and yet, curiously enough, though I have never given the matter a thought since, Charlie Gibbons said that it was a dark-colored man who brought the news that took them to my rescue and saved my life. I have often run against Lascars, and if they have taken this trouble all along, now that they have seen me come out of the bank, I shall be watched night and day. It is a creepy sort of idea. I should not be afraid of any number of them if they attacked me openly, but there is no saying what they might do. I wish Ramoo had been here. I would have consulted him about it, but as I got a letter from him only last week saying that he had, on the day of writing it, arrived in Calcutta, it is of no use wishing that. At any rate, I cannot do better than stick to the plan that my uncle sketched out, and take them across to Amsterdam. It would be very unfair to take them to any jeweler here. He might have them in his possession for a week or 10 days before he made me any definite offer for them, and during that time I would not give a fig for his life. If I distribute the stones at Amsterdam, they would hardly set about attacking 12 diamond merchants one after another. Well, at any rate, I must say nothing about the affair to Millicent and Mrs. Cunningham. It was bad enough my running risks in the pursuit of Bastow, but this would be 10 times worse, and I know Millicent would be for letting the things remain for good at the banker's, but I have no idea of allowing myself to be frightened by 2 or 3 black scoundrels and throwing away £50,000. Mrs. Cunningham and Millicent were sitting in their bonnets in the parlor. "Here you are at last, sir," the girl said. "Another 5 minutes, and we should have gone out. You told us that you would come early, and now it is 12 o'clock, and you are generally so punctual in your appointments. What have you got to say for yourself?" "A good many things have happened since then, Millicent. Last night your friend Mr. Cotter called upon me." "Why do you say my friend? He was your friend, and it was entirely through you that we knew him at all." "Well, we will say our friend, Millicent, and he made a communication to me that this morning I had to go to Mr. Prendergast and make a communication to him." "What do you mean by your communications?" Millicent asked, laughing. You are quite mysterious, Mark." "And then I had to go," he went on, without heeding her interruption, "to Cotter's Bank, where I saw both our friend and his father, and there is the result of these communications and that interview," and he threw the paper to her. "What does it mean?" she asked in astonishment, after glancing through it. "It means, dear, that your father took exactly the precautions I thought he would take, and after sending his money and jewels home, he sent a sealed letter to the firm with whom he had deposited them, which happened to be Cotter's, with instructions that should no one present himself with the word and coin by the 18th of August, 1789, that is to say, on your 18th birthday, the envelope should be opened. It was so opened, and it contained a letter that was to be sent to my father, or, in the case of his death before that date, to his executors." "How wonderful!" the girl said. "I had quite given up all idea of it. But how is it that it came to be so much? Have they sold the jewels?" "No. You see, it is the compound interest going on for 17 years, and perhaps some rise in the value of the securities, that has doubled the original sum invested. As for the jewels, I have left them at the bank. I should not care about having £50,000 worth of such things in my rooms, and I should not think that you would like to have them here either." "Certainly not," Mrs. Cunningham said emphatically.
You did quite right, Mark. I don't think I could sleep, even if you had half a dozen of your detective friends posted round the house." "Still, I suppose we shall have a chance of seeing them," Millicent said. "Certainly. I can make an appointment with Philip Cotter for you to see them at the bank, or if I take them to a jeweler to value, you could see them there. But I should think that the bank would be the best. I am sure that Cotter would put his room at your disposal, and, of course, if you would like to have some of them for yourself, you could select any you liked, but I expect that they won't look much in their present settings. The Indian jewelers have not the knack of setting off gems. However, there is no hurry about them one way or another. The money, I have told Cotter's father, shall, for the present, remain as it is invested. It is all in the funds, Cotter said, for although the instructions were that it was to be put into good securities, he did not feel justified under the peculiar circumstances in going outside government stock. Mr. Prendergast is quite of opinion that it would be better to make no change until you came of age. I did not know whether you would wait till then. For some purpose or other you might want to use some of it." Millicent shrugged her shoulders. "I think I'd much rather have had the money I had before, Mark. All this will be a great nuisance, I am sure. I think there ought to be a law against women having more than £20,000, whether in money or in land." Mark laughed. "It would be a bad thing for spendthrift young noblemen, Millicent. How are they to pay off their debts and mortgages if there were no heiresses ready to do so in exchange for a title?" "It would be a good thing for them, I consider," the girl said indignantly. "In the first place, they would not impoverish themselves if they knew that there was no way of building up their fortune again, and in the next place, if they did ruin themselves they would have to either set to work to earn an honest living or blow out their brains, if they have any to blow out. I can assure you that I don't feel at all exultant at getting all this money, and I think that my father was quite right in wishing that I should know nothing about it until I married. But, on the other hand, I am heartily glad, more glad than I can say, Mark, that you have come into your share." "I am glad for one reason, Millicent. That is, that this must put an end to the ridiculous idea you have of giving up Crowswood. Your father has made me rich beyond anything I could possibly have expected from him. I suddenly find myself a wealthy man, and I can buy another estate for myself worth more than Crowswood if inclined to settle down as squire. Therefore your theory that I have been disappointed in not inheriting what I thought was my father's estate falls to the ground altogether. In no case would I ever have accepted your sacrifice. If you had liked to hand it over to St. Bartholomew's or Guy's Hospital, or give it away to any other charity, I would not have prevented you, but I would never have accepted it for myself. Now, thank goodness, the question cannot arise, for you must see that, even looking at the matter from a purely business point of view, I have benefited to an enormous and altogether unexpected extent by your father's will, and if any contest between us could arise it should be on the ground that he has acted unfairly to you by giving me so large a proportion of the money that, in the course of nature, you should have inherited. It was not even as if he had known and liked me, for I was but 4 years old at the time he wrote the letter saying that I was to share the money and jewels with you." "You are very obstinate and very disagreeable, Mark," she said with tears in her eyes. "I think the obstinacy has been principally on your side, Millicent, though certainly I should not think of saying that you have been disagreeable. It has been an excess of kindheartedness on your part, and you have resolutely closed your eyes to the fact that, had I been willing to take advantage of your generosity, I should have lacked the courage to do so, for I should have been pointed at wherever I went as a mean fellow who took advantage of his little cousin's romantic generosity. Pray, dear, let us say no more about it.
We are two rich young people. We have both an estate. Yours, I grant, is the larger, but if I choose I can increase mine until it is quite as large as Crowswood. We can be better friends than we have been for the last year, because this point of dispute has always stood between us and made us uncomfortable. Now you will have to think over what you would like done, and whether you wish any change made in your manner of living." "Did you tell Mr. Cotter," Millicent laughed, after a pause, "that I had a half share in the money?" "No, that was a matter for you to decide, not for me. I told him that I was only a half shareholder, but there was no necessity to say who it was who had the other half. When I was talking to Philip Cotter, the words 'my cousin' slipped out, but he did not associate it in any way with you. I might have been the son of another brother or of a sister of my father's." "In that case, then, we will certainly make no change, will we, Mrs. Cunningham?" "I think, Millicent, that Mr. Prendergast and Mark will probably be of opinion that you ought now to be introduced regularly into society. The fact that you are a rich heiress might, as your father so much wished, remain a secret, but it is one thing having this blazoned about and quite another for you to be living quietly here, where, with the exception of Mr. Cotter and a few other friends, you have no society whatever. Certainly it was not the wish of your father that you should remain unmarried. You are quite pretty and nice enough to be sought for yourself alone, and I must say that I think, now that you have finished with your various masters, it would be well that you should go out a good deal more, and that, as a first step, we should go down to Bath this year, instead of paying another visit to Weymouth, as we had arranged." "I didn't want any change at all, Mrs. Cunningham. If I am to get married, I shall be married. If I am not, I shall not fret about it." "But for all that, Millicent," Mark said, "Mrs. Cunningham is right. We quite agree that there is no occasion whatever for you to go about labeled 'a good estate and over £70,000 in cash,' but I do think that it is right that you should go into society. With the exception of Philip Cotter, Dick Chetwynd, and 2 or 3 other of my friends, you really know very few people. You have now gone out of mourning, and I think that Mrs. Cunningham's proposal that you should go down to Bath is a very good one. I shall not be sorry for a change myself, for I have been engrossed in my work for a long time now. I can go down a day or two before you, and get you comfortable lodgings, and will myself stay at a hotel. Although I have no intimate friends beyond those from Reigate, I know a large number of men of fashion from meeting them at the boxing schools and other places, and could introduce you both, and get you into society." "I am altogether opposed to the idea," Millicent said decidedly. "You want to trot me out like a horse for sale." "No, Millicent," Mark said calmly, "I only want you to have the same advantages that other girls have, neither more nor less, and for you to enjoy yourself as others do. There is nothing undignified or objectionable about that, especially as we are agreed that nothing shall be said about your fortune." "Well, we will think it over. Mr. Prendergast and I certainly do not wish to act as tyrants, and there is no occasion to come to a decision in a hurry. We have only discovered our good fortune today, and can scarcely appreciate the difference that it will make to us. We can think over what will be best at our leisure, and see if we cannot hit upon some plan that will be agreeable to you." "Thank you, Mark," she said gratefully. "I am afraid that you must think me very disagreeable and cross, but though you, as a man, may not have the same sort of feelings, I can assure you that I feel all this money and so on to be a heavy burden, and were it not for your sake, I could wish heartily that this treasure had never been discovered at all." "I can quite understand that," he said quietly. "At the present moment, even, I do not see that it will be much advantage to me, but it may be that some day I shall see it in a different light. It has come upon me almost as suddenly as it has upon you. I thought that after I had finished with the Bastow affair I should set to work to find out this treasure, and that it would probably take me out to India, occupy me there for some time, and that afterwards I might travel through other places and be away from England 3 or 4 years. Now the matter is altogether altered, and I shall be some time before I form any fresh plans. In fact, these must depend upon circumstances." Mrs. Cunningham had left the room 2 or 3 minutes before, thinking that Mark might be able to talk her charge into a more reasonable state of mind were he alone with her, and he asked, "Of one circumstance in particular?" She looked up inquiringly. "Well, Millicent, it depends a great deal upon you. I know you think that all that has happened during the past year has been a little hard upon you, and I thoroughly agree with you. You were fond of Crowswood, and were very happy there, and the change to this somewhat dull house, just at a time when you were of an age to enjoy pleasure, has been a trial. Then, too, there has been this question of the estate upon your mind. But you must remember it has been somewhat of a trial to me also. I grant that I have had plenty of occupation, which has been in every way beneficial to me, and have not at all lamented leaving the country, but in one respect it has been a trial. I don't know whether it ever entered your mind, before that sad time at home, that I was getting to care for you in a very different way to that in which I had done before. My father, I think, observed it, for he threw out a very plain hint once that he would very gladly see us coming together. However, I never spoke of it to you. I was young and you were young. It seemed to me that there was plenty of time, and that, moreover, it would not be fair for me to speak to you until you had had the opportunity of going out and seeing other men. Then came the evening before his death, when my father told me how matters really stood, and he again said there was a way by which all trouble could be obviated, but I saw that it was not so, and that the hope I had entertained must be put aside. I had never told you I loved you when I seemed to be the heir of the property, and you only the daughter of an old comrade of his. And I saw that were I to speak now, when you were the heiress, it would not but appear to you that it was the estate and not you that I wanted, and I felt my lips were sealed forever. Mr. Prendergast said that day, when he came down to the funeral, and you told him that you would not take the property, that it might be managed in another way, and you said that you did not want to be married for your money. So you see, you saw it in exactly the same light as I did. My first thought this morning, when Mr. Cotter told me that the money had mounted up to over £100,000, was that it would unseal my lips. You were still better off than I was, but the difference now was immaterial. I was a rich man, and had not the smallest occasion to marry for money. Whether I married a girl without a penny, or an heiress, could make but little difference to me, as I have certainly no ambition to become a great landowner. I still think it would have been more fair to you to give you the opportunity of seeing more of the society of the world before speaking to you, but you see, you are opposed to that, and therefore it would be the same did I wait patiently for a year, which I don't think I should be able to do. I love you, Millicent. It is only during the past 18 months, when I have thought that I had lost you, that I have known how much I love you, and how much my happiness depends upon you. I can truly say that you were penniless, it would make no shadow of difference to me. It is no longer a question of arranging matters comfortably. It is a question of love. The estate is nothing to me. It never has been anything, and it does not count at all in the scale. I hope that you will put it altogether out of your mind in giving me an answer, and that if you cannot say as truly and wholly as I do, I love you, that you will say as frankly as you have always spoken to me, I love you very much as a cousin, Mark, but not in that way. The girl had sat perfectly quiet while he was speaking. He was standing before her now, and he took one of her hands. I love you, dear. I love you with all my heart. Do you love me? Then she looked up and rose to her feet and placed both hands upon his shoulders. As you love me, so I love you, Mark. After that
Conversation languished till Mrs. Cunningham came into the room 5 minutes later. "We have come to the conclusion, Mrs. Cunningham," he said, "that there will be no necessity for the visit to Bath. Millicent is otherwise provided for. She has promised to be my wife." "I am glad, Mark, glad indeed," and she took Millicent in her arms and kissed her tenderly. "I have all along hoped for it, but I began to be afraid that you were both such obstinate young people that it would never come about. I know that your father wished it, Mark, and he told me that his brother had said it would be a good arrangement some day you should come to like each other. I have guessed for the last year, and indeed before then, that Millicent would not say no if you ever asked her, but this stupid estate seemed to stand in the way. Of course, I have even come to hope that the obstinate girl would keep to her intention, and that if, as I knew would be the case, you refused to take the estate, she would give it away to some charity. In that case, there could be nothing to prevent your speaking, and even then you would have been between you fairly equipped with this world's goods. However, the present is a far better solution, and the discovery of the treasure has saved you from 3 years' waiting before things were straightened out. I feel as if I were her mother, Mark, having had her in my charge since she was a baby, and as she grew up it became my fondest hope to see you united some day, and I think that I am almost as pleased, as my hope has been fulfilled, as you are yourselves. End of chapter 17. Recording by Nick Bulka, New Boston, New Hampshire.
Chapter 18 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bulka. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 18. After thinking over the best way in which to set about the work of carrying the diamonds to Amsterdam, Mark decided upon asking the advice of his late chief. The latter said, as Mark entered his room, "I did not expect to see you here again, Mr. Thorndyke." "Well, sir, I have come to ask your advice about another matter altogether." "What is it now?" "I have to convey a diamond bracelet of very great value across to Amsterdam. I have reasons to believe that there is a plot to seize it on the way, and that the men engaged will hesitate at nothing to achieve their object. Under these circumstances, I should be very much obliged if you will tell me what would be the best course to pursue. I must say that the bracelet is, with many other jewels, in a strong teak box of about a foot square, at present in the possession of our bankers. They were brought from India by my uncle. I imagine that the rest of the jewels are of comparatively little importance in the eyes of these men, though doubtless they would take them if they laid their hands on them. The bracelet, however, is of special interest to them, not so much for its intrinsic value as because it was stolen from one of their sacred idols. That was about 20 years ago, but I have reason to believe that the search for it on the part of some Hindus connected with the temple has never ceased. The soldier who took it was murdered. His comrade, into whose hands they next passed, was also murdered. They next came to my uncle, who forwarded it at once to England. His bungalows were searched again and again, until probably the fellows came to the conclusion that he must have either buried it or sent it away. Nevertheless, to the day of his death he was firmly convinced that he was closely followed, and every movement watched. He warned my father solemnly that he too would be watched,
but as far as we know it was not so. At any rate, we had no reason to suppose that the house was ever entered. On the other hand, I am convinced I have been watched more or less closely ever since I came up to town, and as I came out from the bank yesterday I saw a man, a colored fellow, I believe, on the watch. My uncle said that my life would not be worth an hour's purchase as long as I had the bracelet in my possession, and advised that it should be taken straight over to Amsterdam, broken up, and the diamonds sold singly to the merchants there. It is a curious story, Mr. Thorndyke. I own to ignorance of these Indian thieves and their ways, but it certainly seems extraordinary that so hopeless a quest should be kept up for so long a time. You are sure that it is not fancy on your part that you have been watched? I know you are not the sort of man to take fancies in your head, but as you have had the matter so strongly impressed upon you, you might naturally have been inclined to think this would be the case when it was not so. No, I don't think there is any chance of my being mistaken. It is only of late that I have thought about it, but when I did so and thought over what had passed since I came to London, I recalled the fact that I had very often come across foreign seamen. Sometimes they were Lascars, at others they might have been Italian or Spanish seamen. And you see, sir, it was, as I told you at the time, some foreign sailor who came and informed Gibbons that I had fallen into the hands of a gang of criminals, and that I should certainly be killed if I was not rescued immediately. Gibbons at once got together half a dozen fighting men, and, as you know, rescued me just in time. It was extraordinary that the man never came forward to obtain any reward." "That was a friendly act, Mr. Thorndyke." "Yes, I have no reason to suppose that these men would be hostile to me personally. I was not the thief, I was simply the person who happened to be in possession, or rather, might come into possession of the bracelet. From the close watch they had kept, they were, I imagine, well aware that I had not got it, but may have thought, and doubtless did think, that I had some clue to its hiding place, and should sooner or later get it. With my death, the clue might be finally lost, and my life was consequently of extreme importance to them, and therefore they took steps to have me rescued, and the fact that they learned this and knew how friendly I was with Gibbons shows how close was the watch kept over me. No doubt, had Gibbons refused to help them, they would have come here at once. Certainly, after what you say, it would seem that your conjecture is right, and in this case, if I were you, I should take the bracelet out of the case and conceal it about me. I would not fetch it myself from the bank." "I don't think I should be much safer so," said Mark thoughtfully. "In the first place, I must go to the bank to get them, and I might be murdered merely on the supposition that I had brought the bracelet away. In the next place, even if I go to Amsterdam safely and got rid of the bracelet and returned unnoticed by them, a fresh danger would arise when I got the other gems into my possession, for they could not be certain whether the diamonds were still among them or not." "I should hardly think that would be the case if they watch you as strictly as you believe. Even if none of them accompanied you, they would soon find out the diamond merchants you went to, and the leader might call upon these men, stating that he was commissioned to purchase some diamonds of exceptional value for an Eastern prince, in which case he would be sure to obtain sight of them. If I had your business to perform, I would not go near the bank again, but would send some friend I could trust to go and open the box and take out the bracelet and make it into a small parcel. He should hand it to you privately, as you are on your way to embark for Amsterdam. Then I would take with me one or two of my men, and, say, a couple of your prize fighters, and with such a guard you ought to be fairly safe." "I think that is a capital plan," Mark said, "and if I don't go to the bank there will be nothing to lead them to suppose that I have taken them out, or that I am just going across to Holland." Mark then went straight to Dick Chetwynd's lodgings. "I want you to do me a service, Dick," he said. "With pleasure, Mark. What sort of service is it?"
If it is anything in my power, you know that you can absolutely rely on me. You are not going to fight a duel, are you, and want a second? No, quite another sort of business. I will tell you shortly what it is. I have to convey an extremely valuable diamond bracelet to Amsterdam, and I have reason to believe that there will be an attempt to murder me and to carry off the jewels before I can dispose of them. It happened in this way." And he then related the history of the diamonds, the reason he was followed, and the suggestions that the chief of the Bow Street detectives had given him. "This is all right," Dick said, when he concluded. "It is rum business, but certainly I will do what you ask me, and what is more, I will go over with you to Amsterdam and see the thing through. It is an interesting business, if it is a queer one." "You know Philip Cotter?" "Of course, Mark. Why, I have met him with you several times. I will give you a note to ask him to allow you to open the case and to take from it the bracelet. I don't know whether it is a regular gold-mounted bracelet or simply some diamonds that have been fastened together as a necklace. However, I suppose you are sure to recognize them. They are together exceptional stones, and will certainly be done up in a packet by themselves, whatever the others may be. Say that you will call in and take them away some other time, of which I will give him notice by letter. I will write the note now, and if you can spare time to go there today, all the better, for I shall be glad to get the business over. Then I will come again tomorrow morning, and we will arrange the details of the plan. I will look in the shipping list, and see what vessels are sailing for Amsterdam. When we have fixed on one, it will be best for you to take our passages under any names you like, so that they are not our own. The detectives will take their passages separately, and so will Gibbons and whoever else goes with us." "I will go at once, Mark." "Don't go straight there, Dick. If these fellows are dogging my footsteps everywhere and saw me coming here, they might take it into their heads to follow you." "Oh, they can never be doing all that sort of thing. That's too much to believe. However, to please you, I will go into my club for a quarter of an hour. Shall I come round to your rooms this evening, or will you come here?" "I think we will put off our evening altogether until tomorrow morning. I have an engagement this evening that I cannot very well get out of." "All right, Mark, just as you please. What time will you come round in the morning?" "About the time you have finished breakfast. I will go now, and have a look at the shipping list." They parted at the door, and Mark went to the coffee house where shipping matters were specially attended to, and where master mariners might be met conversing together, or with ship owners or merchants. On going through the list, he found that the fast-sailing brig Essex, of 204 tons, and mounting 8 guns, would sail for Amsterdam in 3 days' time, and would take in goods for that place, and, should sufficient freight be obtained, for any other Dutch port. It was also announced that she had good accommodation for passengers. Information as to cargo could be obtained from her owners on Tower Hill, or from the captain on board, between the hours of 10 and 12. Then, in small type, it was stated that the Essex was at present lying in the outside tier, nearly opposite Anderson's Wharf. Mark made a note of all these particulars in his pocketbook, and then went to Ingleston's public house. "Morning, Mr. Thorndyke," the man said. "Haven't seen you for the last month or so." "No, I have been out of town. Do you expect Gibbons in here this morning?" "It is about his time, sir, when he has nothing particular to see about." "Like a turn with the Mollies this morning?" "Not this morning, Ingleston. I have got some engagements for the next day or two where I could not very well show myself with a black eye or a swelled nose. You have given me a good many of both." "Well, Mr. Thorndyke, when one stands up against a man who is as strong as oneself, and a mighty quick and hard hitter, you have got to hit sharp and quick too. You know my opinion, that there ain't a half-dozen men in the country could lick you if you had a proper training." "I suppose you couldn't get away for a week, or maybe 2?" he said. "Lord bless you, sir, no. Who would there be to keep order here at night? When I first came here I had not given up the ring, and I fought once or twice afterwards, but Lord bless you, I soon found that I had got either to give up the pub or the ring. As I was doing a tidy business here, I thought it best to retire. Since then business has grown. You see, boxing is more fashionable than it used to be, and there are very few nights when one don't have a dozen Corinthians in here. Sometimes there are twice as many, either to see some of the new hands put on the mauleys and judge for themselves how they are going to turn out, or maybe to arrange for a bout between some novice they fancy and one of the West countrymen. No, sir, I could not do it anyhow. I should not like to be away even for one night, though I know Gibbons would look after things for me. As for being away for a week, I could not do it for any money. No, sir, my fight with Jackson last year was the last time I shall ever go into the ring. I was a fool to go in for that, but I got taunted into it. I never thought that I should lick him, though. As you know, sir, I have licked a good many men in my time, but Jackson is an out-and-out man, and he has got a lot more science than I ever had. My only chance was that I could knock him out of time or wear him down, but he was too quick on his pins for me to do the former. Ah, Gibbons, here's Mr. Thorndyke. He wants to see you. You had best go into my room, behind the bar. Want to get hold of a fresh hand, Mr. Thorndyke? Gibbons asked when they had sat down by the fire. No, Gibbons, it is another business altogether. Have you got anything particular to keep you in town for the next fortnight? It may not be over a week, but it may be over a fortnight. No, sir, the man said, after taking 3 or 4 draws at his long pipe. No, sir, they won't want the ropes and stakes for another 3 weeks, so I am your man if you want me. What is it for, sir? Well, it is rather a curious affair, Gibbons. I have to take a very valuable bracelet over to Amsterdam to sell there, and I have very strong reasons for believing that if some fellows get an inkling of it, they will try to put me out of the way and get hold of the diamonds. I want a couple of good men to go with me. Well, sir, I should say you and me could lick a dozen ordinary chaps without thinking anything of it. I dare say we could, Gibbons, in a stand-up fight without weapons, but I fancy these fellows will not try that. They are foreigners, and the first thing they would try would be to put a dagger between my shoulders as I walked up and down on deck at night, or, more likely still, creep into my cabin and stab me while I was asleep. If the voyage were only to last one night, I might sit up, pistol in hand, but if the wind is foul, we might be a week. We are a pretty strong party. Mr. Chetwynd, you know him, is going with me. There will also be 2 runners from Bow Street, and I want you to take another good man with you. Of course, on board we shall separate. The Bow Street men will watch the passengers, and you and your mate will smoke your pipes and keep yourselves ready to join in if you see there is going to be a row. But I rather think that the passage will be a quiet one. At Amsterdam, until I have got rid of the diamonds, I certainly should not care about going out into the street after nightfall without having you close behind me. All right, sir. I should say Tom Tring would be as good a man as one could get at the job. What is the money to be, Mr. Thorndyke? Well, what do you think yourself, Gibbons? I take it you pay all expenses, sir? Yes, everything. Would 25 guineas a head be too much? No, I will do better than that. I will give you 25 guineas each when we get to Amsterdam, and I will give you another 25 each if I come back here safe and sound. Well, I call that handsome. One could not want more, and you can rely on it that Tring will jump at the offer. He has not been able to get a fight on lately, and he is rather in low water. Well, you will both get up as quiet traders. I don't know what other passengers there may be, but I don't want them to know that you belong to the fancy. I twig, sir. We will get up quiet-like. Then I want you tomorrow morning, Gibbons, to go down to Holmes and Moore, number 67 Tower Street, and take 2 first-class tickets to Amsterdam on board the Essex, which sails on Saturday. I don't know what the passage money will be, but this is sure to be enough. and we can settle accounts afterwards. You will find out what time of day she will start." "All right, Governor. I suppose you will be here again before that?" "No, I don't suppose I shall, unless there is some change in the arrangements. If, for any reason, Trigg cannot go with you, will you get somebody else instead? You are sure that you will quite understand your instructions? Here is the name and address of the people in Tower Street." "All right, sir. You may make sure that when you go down to the ship you will see the two of us on board." It needed but a few minutes at Bow Street to inform the chief of the arrangements that had been made. "I have told off Chester and Malcolm. One of them shall go down and take their tickets. Of course, they will take their passages in the fore cabin, as the danger, if there is danger, may come from there, and you will have your other two men with you aft. I fancy myself that there is hardly any chance of your being in any way troubled while on board. It will be considered that there will be a vastly greater chance of carrying out any plan they may have formed at Amsterdam than there would be on board a ship. You see, if there were any struggle whatever on board, there would be no escape for them. For myself, of course I cannot give any opinion worth having in a matter so different from anything we have to do here, and I should have unhesitatingly scoffed at the idea of anyone watching the movements of people for a long number of years in order to obtain the possession of jewels, however valuable. However, your uncle was well acquainted with the habits of Hindoos, and was not a man to be lightly alarmed. You yourself, after your year with us, should not be deceived in such a matter as being yourself followed. Under these circumstances you are quite right to take every precaution, and as you pay well for the services of our two men, even if I had no belief whatever in the existence of danger to you, I should not feel justified in refusing to let you have them." Having arranged these matters, Mark spent the rest of his time that day and the next at Islington. "I am going across to Amsterdam on Saturday with a diamond bracelet to sell there." Millicent looked at him in reproachful surprise. "Why, surely, Mark, there can be no hurry about that. I think you might have stayed a little longer before running away." "I should do so, you may be quite sure, Millicent, if I consulted my own inclinations, but I am bearing out your father's wishes. This bracelet is the most valuable of all the things he had, and I believe that it has some sort of history attached to it. He told my father that he had sent all the gems home principally to get these diamonds out of his possession. He said that as soon as my father got hold of the things, he was to take the diamonds straight over to Amsterdam and sell them there, for he considered that they were much too valuable to be kept in the house, and that it was possible that some of the Hindoos might endeavor to get possession of them. At the time he spoke, he believed that my father would, at his death, go to the bank and get the jewels, as of course he would have done if he had known where to find them. My father promised him that they would be taken to Amsterdam at once, and although so many years have passed since his death, I think I am bound to carry out that promise." "I have never been able to understand, Mark, how it was that my father, when he gave all these instructions about me and these jewels and so on, did not at the same time tell uncle where to find them." "It was a fancy of his. He was in very bad health, and he thought so much over those diamonds that it had become almost a sort of mania with him that not only was there danger in their possession, but that he was watched night and day wherever he went. He thought even, if he whispered where the hiding place was to be discovered, it might be heard. Therefore he deferred telling it until too late. Of course, all this was but a fancy on his part, although it is probable enough that the possession of the diamonds was a source of danger in India, and might have been a source of danger here had any thieves known that such valuable gems were kept in a private house or carried about. At any rate, I shall be glad to be free of the responsibility, and although, naturally, I don't like leaving you at the present time, I think it best to carry out your father's instructions at once, and to get them off my mind altogether. Dick Chetwynd is going with me, so it will be a pleasant little trip." "Well, I am glad he is going with you, Mark, for although I know well enough that they could never be watching for those diamonds to turn up all these years, I feel sure I should fidget and worry if you were alone."
"You are not going to take the others with you?" "No, only this particular bracelet. None of the others are exceptionally valuable so far as I know. At any rate, your father did not specially allude to them. I have no doubt that there are some really valuable jewels among them, for my uncle prided himself on being a judge of precious stones, and as he invested a large amount of money in them, they are, no doubt, worth a great deal. Still, I don't suppose there will be any difficulty in selling them here, and at any rate, I don't want to be delayed at Amsterdam by having to sell perhaps 50 or 100 pieces of jewelry. Any time will do for that. I fancy that I ought to be able to dispose of the bracelet in 3 or 4 days at the outside. I have got from Bow Street a list of all the principal diamond merchants in Amsterdam. That is a matter of great interest to the force, as almost all precious stones stolen in this country are sent across there, and if there is any special jewel robbery we send over a list of all the articles taken to the merchants there. As a rule, that would not prevent them dealing in them, but there are some who will not touch things that have been dishonestly come by, and we occasionally get hints that enable us to lay hands upon thieves over there." "I hate to hear you say 'the force,' Mark, just as if you were still a detective. It is bad enough that you should have belonged to it, even for the purpose you did, but you have done with it now." "Yes, but you see, it is rather difficult to get out of the habit once one has been for over a year constantly at work at such a thing. This will be my last absence on business, Millicent. Henceforward I shall be able to be always with you." "Well, now that I know what you have been doing all this time, Mark, I must admit that you have been very good to have been with us as much as you have. I often used to wonder how you passed your time. Of course, I knew that you were trying to find that man out, but it did not seem to me that you could always be at that, and I never dreamt that you had become a regular detective. I am very glad I did not know it until a short time before you gave it up. In the first place, I should have been horrified, and in the second place, I should have been constantly uneasy about you. However, as this is to be the last time, I will let you go without grumbling. By the way, Millicent, what do you wish me to say about our engagement? I don't see that there is the slightest occasion for us to keep up the farce of your being Miss Conyers any longer. You cannot be married under a false name, you know, and now that you have escaped what your father was so afraid of, we are going to be married for love and not money. I don't see why there should be any more mystery about it." "But how would you account for my having been called Conyers all this time?" "I shall simply tell the truth, that your father, having a great fear that you might be married for money, left the estate to my father, to be held by him until you came of age, and that it was at his particular request that you were brought up simply as his ward, and dropped the family name and passed by your 2 Christian names. I should say that we have all been aware for a long time of the facts of the case, and I should also say that your father had left a very large fortune in addition to the estate between us, and had expressed a hope that we should, when the time came, marry each other. The people will think that we have only married to keep the fortune together, Mark. Well, my dear, I don't suppose there are a great many people who will be interested in the matter, and those who get to know you will see at once that as far as I am concerned there was no great difficulty in falling in with your father's ideas, while, on the other hand, they may consider that you made a noble sacrifice of yourself in agreeing to the plan." "Nonsense, sir. I am not going to flatter you, as you no doubt expect, but at any rate I am perfectly content with my share of the bargain." "Well, there is one thing, Millicent. All who knew us down at Reigate will say that it is a very sensible arrangement, and will be glad to know that I shall retain the estate they have hitherto considered to be mine. Well then, do you agree to my mentioning to my intimate friends that you are my cousin and that we are engaged?" "Yes, I suppose it is the best thing, Mark, and, as you say, I must marry under my proper name, and it is just as well to get the talk over down at Reigate now, as for it all to come as a wonder when we are married." "When is that going to be, Millicent?" "Oh, I don't know. Of course it will be a long time before we even think of that." "I beg your pardon. I am thinking of it now, and I can see no reason whatever why it should be delayed. We know each other well enough, I should think, and there is no probability of our changing our minds on discovering all sorts of faults that we never dreamt in each other. I may be away for a fortnight, and I would suggest that you had better make your preparations at once, so that we can be married a fortnight after I come back." "You say there is no fear of our discovering faults in each other? I can assure you that I have just discovered a very serious fault, namely, that you are altogether too masterful, too bent upon having your own way. I know you always were so when you were a boy, but I hoped you had grown out of it. Now I see that I was altogether mistaken. Seriously, Mark, your proposal is absurd." "Where does the absurdity come in, Millicent?" "Well, everywhere," she said gravely. "Which, in the present case, means nowhere," he said. "Do you mean to tell me, Millicent, that in this town there are not 100 dressmakers, each of whom could turn you out a wedding dress and as many other garments as you could possibly require in the course of a month? Or even if that were too stupendous, that you could not divide the work among a dozen of them? Well, I don't say that it could not be done," Millicent admitted reluctantly. "Well, what other objection is there?"
"Well, you see, one does not like to be bustled in such a manner as this, Mark. One likes to think it all over and to realize it to oneself."
"Well, dear, you will have a fortnight while I am away to think and to realize as much as you like. I can see no advantage myself in waiting a single day longer than there is a necessity for. I have been for the last year coming here merely as a visitor, and I want to take possession of you and have you all to myself. I suppose Mrs. Cunningham will be coming in presently, and I will put the matter to her. If she says you cannot be ready in a month, I must give you another week. But I don't think that she will say so. By the way, how about her?"
"I was thinking of that last night, Mark. It would be very lonely for her to live by herself now, and you see she has always been as a mother to me."
"Quite so, dear, and I am sure that I should have no objection to her coming back to Crowswood and living there as a friend, and helping you in the housekeeping."
"Thank you very much, Mark. I should like that in every way. You see, I know nothing whatever about housekeeping, and besides, when you are out, it would be a great thing to have her with me, for it would be very lonely by myself in that big house."
"Well, we will have her there, by all means, dear, if she likes to come. You had better talk it over with her. Ah, here she is."
"We were just talking over the time it will take Millicent to get ready," he said, "and I shall be glad of your opinion. I have been telling her that I am going away for a fortnight, and have proposed that the marriage should come off a fortnight later. I cannot see any use in delay, and she does not either, at least I suppose not, for the only objection she has advanced is that there will be but a short time in which to get her things ready. That strikes me as being all nonsense. I could get things ready for 10 weddings in that time. What do you think?"
"I see no reason for a delay," Mrs. Cunningham said, "and assuredly a month ought to be sufficient to get everything made."
"Thank you, Mrs. Cunningham. Then we consider that settled, Millicent." "I call this tyranny, Mrs. Cunningham," Millicent protested. "He says he proposes that we shall be married in a month.
It is not a proposal at all. It is an order. If he had wanted me in such a hurry, he might have said so a year ago, and now that he has made up his mind at last, he wants everything done in a hurry. It is the nature of men, my dear. They are all alike in that respect. I think you had better make up your mind to it, especially as I have no doubt in this case the order is not an unpleasant one." "You are too bad, Mrs. Cunningham," Millicent said. "I am sure that I should find you on my side, and it seems you have gone over altogether to the enemy." "Where are you going to?" asked Mrs. Cunningham of Mark. "I am going across to Amsterdam to sell that bracelet. My uncle expressed a particular wish to my father that he should do so immediately it came into his possession. Dick Chetwynd is going over with me, and if the weather is fair it will be a pleasant trip." "Where are you thinking of going after the marriage?" "We have not talked it over yet. My own idea is that, as neither of us has been abroad, we might as well take this opportunity for seeing something of the Continent. Of course we cannot go to France, things are in too disturbed a state there, but we might go to Brussels, and then into Germany, and perhaps as far as Vienna, and then down into Italy. But of course, if Millicent prefers it, we will simply take a tour through England and Scotland." "Oh, I am glad that I am to have some voice in the matter," Millicent said. "However, I should like the tour you propose very much, Mark. I have often thought that I should like to see Italy above all places." "Well, then, we will consider that settled. And now, what are you going to do for today?" End of chapter 18. Recording by Nick Bulka, New Boston, New Hampshire.
Chapter 19 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bulka. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 19. The Essex was to sail at 11 o'clock. Half an hour before that time, Mark's hackney coach drew up at the wharf. 10 minutes later, Dick Chetwynd, who had, like Mark, driven by a circuitous route and made several stoppages, joined him, and as they shook hands, slipped a parcel into his hand. And this Mark at once pocketed and buttoned his coat up tightly. Then, hailing a boat, they went on board together. They had sent their luggage on the previous evening. On getting on board, Mark saw the two prize fighters walking up and down the deck aft. They were quietly dressed, and, save for their size, would have attracted no attention, and would have been taken for two countrymen on their way to Holland on business. The two detectives were seated forward, their appearance being that of two quiet businessmen, commercial travelers or small traders. The two friends first went below and saw to the cabin which they were to share, and found their luggage was all there. Then they returned on deck. 4 or 5 other passengers were standing watching the last bales of goods coming on board. The tide was just on the turn, and a quarter of an hour later the warps were thrown off and some of the sails hoisted, and the Essex began to move through the water. "Look there, Dick!" Mark exclaimed. "Do you see that boat lying on its oars in the middle of the stream? That man sitting in the stern is a foreigner, either from southern Europe or from India." "He certainly is a dark man, Mark. Still, that may only be a coincidence." "It is rather a curious one," Mark said. "We are too far off to see his features, but he is apparently watching us off. There, the oars are dipping in the water. Now he sees that we are fairly under way." "Well, Mark, I shall begin to think that you are right. I am bound to say that hitherto I thought that it was ridiculous to suppose that you could have been watched as you thought, and that you had got those diamonds on your brain till you had really become fanciful. However, It certainly looks as if you were right. But even if you were, how on earth could they have found out that we were going by this ship?" "That is more than I can tell. If they have been watching me, they must have known that I was intimate with you. They have seen me come out of Cotter's Bank, and afterwards into your lodgings. They would feel sure that I had heard that there would be danger connected with the diamonds, and might suppose that I should get some friend to take them from the bank, and may have followed your movements as well as mine. In that case, they would have found out that you also went to Cotter's Bank, may have followed you to Tower Street, and found out that you had taken passage for two to Amsterdam. They may again have seen you go to the bank this morning, and have guessed that you had the diamonds about you, and then seeing us together on the wharf would feel pretty certain that it was so. One of them may have hired that boat and watched the Essex to see that neither of us went on shore again. Now they see that we are off they will know that their game is up," Chetwynd said. "I am not so sure of that, Dick. There are craft going every day to Antwerp and Flushing, and for anything we know some of them may be on board a craft already dropping down like ourselves by this tide. But even if we had 12 hours' start, by landing, say at Flushing, they would have time to cross by land to Amsterdam and get there before us." "Yes, I suppose they would. Anyhow, it is pretty certain that we shall not be troubled on the voyage." "Yes, I never thought there was much danger of that, because even if they were on board they would see that you and I, being always together, could not be got rid of without an alarm being given. Not until they were passing Greenwich did either of the detectives come near Mark. Then, as he and Dick were standing by the bulwarks, looking at the hospital, Chester strolled across the deck, and, pointing to the building as if asking him some question about it, said: "There is a colored man forward, dressed as a sailor." "Is that so?" Mark said. "I see no one aft here who looks suspicious, and I don't think they will try anything till we get to Amsterdam. There was a colored man in a boat watching us as we set sail." "I saw him, sir." "Can he get to Amsterdam before us?" "Yes, I have no doubt he can. If he lands at Flushing or Antwerp, and takes a post chaise or diligence, I should say he could get there 24 hours before us. Certainly he could do so if he landed at The Hague, as we have to go a long way around to get into the Zuyder Zee. That is where the real danger will be. Still, you had better keep a sharp lookout on the man forward." No more was said. Mark was not long in getting into conversation with the other passengers aft, and later on strolled forward with Dick, asking the sailors some questions as to what sort of passage they were likely to have, and how the wind suited. The men agreed that unless the wind shifted they would not be likely to make a quick passage. "The wind is northeasterly," one of the men said. "We can only just lay our course now, and it will be dead against us in some of the reaches. Still, I think we shall manage to make down to sea with only a tack or two, but when we are once fairly out of the river it will be a long leg and a short one, and going up round the Texel it will be dead against us, except that it would be a bit worse if it had a little more east in it. It is about as foul a wind as we could have, and I don't see any sign of a change. Worse luck." Presently, moving about among them, he got next to Gibbons. "I don't think we shall have any trouble on board," he said. "If there is any, it will be after we have landed, but you can keep an eye on that foreign sailor standing alone there up in the bows." "All right, sir. If you like, I can manage to get into a quarrel with him, and can warrant that he won't get out of his berth before it is time to go ashore. No, I would leave him alone, Gibbons. As long as he is forward he can do no harm, but if you see him working his way aft after it gets dark, it will do him no harm if you manage to stumble against him and give him a clout on the head." "All right, sir. If I hit him once he won't want another. The fellow seems quiet enough, and as far as strength goes he don't look stronger than a girl." After chatting for some time longer, Mark and Dick Chetwynd went aft again. The Essex did not put into any intermediate port, and it was only on the 6th day after sailing that they approached Amsterdam.
The voyage had passed off without any incident, except that at 9 o'clock one evening there had been a slight noise on deck and the sound of a fall. The friends went up at once. Several of the sailors had run aft, and Gibbons was explaining matters to them. "I was walking up and down the deck," he said, "when I saw this chap staring down into the skylight, and I said to him, 'I don't call it good manners to be prying down into your betters' cabin.' He did not answer me or move, so I gave him a push, when he turned upon me like a wild cat, and drew his knife from his girdle. There it is, on the other side of the deck. As I did not want daylight put into me, I just knocked him down." "Served him right," one of the sailors said. "He had no right to come aft at all, and if he drew his knife on you, you were quite right in laying him out. But you must have hit him mighty hard, for you have knocked the life pretty near out of him. Well, we may as well carry him forward and throw a bucket of water over him. That is the worst of these foreign chaps. They are always so ready with their knives. However, I don't think he will be likely to try his hand on an Englishman again." Mark and his friend went below again. In the morning Mark asked one of the sailors if the foreigner was much hurt. "Well, he is a good bit hurt, sir. That big chap looks as strong as a bullock, and his blow has flattened the foreign chap's nose. He cannot see out of his eyes this morning, and is keeping his bunk. They cannot stand a blow, these foreign chaps, but I don't suppose that any of us would have stood such a blow as that without feeling it pretty heavy. The man who hit him is quite sorry this morning that he hit him quite so hot, but as he says, when a fellow draws a knife on you, you have not got much time for thinking it over, and you have got to hit quick and hard. I told him he needn't be sorry about it. I consider when a fellow draws a knife that hanging ain't too bad for him, whether he gets it into a man or not." There was a growl of assent from 2 or 3 sailors standing round, for in those days the use of a knife was almost unknown in England, and was abhorrent to Englishmen, both as being cowardly and unfair, and as being a purely foreign crime. "It will be dark before we get alongside," Mark said to the 2 detectives. "Do you 2 walk first. We will keep just behind you, and the others shall follow as close as they can keep to us. If anyone is looking out for us, they will see that we are a strong party, and that it would be no good to attack us, for even if they were to stab me it would not be possible to search me for the diamonds when I am with a party like this." It was indeed quite dark when the brig brought up outside a tier of vessels lying by the wharf. A few oil lamps burning by the quay showed that there were a good many people still sauntering about. The party waited until the rest of the passengers had landed. They learned from one of those who knew the place that the hotel to which they were going was but 300 or 400 yards away, and obtained directions how to find it. "Now we will go," Mark said. "Gibbons, you had better keep a sharp lookout on your own account. That fellow you knocked down may try to put a knife into you." "I will keep a sharp lookout, sir, never you fear." "I think, Tring, you had better watch Gibbons. He is in more danger than I am. Have you seen the man go on shore?" "Yes, he was the very first to cross onto the next vessel," Tring said. The loungers on the quay had gathered together to watch the passengers as they left the ship, and by the dim light from one of the oil lamps it could be seen that the majority of them were of the roughest class. As they were passing through them, a man with a cry of rage sprang at Gibbons with an uplifted knife. Tring's fist struck him under the ear as he was in the act of striking, and he fell like a log. There was a cry of "Down with them!" and a rush of a score of men, most of whom were armed with heavy bludgeons. The party was at once broken up. Heavy blows were exchanged, the 2 pugilists rolling their assailants over like ninepins, but receiving several heavy blows from their assailants' clubs. A rush of 5 or 6 men separated Mark from the others. Those in front of him he struck down, but a moment later received a tremendous blow on the back of the head which struck him to the ground unconscious. His companions were all too busy defending themselves against the assailants to notice what had been done, and as the attack had taken place in the center of the roadway behind the quay, there was no lamp, and the fight was taking place in almost total darkness.
By this time many people had run up at the sound of the fray. A minute later there was a cry that the watch were coming, and 4 or 5 men with lanterns emerged from one of the streets leading down to the quays, and hurried towards the spot. The fight at once ceased. The men who had attacked mingled with the crowd, and when the watch came up they found the 5 Englishmen clustered together and 10 or 12 men lying on the ground. The instant that the fight had ceased, Dick Chetwynd asked, "Where's Mr. Thorndyke?" No answer was given. The other 4 men simultaneously uttered exclamations of alarm. The crowd was thinning fast as the watch came up. "What is this all about?" one of them asked in Dutch. "Do any of you speak English?" Dick asked. "I do," one of them said. "We landed 5 minutes ago from that craft," continued Dick, "and as we came across we were attacked by a band of ruffians. An Englishman, one of our party, is missing." "Whose bodies are these?" the watchman asked, raising his lantern and pointing to them. "Perhaps Mr. Thorndyke is among them," Dick Chetwynd said. The fallen figures were examined by the light of the lanterns. Mark was not among them. The watchmen uttered an exclamation of astonishment as they looked at the men's faces. "What did you strike them with?" the one who spoke first asked. "Struck them with our fists, of course," Gibbons said. "They will do well enough. You need not bother about them. They will come round again presently. The question is, where is Mr. Thorndyke?" The whole of the lookers-on had dispersed, each fearing that he might be charged with taking part in the outrage. "This is a very serious matter," Chetwynd said. "We have every reason to believe that the attack was premeditated, for the gentleman who is missing was known to have some valuables on him. All these fellows ought to be taken and locked up and made to give an account of themselves. We are going to the Hotel de Holland, where you can find us at any time. I dare say some of these scoundrels are known to you, and that may give you a clue as to where Mr. Thorndyke is. I have but little hope that he will be found alive. No doubt he has been stabbed and his body carried off so that they can search his clothes at their leisure. We came in a strong party to prevent the risk of an attack upon Mr. Thorndyke. Here is my card. It is of no use our attempting to search by ourselves, but if you will get these fellows taken to the watch house and will call at the hotel, we will join your party and help you to search the places you think he has most likely been taken to. I think, sir, you had better come with me to the watch house and see the lieutenant and tell him what has happened. I will just take my friends to the hotel and shall be back from there before you have got men to take these fellows away. If you go to one of the ships and borrow a bucket, empty it over each of them. You will find that will bring them to." As soon as they arrived at the hotel, Dick ordered a private sitting room and 5 bedrooms. "We have made a terrible mess of this, lads," he said gloomily. "I don't say that it is any of our faults, but it is a horrible affair. I have not the least doubt that Mr. Thorndyke has been killed, and it is no satisfaction to us that we have pretty nearly done for a dozen of these scoundrels. I would not have had it happen for £100, nor 1,000, sir. If there had been daylight we could have licked a score of them in spite of their bludgeons, but they came with such a rush at us that we got separated before we knew where we were. I don't think that it was our fault. I feel as much ashamed as if I had thrown in the sponge in the ring at the end of the first round. To think that we had come over here, 4 of us and yourself, sir, on purpose to take care of Mr. Thorndyke, all well save a few knocks with a few sticks, and Mr. Thorndyke killed and carried off before we have been on shore 5 minutes. A better young fellow I never put on the gloves with," and Gibbons passed the back of his hand across his eyes. "Well, I must be off now," Chetwynd said. "I feel heartbroken over it. I have known him since we were boys together, and what makes it worse is that only 3 days ago he became engaged to be married. How are we going to take the news back, God only knows." As he hurried down the street towards the wharf he saw a number of lanterns coming toward him, and 10 or 12 watchmen came along escorting the prisoners, many of whose faces were covered with blood. Then came 4 other watchmen carrying a body on a stretcher. "One of them is dead," the watchman who had before spoken said to Dick. "A foreign seaman, a Lascar, I should say, from his color. We found an open knife by his side." "That is the man who began the fray," Chetwynd said. "He was on the point of stabbing one of my companions when another hit him under the ear." "What?" the watchman said. "He must have been hit like the kick of a horse. All these prisoners seem to have been struck but once. 2 of them cannot speak. I think their jaws are broken. 4 of them have broken noses, and another has all his front teeth knocked out, while the others are nearly as bad." "I see you have brought with you some of their bludgeons," Dick said, pointing to one of the watchmen carrying a great bundle of sticks over his shoulder. "Yes, sir, 23 of them. It certainly seems to show that it was a planned thing. Most of these fellows' faces are so bruised that I cannot say who they are at present, but 2 or 3 are known as the worst ruffians in the city, and I have no doubt we shall find that they all belong to the same gang." By this time they had arrived at the watch house, a building of considerable size. The prisoners were first lodged in a strong room with barred windows and very heavy doors, and then the watchman went with Chetwynd to the lieutenant's room. The officer had just returned, having hurried down with a reinforcement to the wharf as soon as he had heard of the fray, and tried to obtain some information from the people who had gathered round. Attracted by the lanterns of the watch, he had already learned from the watchmen all they knew about the affair. As he spoke English well, he at once addressed Dick. "This is a serious affair, sir." "A very serious affair, for, indeed, I am afraid that my dearest friend has been murdered." "Will you kindly give me the particulars?" the officer said, sitting down to the table with a pen in his hand. Dick Chetwynd told him the story of how Mr. Thorndyke, having some very valuable jewels that he wished to dispose of, and believing that he would be attacked by a band of robbers, had asked him to accompany him, and had brought 4 detective officers and pugilists to protect him against any sudden attack. "Ah, that accounts for the terrible blows that these fellows received," the officer said. "And your friend, was he a strong man?" "He was a man exceptionally strong, and a match for either of the pugilists that he brought over. I have no doubt that he was stabbed, though of course he might have been brought down by a blow from one of the bludgeons. He must have been completely insensible when carried off. The watchman here tells me that 3 or 4 of these ruffians are known, and perhaps if you will give orders for the blood to be washed off the others' faces, some more may be recognized, and prove an aid in enabling you to form an idea where Mr. Thorndyke has been carried. I trust that you will send out a party to search for him. I and the 4 men with me will gladly join them, and may be of use if any resistance is offered." The lieutenant at once gave orders to the watchmen to go down and see that the prisoners all washed their faces. As soon as he returned with the report that this was done, the officer went down with Dick Chetwynd to examine them. 3 or 4 of the men with lanterns also went in. 8 out of the 11 men were recognized. The other 3, whose features were so swollen that they could not see out of their eyes, could not be made out, but their companions, on being questioned, gave their names. They all belonged to a gang of wharf thieves and plunderers. They live in a slum near the water. I will have men posted in the lanes leading to it, and will myself go with you to see that a search is made of every house, but first I will try to find out from these fellows where he was to be taken. Now, my men," he said, "any one of you who will tell me where one of the party you attacked was to be taken to will find things made easy for him at his trial." None of the men spoke for a minute. Then one said, "We know nothing about it. How should we, when we were all knocked stupid?" "No, but you might know where he was to be taken." "I know nothing about that. We all got word to mind we were on the wharf when a brig that was coming up came alongside, and that we were to have 100 francs each for attacking some passengers as they landed. 6 of them came along together, and one said, 'These are the men.' A black sailor came up first and spoke to 2 or 3 in some foreign language. I don't know who the men were, it was too dark to see their faces. It was one of them who gave the order. It seemed an easy job enough when there were 25 of us with heavy sticks, but it didn't turn out so. I only know that I hit one big fellow a blow that ought to have knocked him down, and the next moment there was a crash, and I don't know anything more about it until a lot of water was thrown over me and one of the watch helped me to my feet. I don't know whether the others know more than I do,
but I don't think they do." All the others protested at once that they were equally ignorant. They had gone to earn 100 francs. They had been told that the money was all right, but who found it or who were the men to be attacked they had not the least idea. "How was it that you had all these bludgeons? There were no knives found on any of you." The man who spoke before said, "The order was no knives, and before we went down to the wharf each of us was searched and a stick given to us. I suppose from that whoever paid for the job didn't want blood to be shed. It suited us well enough, for it was a job there was sure to be a row over, and I don't suppose any of us wanted to put his head in a noose. I know that we all said to each other as we went out that it did not want such sticks as we had to give a man a thrashing, but the man who hired us, whoever he was, knew his customers better than we did." The officer translated the man's words as they were spoken to Dick, and on hearing the last speech the latter said, "Then there is still hope that Thorndyke may only have been stunned. That is a greater reason for our losing no time in looking for him, for I am afraid that they won't hesitate to kill him when they have got him hidden away." "I expect," the lieutenant said, "they thought that if any of the watch came upon them as they were carrying him off, they might be at once arrested if it was found that they were carrying a dead man, whilst if he were only stunned they would say that it was a drunken comrade who had fallen and knocked his head against something. I agree with you, sir. We had better start on our search at once. Will you pass the Hotel de Holland? If not, I will run and bring my men. Yes, I will go that way. It will be no further." Dick walked on fast. "We have no news of him," he said as he entered the room where the 4 men were anxiously awaiting him, "but we and the watch are now going to search the slums where the men who were taken prisoners all live. Come down now, and I will tell you what I have learned before the others come up." "There is reason for believing that he was not stabbed," he went on, as they reached the street, "for the men all say they were armed only with clubs, and that the strictest orders were given that none were to carry knives, therefore there is little doubt that he was at the time only stunned, but I am bound to say that this gives me very small ground for hoping that we may find him alive. I fear they only stunned him so that they might carry him safely to their haunts, for if stopped they could say that it was a drunken comrade who had fallen and hurt himself. I fear that when they get him to one of their dens they will make short work of him. Therefore it is clear that there is not a moment to be lost. Ah, here comes the watch." There were 8 men with the lieutenant. "I have already sent off 10 others," he said as he joined Chetwynd, "to watch the lanes, and let no one go in or out. I thought it best not to lose a moment about that, for when the men see that we have learned from the others where the gang came from, and have closed the avenues of escape, they will hesitate about murdering their prisoner if he was still alive when my men got there." In a quarter of an hour they arrived at the end of a narrow lane, where 2 watchmen were standing with lanterns. "Have you seen or heard nothing?" the lieutenant asked him. "No, sir, we have not seen a man moving in the lane." "There is just one hope that we might be in time," the lieutenant said as he went on down the lane, "and that is that the fellows when they gather will be so dismayed at finding that nearly half their number are missing, and knowing that some of them are pretty sure to make a clean breast of it, they will hesitate to complete their crime. It is one thing to rob a man in the streets, quite another to murder him in cold blood. There is likely to be a good deal of difference of opinion among them, some of the more desperate being in favor of carrying the thing through, but others are sure to be against it, and nothing may have been done. You may be sure that the sight of my men at the end of the lanes will still further alarm them. I have no doubt the news that we have surrounded the district has already been circulated, and that if alive now he is safe, for they will think it is better to serve a year or 2's imprisonment than to be tried for murder. We are sure to make some captures, for it is probable that several of the others will bear marks of the fight. Each man we take we will question separately. One or other of them is pretty safe to be ready to say where your friend was taken to, if I promise him that he shan't be prosecuted." Every house in the district was searched from top to bottom.
6 men, with cut and bruised faces, were found shamming sleep, and were separately questioned closely. All declared that they knew nothing whatever of anyone being carried there. "It is of no use your denying your share in the affair," the lieutenant said. "Your comrades have confessed that there were 25 of you hired to carry out this, and that you have received 100 francs each. Now, if this gentleman is not found, it will be a hanging matter for some of you, and you had better tell all that you know. If you will tell us where he is, I will promise you shan't be included in the list of those who will be prosecuted." The reply, although put in different words, was identical with that of the prisoners. "We had nothing to do with carrying him off. We were hired only to knock the men down who were pointed out to us. Not a word was said about carrying them off. He may have been carried off, that we cannot say, but he has certainly not been brought here, and none of us had anything to do with it." Morning was breaking before the search was concluded. The detectives, accustomed as they were to visit the worst slums of London, were horrified at the crowding, the squalor, and the misery of the places they entered. "My opinion, Mr. Chetwynd," Gibbons growled, "is that the best thing to do would be to put a score of soldiers at the end of these lanes, and then to burn the whole place down, and make a clean sweep of it. I never saw such a villainous looking crew in all my life. I have been in hopes all along that some of them would resist. It would have been a real pleasure to have let fly at them." "They are a villainous set of wretches, Gibbon, but they may not all be criminals." "Well, I don't know, sir, but I know that if I were on a jury, and any of the lot were in the dock, I should not want to hear any evidence against them. Their faces are enough to hang them." At last the search was over, and they were glad indeed when they emerged from the lanes and breathed the pure air outside, for all the Englishmen felt sick at the poisonous air of the dens they had entered. The prisoners, as they were taken, had been sent off to the watch house. "I begin to think that the story these fellows tell is a true one, Mr. Chetwynd," the lieutenant said, "and that they had nothing to do with carrying your friend off. In the first place, they all tell the same story. That in itself would not be much, as that might have been settled beforehand. But it is hardly likely that one of the lot would not have been ready to purchase his life by turning on the others. There is very little honor among thieves, and as they know that we have taken their mates, for no doubt we were watched as we marched them up to town, they would make sure that someone would turn traitor, and would think they might as well be beforehand. I fancy that the men, whoever they are, who hired this gang to attack you, carried out that part of the business themselves." "I am afraid that is so," Dick agreed, "and I fear in that case that he is in even worse hands than if these ruffians here had taken him. Well, sir, can you furnish us with any clue?" "The only clue is that they were most probably dark men. That man who was killed was undoubtedly one of them. I should say that they would probably got up as foreign sailors. Well, that is something to go upon, at any rate. I will send round men at once to all the places by the quays where sailors board, and if 3 or 4 of them have been together at any place we are sure to hear of it, and the moment I have news I will send to your hotel." "Thank you. I don't see that we can be of any use at present, but you will find us ready to turn out again the moment we hear you have news." When the party returned to the hotel they sat talking the matter over for upwards of an hour. All were greatly discouraged, for they had little hope indeed of ever learning what had become of Mark. As they had started out, Dick had told the night porter that he could not say what time they might return, but that before the house closed he must have a couple of bottles of spirits and some tumblers sent up to their sitting room, together with some bread and cold meat, for that they might not return until morning, and would need something before they went to bed, as they had had nothing since their dinner at 1 o'clock. "It wants something to take the taste of the place out of one's mouth," Tring said to Dick, as directly they entered he poured some spirits into the glasses. "I feel as queer as if I had been hocussed." All, indeed, were feeling the same,
and it was not until they had eaten their supper and considerably lowered their spirits in the 2 bottles that they began to talk. The 2 detectives were the principal speakers, and both of these were of opinion that the only shadow of hope remaining rested upon Mark himself. "Unless they finished him before he came round," Malcolm said, "they would find him an awkward customer to deal with. Mr. Thorndyke has got his head screwed on right, and if, as you say, they are Indians, Mr. Chetwynd, I should think that if he once comes fairly round, unless he is tied up, he will be a match for them, even with their knives. That is the only chance I can see. Even if the watch do find out that 3 or 4 foreign sailors have been at one of the boarding houses and did not turn up last night, I don't think we shall be much nearer. They will probably only have carried him some distance along the wharf, got to some quiet place where there is a big pile of wood, or something of that sort, and put a knife into him, searched for the diamonds, which you may be sure they would find easily enough wherever he had hidden them, and then make off, most likely for Rotterdam or The Hague. They could be at either of these places by that time, and will mostly likely divide the diamonds and get on board different craft, bound for London or Hull, and indeed any other port, and then ship for India. From what Mr. Thorndyke said, they did not want the diamonds to sell, but only to carry back to some temple from which they were stolen 20 years ago. Chester was of precisely the same opinion. I am afraid, Mr. Chetwynd," he added, as they rose to go to their rooms for 2 or 3 hours' sleep, "the only news that we shall get in the morning is that Mr. Thorndyke's body has been found." End of chapter 19. Recording by Nick Bulka, New Boston, New Hampshire. Chapter 20 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bulka. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 20. At 10 o'clock a constable came with a message from the lieutenant to Mr. Chetwynd that he would be glad if he would come down to the watch-house. Dick did not wake the others, but, freshening himself up by pouring a jug of water over his head, went at once with the constable. "Have you news?" he asked eagerly as he entered. "Yes, the men returned an hour ago. At 4 of the houses they went to, a foreign sailor had been lodging there for the last day or so, but yesterday afternoon all had paid their reckoning and left. Then the idea struck me that it would be as well to ask if they had been seen on the quays, and I sent off a fresh batch of men to make inquiries. A quarter of an hour ago one of them came back with the news that he had learned from a sailor that he had noticed a dark-colored foreigner, whom he took to be a Lascar sailor, talking to a boatman, and that they had rowed off together to a barge anchored a short way out. He did not notice anything more about him. Now, I should not be at all surprised if the fellow went off to arrange with the bargeman for a passage for himself and 4 or 5 comrades to some port or other. It might be anywhere. It would make no difference to them where the barge was bound for. No doubt he saw the man again, after the brig was sighted, and told him that they should come on board soon after it got dark, and told him to have the boat at the stairs. You see, in that case, they might not have carried Mr. Thorndyke above 50 yards. They would probably get him on board as one of their party who had been drunk. The barge, no doubt, got under way about 9 o'clock, which is the hour the tide was high last night, and during the night the Indians could easily drop your friend overboard, and may even have done so before they even got under way, which would have been the easiest thing to do. There would have been no one at the helm, and they could have chosen a moment when the crew, probably only 3, were below. I am afraid that this is not a cheering lookout,
but I have little doubt that it is the correct one. I have told my men to find out what barge was lying at the spot the sailor pointed out, and if we discover her name, which we are likely to be able to do, there will be no difficulty in finding out to whom she belongs and where she was bound for. Then we can follow it up, though there is little likelihood of our finding the murderers still on board." "Thank you very much for the pains that you are taking, sir," Dick said. "I am afraid that there is no shadow of hope of finding my poor friend alive. I have no doubt that the thing has happened exactly as you suggest. The whole course of the affair shows how carefully it was planned, and I have no hope that any scruple about taking life would be felt by them for a moment. I will go back to the hotel, and I shall be obliged if you will let me know as soon as you obtain any clue as to the barge." An hour and a half later the officer himself came round to the room where Dick Chetwynd and the two pugilists were sitting. The detectives had started out to make inquiries on their own account, taking with them a hanger-on at the hotel who spoke English. "The barge's name was the Julie," he said. "She has a cargo on board for Rotterdam." "I think the best thing would be to take a carriage and drive there at once," Dick said. "You can do that, sir, but I don't think you will be there before the barge. They have something like 18 hours' start for you, and the wind has been all the time in the east. I should say that they would be there by 8 o'clock this morning." "No, I don't suppose that it would be of any use, but at least it would be doing something. I suppose we could be there in 4 hours?" "From that to 5, and even if the barge were delayed, and you got there first, which is very unlikely, I do not think that there would be the remotest chance of finding those villains on board. I reckon they would, as we agreed, launch the body overboard even before they got under way here, and they may either have landed again before the craft got under way, pretending that they had changed their minds, and then walked across to The Hague or to Haarlem, or have gone on with the barge for 2 hours, or even until daybreak. If by that time they were near Rotterdam, they may have stayed on board till they got there. If not, they may have landed and finished the journey on foot, but they would certainly not have stopped on board after 6 or 7 o'clock this morning. They would calculate that possibly we might get on their track at an early hour this morning and set out in pursuit at once. However, it will doubtless be a satisfaction to you to be moving, and at least you will be able to overhaul the barge when you get to Rotterdam, and to hear what the boatmen say. The chances are that they will not even have noticed that one of the men who came on board was missing. The men may very well have made up a long bundle, carried it on shore with them, or 3 of them may have carried a 4th ashore, and in the dark bargemen were unlikely to have noticed that the number was less than when they came on board. However, it will be something for you to find out when and where the fellows landed. Yes, I should certainly like to lay hands on them, though I am afraid we should find it very hard to prove that they had anything to do with this affair." "I think that also, Mr. Chetwynd. Morally, we may feel absolutely certain, but unless the boatmen noticed that one of their number was missing when they landed, we have at present no evidence to connect them with it. We will set out as soon as my other 2 men return. I told them to be back soon after 12. I will write to you this evening from Rotterdam. Ah, here are the men." The door opened, and, to the stupefaction of the party, Mark Thorndyke entered the room. "Good heavens, Mark!" Dick exclaimed, springing forward and seizing his hand. "Is it really you, alive in the flesh? We had given you up for dead. We have been searching the town for you all night, and were just going to set out for Rotterdam in search of a barge on which we believed you were carried. Why, it seems almost a miracle." The 2 prize fighters also came forward and shook hands with a pressure that would have made most men shrink. "I am as glad, Mr. Thorndyke," Gibbon said, "as if anyone had given me £1,000. I have never quite given up hope, for as I said to Mr. Chetwynd, if you got but a shadow of a chance, you would polish off those nigger fellows in no time, but I was afraid that they never would give you a chance. Well, I am glad, sir. Mark, this is the lieutenant of the watch here, Dick said. He has been most kind, and has himself headed the search that has been made for you all night. Now, tell us all about it. First of all, give me something to drink, for, except for water, I have had nothing since dinner yesterday. You are right, Dick. It is almost a miracle, even to me, that I am here. I would not have given a penny for my chance of life, and I can no more account for the fact that I am here than you can. Mark drank off a tumbler of weak spirits and water that Gibbons poured out for him. Chetwynd rang the bell and ordered lunch to be brought up at once. Just at this moment the two detectives came in, and were astonished and delighted at finding Mark there. Now, he said, I will tell you as much as I know, which is little enough. When I came to my senses, I found myself lying on the deck of a craft of some sort. It was a long time before I could at all understand how I got there. I think it was the pain from the back of my head that brought it to my mind that I must have been knocked down and stunned in that fight. For some time I was very vague in my brain as to that, but it all came back suddenly, and I recalled that we had all got separated. I was hitting out, and then there was a crash. Yes, I must have been knocked down and stunned, and I could only suppose that there in the darkness and confusion I had been carried off and taken on board without any of you missing me. My hands and feet were tied, and there was something shoved into my mouth that prevented me from speaking. I should think that it must have been an hour before I quite recovered my senses, and got the thing fairly into my mind. Then a man with a knife leant over me, and made signs that if I spoke he would stab me, and another took the gag out of my mouth and poured some water down my throat and then put it back in again. I saw that he was a dark-colored man, and then I understood it all. It was these Hindoos who had got up the attack upon us and had carried me off. I had no doubt they had got the diamonds I had sewn up in the waistband of my trousers. I wondered why they were keeping me, but was sure they would stab me presently and throw me overboard. I knew that they had killed 2 soldiers for the sake of the diamonds, and if it hadn't been that they had given me the water, I should not have had a shadow of a doubt about my fate. I puzzled over why they should have done so, and came to the conclusion that they dared not do it on board, because of the crew, and that they intended to take me on shore somewhere and then dispose of me. I made many attempts to loosen my ropes, but they would not give the slightest. At last I think I dozed off for a time. After I had had the water, they drew a blanket or something of that sort over me. It had been there before, but it had only been pulled up as high as my nose, and I felt sure that it was only done to prevent the Dutchmen on the boat from seeing that I was bound and gagged. This time they pulled it right over my face. When they took it off again, I could see it was nearly morning, for there was a faint light in the sky. They were moving about on the deck, and presently I saw one of the sailors get into the boat and pull it along, hand by hand, by the rail until he was close to me. Then 4 Lascar sort of chaps, I could scarcely make out their features, lifted me and lowered me into the boat and got in themselves. I did not attempt to struggle. No doubt they had made up some tale that I was mad or something of that sort, and I thought that I had best pretend to be quiet and peaceable till I could see some sort of a chance of making a fight for it. It was but a few yards from the shore. The man lifted me out onto the bank, and the sailor then started to row back to the barge. They carried me a few yards away, and then laid me face downward on some grass. Now, I thought to myself, it is all over. They are going to stab me and make off. To my surprise, I felt they were doing something, I could not make out what, to the ropes. Then there was quiet. I lay there, I should think, for half an hour, wondering why on earth they did not finish me. At last I made up my mind to move, and turned round on my back. As I lay there I could see no one, and raising my head, looked round. To my amazement, I found I was alone. It was now almost light, and as I craned my head in all directions, I assured myself that they had gone. Then I began to try again at the ropes. To my surprise, I found that they were much looser than they were before, although still tight enough to give me nearly an hour's work before I got my hands free. Then it took me almost as long to get the ropes off my legs, for they had knotted them in such a fearfully intricate way that it was a long time before I could even discover where the ends were. At last I finished the job, stood up, and looked round. A quarter of a mile off there was a good-sized town, but not a soul could I see. Till now I had hardly thought of the diamonds. I put my hands to my waistband, and found, as I expected, that they were gone. I think I felt nothing but pleasure. The confounded things had given trouble enough, and I was well rid of them. Why they should have spared my life I could not imagine. If they had finished me, which they could have done without any risk to themselves when they got me ashore, they could have gone off with the diamonds without the slightest fear of pursuit, while now there was, of course, a chance that I might follow and recognize them. "Would you know them again?" the lieutenant interrupted. "Not in the slightest. It was light enough to see that they were dark, but from the time the boat came along the blanket was over my head, and except when they gave me the water I had no chance of seeing any of their features. Still, if I had gone straight to the town I saw and reported the matter to the authorities and sent mounted men to all the ports to warn them not to let any colored men embark, I might have given them a lot of trouble, but I don't suppose any of them would ever have been caught. After the craft they had shown in the whole matter, it is certain that they would have laid their plans for escape so well that the law would never have laid hands upon them. I put my hand mechanically to my watch to see the time, and, to my astonishment, discovered that I still had it in my pocket, and was equally surprised to find that the money in my trousers pocket was also untouched. The watch had, of course, stopped. I first of all went down to the water and had a good wash. Then I proceeded to the town, and, going to a hotel, ordered breakfast. "Why, I thought you said you had had nothing to eat, Mark." "Yes, well, I had forgotten all about that breakfast. The people looked a good deal surprised at an Englishman walking in that way. While I was eating my breakfast, two men, who were, I suppose, authorities of some kind, who spoke English, came and questioned me. As I had made up my mind to say nothing more about the affair, I merely told them that I had come for a sail from Amsterdam, and that I wanted a carriage to take me back. They were evidently astonished at my choosing a dark night for such a trip, but I said that I had some curiosity to see how the boatmen navigated their vessel when there were no lighthouses or anything to steer by. They asked a few more questions and then went away, evidently thinking that I was a little mad. However, they must have talking to the landlord, who in a short time made signs that the carriage was at the door. I had avoided asking the men either the name of the place or how far it was from any big town, because that would have made the whole affair more singular. It was 8:15 when I started, and beyond the fact that I know by the sun we came pretty nearly due east, I have not the slightest idea of the road. The coachman would not speak a word of English. I should say we came about 7 miles an hour and stopped once to bait the horses, so I suppose that it must have been between 4 and 5 miles from Rotterdam when I landed. Lunch had by this time been laid on the table, and at Dick's invitation the lieutenant joined them. "It is an extraordinary story," he said. "That your life should have been spared is altogether beyond my comprehension. Still more so why they should have left you your money and watch." "The whole story is extraordinary," Dick Chetwynd said, "for we have every reason to believe that these fellows, or at least one or two of them, have been patiently watching for a chance of carrying off those diamonds for 20 years. When my friend told me of it 10 days ago I did not believe that it could be possible, but he has certainly shown that he was correct in his opinion." Mark then related the history of the jewels, surprising the pugilists and detectives as much as the lieutenant. "It is extraordinary indeed," the latter said.
I should not have believed it possible that men would devote so many years to such a purpose, nor that they could have succeeded in tracing the diamonds in spite of the precaution taken by your uncle, and afterwards by yourself. It would seem that from the time he landed in England, he, and after him your father and yourself, must have been watched almost night and day. I can understand now why they did not take your watch and money. They evidently acted from a sort of religious enthusiasm, and were no ordinary thieves. But as evidently they did not hesitate to kill, I cannot understand why they should have added to their risks by sparing you." "No, that is what puzzles me," Mark agreed. "I was thinking it over while we were driving here. Now, let me hear about the fight, Dick. How did you all come out of it?" "As well as could be expected. Gibbons and Tring both got some heavy blows with the cudgels, and indeed we all did more or less, but they did great execution. 11 fellows were left senseless on the ground, and one of them, that black fellow who came over with us, was killed. The other 10 are all in prison. All of us did our best, and managed to leave our mark on 8 others, who were in consequence picked out and are also in jail." Dick went on to relate the particulars of the search. "You see, our friend here had traced you to the barge and found out her destination, and if you had come 10 minutes later you would have found that we had all just started for Rotterdam. I was only waiting for Chester and Malcolm to return to set out. I am sorry, Mark, that you have lost your diamonds, not so much because they are gone, for I can well understand you to be thoroughly glad to be rid of such dangerous articles, but because they have carried them off in our teeth, after we had been specifically retained to protect you. I certainly thought that with such a bodyguard you were absolutely safe from any number of Hindoos." "Yes, we made a regular mess of it, Mr. Thorndyke," Gibbons said. "I never felt so certain of winning a battle as I did that you would not be touched as long as we were looking after you. Tring and I, if we had been asked, would have said that we could each have taken on a dozen foreigners easily. Mr. Chetwynd is handy with his fists too, although he hasn't your weight and reach, and your 2 other friends are both pretty well accustomed to deal with rough customers. As for Tring and me, it makes one feel small to know that we have been bested by a handful of niggers, or Hindoos, or whatever the chaps are, whom a good-sized boy of 12 ought to be able to polish off." "Now, Mark, what is to be done next?" Dick Chetwynd asked. "The next thing will be to get back as soon as we can, Dick. I, for one, have had enough of Holland to last me a lifetime." "I am afraid, gentlemen," the lieutenant said, "that you will have to wait a day or 2 before you can leave. I have 19 men in prison, and there will be a meeting of magistrates this afternoon. Now you have come back, Mr. Thorndyke. The charge against them won't be as serious as it would have been before, but they are guilty of a desperate and premeditated assault upon 6 passengers on their arrival here. They have already admitted that they were paid for their work, and as among them are some of the worst characters in the city, you may be sure now we have got them fairly in our hands we shall not let them go. It is so simple an affair that the investigation ought not to take long, but we shall want to find out, if we can, who acted as the intermediary between the Hindoos and the prisoners. I should think that 2 meetings ought to be sufficient for the present, but I am afraid that there may then be a long remand, and that you will either have to remain here or come over again." "It would be a horrible nuisance," Dick said. "Still, it would be better to come back again than to wait here indefinitely, and anyhow I don't suppose it would be necessary for all of us to come back again." "I should not mind if it could be arranged for me to be here again in a month's time," Mark agreed, "for, to tell you the truth, I am going to be married in less than 3 weeks, and as I had intended to come to Brussels, and afterwards to travel for a while, I could make a visit here without greatly putting myself out." "I will try and arrange that, Mr. Thorndyke." "I shall be glad," Mark said, "if you can manage to get the men sentenced without going into the question of the diamonds at all, and treat the matter as a mere attempt at robbery. It surely would not be necessary to bring the question of my being carried away into the matter at all. I can give evidence that I was knocked down and stunned, and that I was robbed of some jewels that I had about me, which were the object of the attack. "I think we should have to admit that," the lieutenant said. "It must come out that the attack was an organized one." "Well, if it must, it must," Mark said reluctantly. "But then, you see, no end of questions would be asked, and the thing might be delayed while a search is being made for the men who stole the bracelet." "Well, we will keep it out of the inquiry if we can," the lieutenant said. "The meeting will be at 3 o'clock. I will send a man to take you to the town hall." At the appointed hour the party proceeded to the court, and the 18 prisoners, under a strong guard, having been brought in, 6 magistrates took their places on the bench. The rest of the court was crowded, the fray on the wharf and the number of captures having created quite a stir in the city. They had arranged that Tring should first give his evidence, which he did, the lieutenant of the watch acting as interpreter, though most of the magistrates understood English. The appearance of the prisoners created quite a sensation in the court, for the injuries that they had received were now even more conspicuous than they had been when they were first captured. Some of them had to be led into court, their eyes being completely closed. Others had their heads bandaged, and all showed signs of tremendous punishment. Tring related that he, with 5 others, had come ashore together. One of the companions had a row on board a ship they had crossed in with a Lascar sailor, who was a passenger, and they kept together as they were crossing the wharf, thinking that possibly the man might attempt to stab his companion. "I was walking behind him," Tring went on, "when the Lascar jumped suddenly out from among the men standing about, and was about to stab my companion, when I hit him just in time, and he went down. Then there was a rush, and we all got separated and did as well as we could until the watch came up. That is all I know about it." "Is the Lascar among the prisoners?" one of the magistrates asked the lieutenant of the watch. "No, sir. When picked up by one of my men he was found to be dead. The blow had apparently killed him instantly." The other 5 then gave their evidence. It was similar to that of Tring, save that being in front of him they knew nothing of the attack by the Lascar. All they knew about it was that there was a sudden rush upon them by a number of men armed with bludgeons, that they were separated, and that each defended himself until the guard came up. Some of the watch then gave evidence, and told how on arriving at the spot 11 of the prisoners were found lying senseless, how on recovering they were all taken to the watch house, where several of them were recognized as notoriously bad characters. They had admitted that they were paid to make the attack, which was apparently the result of some private enmity of some person or persons unknown to one or more of those attacked. The lieutenant then related the steps that he had taken to capture others connected with the attack, and that he found 8 men bearing marks of the fray, and that all these were also notorious characters, and associates of the prisoners first taken. The first witnesses were again questioned. 5 of them said that, as far as they knew, they had no personal enemies. Mark, who was the last to get into the witness box, said that he himself had no enemies, but that an uncle of his, who was in the British Indian service, had a sort of feud with some members of a sect there on account of some jewels that he had purchased and which had, they declared, been stolen from a temple. 2 soldiers through whose hands these things had passed had been successively killed by them, and his uncle had to the day of his death believed that their vengeance would one day fall upon him. "I can only suppose," continued Mark, "that I have inherited the enmity they bore him, as I inherited the jewels, and that the attack was really designed solely against me, and the consequences might have been fatal to me had it not been for the strength and courage of my fellow passengers." "Did they come with you for your protection, Mr. Thorndyke?" "To some extent, yes. The fact is that I have for some time been convinced that I was followed about by natives of India, and remembering what my uncle had said on the subject, I became to some degree apprehensive, and thought it as well to leave London for a short time. That this attack was really instigated by the men I have no doubt whatever, since, as you have heard, it was begun by a Lascar, who tried to stab one of my companions and who received a knockdown blow that caused his death from one of the others. It is a well-known fact that these people will cherish for many years a determination to avenge any injury.
However, I hope that after the failure of this attempt upon my life, I shall hear no more of them." "Were any knives found on the prisoners?" the magistrates asked the lieutenant of the watch. "No, sir, all carried clubs, and they told me that they had been especially ordered not to take knives, and had indeed been searched before they came out." "What impression do you gather from that, Mr. Thorndyke?" "My impression is, sir, that they desired to overpower those with me and beat them down in order to carry out their revenge upon me." After some consultation, the magistrate who had before spoken said, "The prisoners will be remanded. It is necessary that we should find out who was the chief culprit who bribed this gang." As soon as the prisoners were taken out of court, Mark slipped across to the magistrates, accompanied by the lieutenant as interpreter. "I hope, gentlemen, that our presence here will not be necessary, for it would be a matter of extreme inconvenience. I may say that my marriage is fixed for today 3 weeks, hence you can well imagine that I want to return as soon as possible. 2 of the men are, as you have heard, Bow Street officers, whose presence could not well be spared." The magistrates again consulted together. "Your evidence has all been taken down by the clerk of the court. Certainly we should not require your presence at the remand, but whether we should do so at the trial would, of course, depend upon whether these men all own their guilt, which, having been taken red-handed, it is likely enough they will do. We will consent, therefore, to your leaving, if you will give us an undertaking to return for the trial if your presence is necessary, and that you will bring with you the man who struck down the Lascar who commenced the fray, and one of the others." "That I will do willingly," Mark replied. "We are much obliged to you for your consideration. I shall be traveling for a time after my marriage, but I will, as I pass through Belgium after my marriage, give you the route I intended to take and the address at which letters will find me, and if you send me a sufficiently long notice, I will at once return for the trial." End of chapter 20. Recording by Nick Bulka, New Boston, New Hampshire.
Chapter 21 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sergeant Gaghan. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 21. "You managed that very well, Mark," Dick said. "You kept well within the limits of truth without bringing the real facts of the attack upon us into the case." "Well, you see, Dick, after working as a detective, one gets into the way of telling stories with the smallest amount of deviation possible from the truth. What will these fellows get done to them, Lieutenant?" "Oh, I should say that they will get 2 or 3 years' imprisonment. The only charge now is rioting and assault. It is lucky for them they had clubs instead of knives, for that would have brought the matter under the head of attempted murder. The matter of the gems was not important in the case, but there sure is to be a great fuss and search for the missing Indians. I suppose you will soon be off home now?" "Yes, I shall find out tonight what vessel leaves for England tomorrow, and take a berth in the first that sails for London. It is too late to think of starting this evening, and indeed I feel that I want a long night's rest, for I did not sleep much last night, and have not quite recovered from that crack on my head." On his return to the hotel, Mark sent out a man to inquire at the shipping office, and finding that a bark would sail at 9 o'clock the next morning, they went down and took berth, sailed in her next day. The voyage home was a rapid one, for the wind blew steadily from the east, and the vessel made the passage to the mouth of the river in 2 days, and the next day took them up to London. "I will call round tomorrow or next day, Gibbons, with the checks for you both," Mark said, as he prepared to go ashore. "No, sir, we are both of one mind that we could not take them. We went over there to prevent you from being robbed of those sparklers, and to see that you came to no harm. Well, the things are lost, and you got knocked down and carried away. It is no thanks to us that you are alive now. It is a mortifying job, that with 2 detectives to watch over things, and with us to fight. We should have been fairly beat by a few black niggers. If there had been any bungling on your part, Gibbons, there might be something in what you say, but no one could have foreseen that before we had been on shore 2 minutes we should have been attacked in that way. You both did all that men could do, and was shown by the condition of the fellows who were taken. I was just as much separated from you as you were from me, and the fact that we were surprised as we were is really due to my not determining to stay on board until the next morning, which I could no doubt have done with the captain's permission. It never struck me for a moment that we should be attacked in force. I thought it probable that an attempt at assassination would be made, but it certainly did not seem probable that it would be attempted while you were all with me. You are not the slightest degree to blame, for your part of the agreement was carried out to my satisfaction. I shall certainly carry out mine, as I have arrived home safe and sound. Well, Governor, it's very good of you, but I tell you it will go against the grain for us to take your money." On landing, Mark parted with Dick Chetwynd, who had arranged to drop Mark's bags at his lodging on the way home, and at once took a hackney coach to Islington. Millicent gave a cry of delight as he entered the room. "You are back earlier than I expected, Mark. You told me before you started that the wind was in the east, and that you might be a long time getting to Amsterdam unless it changed. I have been watching the vane of the church, and it has been pointing east ever since." "Well, you have sold the diamonds, I hope," she said, after the first greeting was over. "No, I have bad news for you, Millicent. The jewels have been stolen." "Well, it does not make much difference, Mark. We have much more than enough without them, so don't bother yourself in the least. How did it happen?" "Well, it's a rather long story. I will tell it to you when Mrs. Cunningham is here, so as not to have to go over it twice. How are the dresses getting on?" "I suppose they are getting on all right," she said. "I have done nothing for the last 2 days but try them on. You see, we put them out to 3 milliners, and they all 3 seem to reach the same point together. And I started after breakfast, and it takes about 2 hours at each place. You don't know what trouble you have given me by hurrying things on so unreasonably." "Well, it is better to have it all done and over," he said, "than to have the things hanging over your head for a couple of months." "Oh, that's what Mrs. Cunningham says. Now I want to hear about your adventures, and I will call her down." "Only think, Mrs. Cunningham," Millicent said presently, with a laugh, after she had returned with her, "this silly boy has actually let the diamonds be stolen from him." "No, not really, Millicent." "Yes, indeed. Fancy his not being fit to be trusted to look after them. However, I tell him it is of no consequence. I don't know how they went. You wouldn't tell me the story until you came down." "I'm sorry to say it's true, Mrs. Cunningham, although I can assure you that I really cannot blame myself for either carelessness or stupidity. I knew when I started that there was a very great risk, and took what seemed to me every possible precaution. For in addition to Dick Chetwynd going with me, I took 2 detectives from Bow Street and prize fighters." Exclamation of surprise broke from both ladies. "And yet, in spite of all that, these things were stolen," Millicent said. "How on earth did they do it? I should have sewn them up in my pockets inside my dress." "I sewed them up in the waistband of my trousers, Millicent, and yet they managed, in spite of us, to steal them. And now I must begin by telling you the whole history of the diamonds, and you will understand why I thought it necessary to take a strong party with me." He then told them, repeating the history the colonel had given his father of the diamonds, and the conviction that he had been followed by Hindoos, and the instructions he had given for the disposal of the bracelet. As you know," he said, "nothing happened to confirm my uncle's belief that there were men over here in search of the diamonds during my father's life. But since then I have come to the same conclusion that he had, and felt positive that I was being constantly followed wherever I went. As soon as I heard where the treasure was, I began to take every precaution in my power, avoiding going to the bank after my first visit there, and, as you know, would not bring the things for you to look at. I got Dick Chetwynd to go there, open the case, and take out these diamonds. He did not bring them away with him, but fetched them from there the morning we started. He went down and took the passage for us both at the shipping office, and the pugilists and the detectives each took passage for themselves, so that I hoped, however closely I was followed, they would not learn that I was taking them to Amsterdam." "Oh, it was very wrong, Mark, very wrong indeed," Millicent broke in. "You had no right to run such a terrible risk. It would have been better for you to have taken the diamonds and thrown them into the Thames." "Oh, that would not have improved matters," he said. "The Indians would not have known that I had gotten rid of them, and would have continued their efforts to find them, and I should always have been in danger, instead of getting it over once and for all. However, I did not think that there was any danger, going over as I did, with two of the best prize fighters in England, and to say nothing of the detectives, who were the men who were with me when I caught Bastow. The only danger was that I might be stabbed, but, as they would know, it was no use their stabbing me unless they could search me quietly, and that they could not do unless I was alone and in some lonely neighborhood, and I had made up my mind not to stir out unless the whole party were with me. I found out, when we got on board, that in spite of all the precautions I had taken, they had discovered that I was going to sail for Amsterdam, which they could only have done by following Dick as well as myself. It was a dark-faced foreign sailor who, I had no doubt, was a Hindoo, already on board, and I saw another in a boat watching us start. This was unpleasant, but as I felt sure that they could not have known that I had with me detectives and pugilists, I still felt that they would be able to do nothing when I got to Amsterdam. Then he told them the whole story of the attack, of his being carried away, and of his unexpected release, of the search that had been made of him, and the arrest of the 18 of his assailants. Millicent grew pale as he continued, and burst into tears when she heard of his being a prisoner in the hands of the Hindoos. "I shall never let you out of my sight again, Mark," she exclaimed when he had finished. "It was bad enough before, when you were searching for that man here, and I used to be terribly anxious, but that was nothing to this." "Well, there is an end of it now, Millicent. The men have gotten the diamonds, and will soon be on their way to India, if they have not already started. Nasty thing," she says. "I shall never like diamonds again. They will always remind me of the terrible danger that you have run. Isn't it extraordinary that for 20 years 4 or 5 men should be spending their lives waiting for a chance of getting them back? I did not expect there were so many as that. Probably there was only one. He would have no difficulty in learning that my father had not received any extraordinary gems from my uncle, and probably supposed that they would not be taken out from wherever they might be until you came of age. After the death of my father he might suppose that I should take them out, or that, at any rate, I should go to whoever had them and see that they were all right, and he then perhaps engaged half a dozen Lascars, and there are plenty of them at the docks, and had me watch wherever I went. And do you know that I believe I once owed my life to them?" "How was that, Mark?" "Well, I was captured by some fellows who suspected me to be a Bow Street runner, and I think it would have gone very hard with me if a party of 5 or 6 prize fighters had not broken into the house, pretty nearly killed the men in whose hands I was, and rescued me. They said that they heard of my danger from a foreign sailor who called Gibbons, with whom I was in the habit of boxing with, and told them about it. You see, until they learned where the jewels were, my life was valuable to them, for possibly I was the only person who knew where they were hidden. So really I don't think I have any reason for bearing a grudge against them. They saved my life in the first place, and spared it at what was a distinct risk to themselves. On the other hand, they were content with regaining the bracelet, not even, as I told you, taking my watch or purse. You see, with them it was a matter of religion. They had no animosity against me personally, but I have no doubt they would have stabbed me without the slightest compunction had there been no other way of getting the things. Still, I think that I owe a debt of gratitude to them rather than the reverse. And after all, the loss of the bracelet is not a serious one to us." "I'm glad it's done," Millicent said. "You say it already caused the death of 2 men, and if you had succeeded in selling it, I can't help thinking that the money would have brought ill fortune to us." "I'm heartily glad that the diamonds are gone, Mark. I suppose they were very handsome." "They were magnificent," he said. "Dick and Cotter both agree that they have never seen their equal, and I fancy that they must have been worth a great deal more than your father valued them at. Well, it does not matter at all. There is no history attached to the others, I hope, Mark." "Not in any way, dear. They were bought, as the colonel told my father, in the ordinary course of things, and some, no doubt, were obtained at the capture of some native princess's treasure. But it was only on account of this bracelet that they had any anxiety. You can wear all the others if you have a fancy for keeping them without a shadow of risk." "No, Mark, we shall sell them every one. I don't think I shall ever care to wear any jewels again, and if I'm ever presented at court and have to do so, I would rather that you should buy some new ones fresh from a jeweler's shop than wear anything that has come from India. Tomorrow you shall both go to the bank with me to see them, and then I will take them to some first-class jeweler and get him to value them." The visit was paid next day. Both Millicent and Mrs. Cunningham were somewhat disappointed at the jewels. "It is hardly fair to see them like this," Philip Cotter said. "They would look very different if reset. No Indian jewels I have ever seen show to their advantage in their native settings, but many of the stones are very large, and without knowing anything about them, I should say they are worth about £50,000, at which you say Colonel Thorndyke valued them. He is not likely to be mistaken. He was evidently a judge of these matters, and would hardly be likely to be far wrong." "We will go with you to the jeweler, Mark," Millicent said. "In the first place, I shall not feel quite comfortable until I know that they are out of your hands, and in the next place I should like to hear what he thinks of them." "I have a number of Indian jewels that I wish you to value for me," Mark said. Carrying the case, he entered the jeweler's shop. "They were collected by Colonel Thorndyke, an uncle of mine, during the service in India." The jeweler took them with him into a room behind the shop. The case was open, and the man took out 68 small parcels it contained, and opened them one after another. "I shall need a very careful examination of these before I can form any estimate of their value," he said, after inspecting some of the more important pieces of the jewelry carefully. "They are a most magnificent collection, and had they been properly cut in the first place, they would have been worth a very large sum. Unfortunately, the Indian princes think more of size than of luster, and have their stones cut very much too flat to show off their full brilliancy. Some of these large ones I should certainly advise to be recut, for what they will lose in weight they will gain in beauty and value. However, sir, I will go through them and give you an estimate of the selling value of each piece. I need not say that they ought to be reset in the prevailing fashion, but the gold, which is in some cases unnecessarily massive, will go some distance towards defraying the expense." "When shall I call again?" Mark asked. "I shall be glad if you can give me a week," the jeweler said. "Some of the things, for instance, that great pearl necklace, I could appraise without much difficulty, but all the gems must be taken out of their settings before I could form a fair idea of their value." Then I will call in a week's time, Mark said. I am in no particular hurry about them, but I would rather that they were in your care than mine. Yes, if the cracksman got word that there was such a collection as this in any private house, it would need a couple of men with pistols to keep guard over them. A week later, Mark called again. I have the list ready for you, sir. You will see that they are not marked according to their setting, but according to their size and value. Thus, you see, the largest stones are priced separately. The smaller ones are in groups according to their weight. The total comes to 42,000 pounds. I do not know whether that at all equals your expectations. I must say that I have shown the stones to 2 or 3 of our principal diamond merchants, and that the prices I have put down are those at which they would be willing to buy them. Possibly some would be worth more. I had the merchants here together, and they spent some hours going through them, and the sums put down are those at which one or other were willing to purchase. It quite answers my expectations, Mark said. My uncle's estimate, indeed, was somewhat higher, but doubtless he judged them at the price which they would fetch in India. Well, sir, I authorize you to close with the offers, and to dispose of them for me. I will give you a written authority to do so. In the meantime, I wish to buy a suite of jewels as a wedding present. A tiara, necklace, and bracelets, but I don't want any diamonds to be among them. Oh, I'm afraid, sir, I have nothing in stock without diamonds. Of course, I have both necklaces and bracelets of almost any stones that you might select, but I have no complete set without diamonds. The effect would be somber, and few ladies would like them. We have some unpleasant associations with diamonds, Mark said, and on that point I am quite determined. But if you use pearls instead of diamonds, the effect might be as good. I don't care whether the stones are emeralds or rubies. At any rate, I should like to see some, and then perhaps you might be able to make me a set on the same model. Several superb sets were brought in. Mark selected one of emeralds and diamonds. What would be the price of this set? He asked. That set is 6,000 pounds, sir. The stones are exceptionally fine ones, but if you substitute pearls of equal size for the diamonds, it would cost considerably less. I could not give you the exact price until it is made, but I should say that it would be about 4,500 pounds. Very well, then, I will take that. How long will it be in the making? I should not like to say less than 3 months at the earliest. It will require some time to collect as fine a set of emeralds as these. Indeed, I think that most probably I shall use these emeralds, or the greater part of them, and collect others to take their place at my leisure. I don't know whether the best plan would not be to take the diamonds out and substitute pearls. There would be no difficulty in getting them, and in that case I might have it ready for you in a month. I think that will be the best plan, but you need not be in any particular hurry about them. My marriage will take place in less than a fortnight, and after that I should probably be 3 or 4 months before I return to London. I will get you to keep the things until I come back. I have sold the jewels, Millicent, he said, when he returned to Islington. The jeweler has found purchasers for all of them, and the total comes to 42,000 pounds. Whatever shall we do with all our money, Mark? I rather wonder myself, dear. However, there is one thing, there are always plenty of people who will be glad to relieve us of anything that we don't want. I can tell you that in the course of my search for Bastow, I have seen an amount of poverty and misery such as I never dreamt of, and I certainly like to do something to relieve it. The best thing that I know of would be to give a handsome sum to 3 or 4 of the great hospitals. I don't know of any better means of helping the very poor. Suppose, Mark, the girl said, putting her hand on his arm, we give this 42,000 pounds as a thank offering. We never expected to get it, and my father's jewels have nearly cost you your life. We have such an abundance without that. I should like, above all things, to give this money away. I think that's an excellent plan, Millicent, and a very happy thought on your part. We cannot do it now, as we have not yet got the money, but as soon as we do, we will send off checks for 10,000 guineas each to St. Bartholomew's, Guy's, and St. Thomas. These are the three principal ones, though others we can settle afterwards. But I should say that the Foundling would be as good as any, and I believe that they are rather short of funds at present. Then there is a London Medicine Society, and many other good charities. Perhaps it would be better to divide the whole amount among 8 of them instead of 4. But we needn't settle that until we return. Do you think we shall have to go to this horrid Amsterdam, Mark? Oh, I hope not, dear, but I shall no doubt hear from the lieutenant of the watch during the next week or 10 days. When the letter came it was satisfactory. The prisoners, seeing the hopelessness of any defense, had all admitted their guilt, and the name of the man who had dealt with them had also been given up. Except in his case there would be no trial. The others would have sentences passed on them at once, and 3 who had been promised comparatively slight punishment would go into the box to give evidence against the man who had engaged them. Before starting for Holland, Mark had consulted Millicent as to whether she would prefer being married in London or at Crowswood. She had replied, "I should greatly prefer Crowswood, Mark. Here we know no one. There we should be among all our friends. Certainly if we don't go we must get Mr. Gregg to come up and marry us here. I'm sure he would feel very disappointed if anyone else were asked. At the same time I shall not like to go home. When we come back from our trip it will be different. But it would be a great trial now, and however happy we might be, I should feel there was a gloom over the house. I quite agree with you, Millicent. When we come back we can see about entirely refurnishing it, and perhaps adding some rooms to it, and we need not go down until a complete change has been made. We should be able to manage it somehow or other, and I quite agree with you that anything will be better than going back to the house for a day or 2 before the wedding." On the voyage back from Holland, Mark had talked the matter over with Dick Chetwynd, and he said that he thought of taking rooms for Mrs. Cunningham and Millicent at Reigate, and stopping at the hotel himself, and having the wedding breakfast there. "Of course, Dick, you will be my best man." "Oh, I should think so," Dick laughed. "Why, if you had asked anyone else, I should have made a personal matter of it with him, and have given him the option of resigning the position or going out with me. But your other plans are foolish, and I shall take the matter into my own hands. I shall insist upon 2 ladies coming down to the park, and I will get my aunt to come and preside generally over things. I shall fill up the house with bridesmaids, and shall have a dance the evening before. You can put up at the hotel if you like, but you know very well that there are a dozen houses where they will be delighted to have you. There is no doubt that when they know what is coming off you'll get a dozen invitations, and then after church all those invited will drive off to the park to the wedding breakfast. After that is over you can start in a post chaise to Canterbury or Dover, whatever you may decide to make your first halt." "But, my dear Dick, I cannot put you to all this trouble." "Oh, nonsense, man. I should enjoy it immensely. Besides, I have been really glad of a good reason to try and open the doors of the park again. I've been there very little since my father's death, and I think I shall make it my headquarters in the future. And I'm getting rather tired of bachelor life in London, and must look out for a wife, so nothing could be more appropriate than this idea. Don't bother yourself any further about it. I shall ride down and establish myself there tomorrow, and spend a couple of days in driving around to our friends and in sending out invitations. I shall still have nearly a fortnight for making all preparations. Why, it will cause quite an excitement in the neighborhood. I shall be hailed as a benefactor, and I shall let everyone know that your father's ward was really your cousin, but that by the will of her father she was to drop her surname until she came of age, and that until that time your father was to have the entire control of the property. I shall add that although the estate, of course, is hers, Your uncle has left you a very big fortune, and that nothing could be more suitable in all respects than the marriage." "Well, that will do excellently, Dick. That will be quite enough. Without going into details at all, you can mention that we intend to have the house entirely refurnished, and on the return from our wedding trip abroad, to settle there. I am sure I am extremely obliged to you for your offer, which will certainly clear away all sorts of small difficulties." A day or two after his return, Mark wrote to Mr. Greg, telling him the relations in which Millicent and he stood to each other, and of the near approach of their marriage. He said that Millicent would be married from Dick Chetwynd's, but that it would be at Crowswood Church. In return, he received a warm letter of congratulations from the rector, telling him that the news was in every respect delightful, and that his wife and the children were in a state of high excitement, not only at the marriage, but at the coming down to reside again at Crowswood. "The village," he said, "will be scarcely less pleased than I am, for though everything goes on as you ordered, the people get their milk, broths, and jellies as before. They don't look at it as the same thing as it was in the old days. I cannot say that the news of your engagement to Miss Conyers, I ought to say Miss Thorndyke, is surprising, for I thought that it would be quite the natural thing for you to fall in love with each other, and indeed my wife declares that she saw it coming on distinctly during the last few months before you left here. Your postscript saying that Bastow has been captured and had committed suicide gave me a distinct feeling of relief, for no one could tell whether the deadly enmity that he felt for your father might not extend to you. I have cut this note rather short, but I have just heard the door shut, and I am quite sure that my wife has gone down to tell the good news in the village, and really cannot deny myself the pleasure of telling some of the people myself, and seeing their faces brighten up at the news." As Dick had foretold would be the case, Mark received a very warm letter from Charles Harris, congratulating him upon his approaching marriage, and insisting upon his taking up his quarters with him. "I am sending a man down with this to hand it to the guard as the up coach goes through the town. Chetwynd told me that his call on me was the first he had paid, so I feel fairly confident that I shall forestall the rest of your friends, and that you will give me the pleasure of your company." Mark wrote back, accepting the invitation at once, which enabled him to decline half a dozen others, without the necessity of making a choice. Everything turned out as it arranged. Millicent and Mrs. Cunningham went down in a post chaise 2 days before the wedding, and Mark drove down in his gig with them. Dick Chetwynd met them on horseback just outside Reigate, and escorted the ladies to his house. Mark driving on to that of Sir Charles Harris, Millicent found the house full of her special friends, whom she had to ask to be her bridesmaids. She was almost bewildered by the warmth of their welcome, and overpowered by the questions poured upon her. "The news quite took all our breath away, Millicent," one of them said. "It seems extraordinary that you should have been Miss Thorndyke all the time, though I don't think that any of us were at all surprised that you should take the name now. You must have been surprised when you heard that you were the heiress of Crowswood." "I was a great deal more disgusted than surprised," she said rather indignantly. "I did not think that it was fair at all that I should step into Mark's shoes." "Well, it has all come right now, Millicent, and I dare say you thought that it would even then. I can assure you that I did not. Quite the contrary. I thought that it never would come right. I was very unhappy about it for a time." "Now, young ladies," Dick Chetwynd laughed, "will you please take Mrs. Cunningham and Miss Thorndyke up to their rooms? I don't suppose I shall see any more of you before the dinner time. There are the trunks to be opened and examined, talked over, and admired. Mind, I have 15 more, for the most part men, coming to the dinner, so those of you who aspire to follow Miss Thorndyke's example had best be prepared yourself for conquest." The ball on the following evening was a great success. Dick had determined that it should be a memorable one, and there was a consensus of opinion that it was the most brilliant that had taken place in that part of the country for many years. Crowswood Church and village presented a most festive appearance on the following day. There was not a cottage that had not great posies of flowers in its windows, and that had not made some sort of attempt at decoration with flags or flowers. A huge arch of evergreen, with sheaves of wheat and flour, had been erected on the top of the hill, and every man, woman, and child turned out in their best, and cheered lustily, first when Mark drove up in his gig, and equally lustily when the Chetwynd's carriage, drawn by 4 gray horses, dashed up, preceded by a large number of others, with the bridesmaid and her friends. The church was already crowded, and Mr. Gregg was visibly moved at seeing the son and niece of the man to whom he owed his living made man and wife. When the wedding breakfast, at which more than 50 sat down, and the necessary toasts were over, Mr. and Mrs. Thorndyke started for Canterbury. End of chapter 21. Recording by Kenneth Sergeant Gaghan.
Chapter 22 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bulka. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 22. It was not until Easter that Mark Thorndyke and his wife returned to England. They had spent the greater portion of that time in Italy, lingering for a month at Venice, and had then journeyed quietly homewards through Bavaria and Saxony. They were in no hurry, as before starting on their honeymoon Mark had consulted an architect, had told him exactly what he wanted, and had left the matter in his hands. Mrs. Cunningham had from time to time kept them informed how things were going on. The part of the house in which the squire's room had been situated was entirely pulled down, and a new wing built in its stead. Millicent had been specially wishful that this should be done. "I don't know that I am superstitious, Mark," she had said, "but I do think that when a murder has taken place in a house it is better to make a complete change. The servants always think they see or hear something. That part of the house is avoided, and it is difficult to get anyone to stay there. I think it is very much more important to do that than it is to get the house refurnished. We can do anything in that way that you like when we get back. But I should certainly like very much to have the great alteration made before we return." The architect was a clever one, and the house, which was some 200 years old, was greatly improved in appearance by the new wing, which was made to harmonize well with the rest, but was specially designed to give as much variety as possible to the general outline. Millicent uttered an exclamation of pleasure when they first caught a glimpse of the house. As they rode through the village they were again welcomed as heartily as they were on their wedding day. Mrs. Cunningham received them. She had been established there for a month, and had placed the house entirely on its old footing. They first examined the new portion of the house, and Millicent was greatly pleased with the rooms that had been prepared for them. Mark having requested Mrs. Cunningham to put the furnishing into the hands of the best known firm of the day. "I have asked," Mrs. Cunningham said, "the rector and his wife and Mr. Chetwynd to dine with us this evening. They can scarcely be termed company, and I thought that you might find it pleasant to have these old friends here the first evening. There is a letter for you on the library table, Mark. It may almost be called a packet. It has been there nearly a month." In our days A newly married couple would find on their return from foreign travel basketfuls of letters, circulars, and catalogues from tradesmen of all kinds. Happily, our forefathers were saved from these inflictions, and Mark at once went to the library with almost a feeling of surprise as to who could have written to him. He saw at once that it was a ship's letter, for on the top was written, "Favored by the Surinam." "Why, it is Ramoo's writing. I suppose he gave it to someone he knew, and that instead of it being put in the mail bag in India, he brought it on with him. What a tremendously long epistle!" he exclaimed, glancing his eye down the first page, and then a puzzled expression came across his face. He sat down and began to read from the first slowly and carefully. "Honored Sahib, I do not know why I should write to tell you the true history of all these matters. I have thought it over many times, but I believe that it is right that you should know clearly what has happened, and how it has come about, and more especially that you should know that you need never fear any troubles such as those that have taken place. I am beginning to write this while we are yet sailing, and shall send it to you by ship from the Cape, or if chances that we meet any ship on her way to England, our letters may be put on board her." "Why, this letter must be more than a year old," Mark said to himself. There was no date to the letter, but turning to the last sheet, he saw as a postscript after the signature the words, "January 26th. A ship, the Surinam, is lying a short distance from us, and will take our letters to England." Yes, it must be a year old, but what he means by the way he begins is more than I can imagine. And he turned back to the point at which he had broken off. "I would tell it to you in order as it happened. I, Ramoo, am a Brahmin. 20 years ago I was the head priest of a great temple. I shall not say where the temple was. It matters not in any way. There was fighting, as there is always fighting in India. There were companies, sepoys, and white troops, and one night the most sacred bracelet of the great god of our temple was stolen." "Good heavens!" Mark exclaimed, laying down the letter. "Then it has been Ramoo who has all this time been in pursuit of the diamonds, and to think that my uncle never even suspected him." Then suddenly he continued, "Now I understand why it was my life was spared by those fellows. By Jove, this is astounding." Then he took up the letter again. "Two of the Brahmins under me had observed, at a festival the day before the bracelet was lost, a white soldier staring at it with covetous eyes. One of them was in charge of the temple on the night when it was stolen, and on the day following he came to me and said, 'I desire to devote my life to the recovery of the jewels of the god. Banda will go with me. We will return no more until we bring them back.' 'It is good,' I said. 'The god must be appeased, or terrible misfortunes may happen.' Then we held a solemn service in the temple. The two men removed the caste marks from their foreheads, prostrated themselves before the god, and went out from amongst us as outcasts until the day of their death. 2 months later a messenger came from the one who had spoken to me, saying that they had found the man, but had for a long time had no opportunity of finding the bracelet. Then Banda had met him in a lonely place and had attacked him. Banda lost his life, but the soldier was, though sorely wounded, able to get back to his regiment. He had died, but he had, the writer was convinced, passed the jewels on to a comrade, whom he would watch. Then I saw that one man was not sufficient for such a task. Then I too, the chief Brahmin of the temple, saw that it was my duty to go forth also. I laid the matter before the others, and they said, "You are right. It is you who, as the chief in the service of the god, should bring back his jewels." So again there was a service, and I went forth as an outcast and a wanderer, knowing that I must do many things that were forbidden to my caste, that I must touch unclean things, must eat forbidden food, and must take life if needs be. You, Sahib, cannot understand how terrible was the degradation to me, who was of the purest blood of the Brahmins. I had taken the most solemn vows to devote my life to this. I knew that, whether successful or not, although I might be forgiven my offense by the god, yet that never again could I recover my caste, even though the heaviest penances were performed. Henceforth I must stand alone in the world, without kindred, without friends, without help, save such as the god might give me in the search. I was rich. The greater part of my goods I gave to the temple, and yet retained a considerable sum, for I should need money to carry out my quest, and after I had accomplished it, I should hand over what remained for the benefit of the poor. I should myself become a fakir. I want you to understand, Sahib, that henceforth I had but one object in life, a supreme one, to accomplish, in which nothing must stand in my way, and that what would be in others a crime was but a sacrifice on my part, most acceptable to the god. I journeyed down to the place where my comrade was, dressed as one of the lowest class, even as a sweeper, and he and I strove by all the means in our power to discover what this man had done with the jewels. Night after night we crawled into his tent. We searched his bed and his clothes. With sharp rods we tried every inch of the soil, believing that he had hidden the diamonds underground, but we failed. Then my comrade said, "I must give my life to find out where he hides these things. I will watch night after night by the door of his tent, and if he comes out I will stab him. It shall be a mortal wound, but I will not kill him outright. Before he dies he will doubtless, as the other did, pass the jewels on to some comrade, and then it will be for you to follow him up." "It is good," I said. "This man may have hidden them away somewhere during the time they have marched through the country. In spite of the watch you have kept, he may have said to himself, 'I will return, though it be years hence.' Your plan is good," I said. "I envy you. 'Tis better to die thus than to live in sin as we are doing." That evening the man was stabbed, but an officer running up killed my comrade. The soldier was taken to the hospital, and I lay down beside the tent with my eye to a slit that I had cut, and watched until morning. Then I took my broom and swept the ground. I had not been hired as one of the camp sweepers, and so could move about and sweep where I chose. No one ever asked me any questions. The soldiers heeded me no more than if I had been a dog, and of course supposed that I was acting by the order of the head of the sweepers. Presently I saw one of the servants of the hospital go across to the tent of the officer who had killed my comrade. He came over and went into the hospital tent. I felt sure that it was the wounded man who had sent for him. He was in there some time. Presently a soldier came out and went to the tent of the wounded man, and returned bringing a musket. Then I said to myself, "The god has blinded us. He wills that we shall go through many more toils before we regain the bracelet. Doubtless the man had carried the bracelet in his musket all the time, and we, blind that we were, had never thought of it." Presently the officer came out again. I noticed that as he did so he looked round on all sides as if to see if he were watched. Then I knew that it was as I had thought. The soldier had given the bracelet to him. At this I was pleased. It would be far more easy to search the tent of an officer than of a soldier, who sleeps surrounded by his comrades. I thought that there was no hurry now. It would need but patience, and I should be sure to find them. I had not calculated that he would have better opportunities than a soldier for going about, and that, doubtless, the soldier had warned him of his danger. 2 hours later, the officer mounted his horse and rode towards the camp of another regiment, a mile and a quarter away. There was nothing in that, but I watched for his return all that day and all that night, and when he did not come back, I felt that he was doing something to get rid of the diamonds. He was away 3 days, and when he returned I was almost sure that he had not the diamonds about him. As he had ridden off, he had looked about just as he had when he left the hospital. He was uneasy, just as if he was watched. Now he was uneasy no longer. Then I knew that my search would be a long one, and might fail altogether. I went away, and for 3 months I prayed and fasted. Then I returned. I bought different clothes, I painted my forehead with another caste mark, and I bought from the servant of an officer in another regiment his papers of service, recommendations from former masters. Then I went to the officer, you will guess, Sahib, that it was the major, your uncle, and I paid his servant to leave his service, and to present me as a brother of his who had been accustomed to serve white sahibs, and was, like himself, a good servant, so I took his place. He was a good master, and I came to love him, though I knew that I might yet have to kill him. You have heard that I saved his life 3 times. I did so partly because I loved him, but chiefly because his life was most precious to me, for if he had died I should have lost all clue to the bracelet. I had, of course, made sure that he had not got them with him. Over and over again I searched every article in his possession. I ripped open his saddle, lest they might be sewn up in the stuffing. All that could be done I did, until I was quite sure that he had not got them. He, on his part, came to like me. He thought that I was the most faithful of servants, and after the last time I saved his life, he took me with him everywhere. He went down to Madras, and was married there. I watched his every movement. After that he went down frequently. Then a child was born, and 6 months afterward his wife died. The regiment was stationed at the fort. At that time he was at many places, the governor's, the other officer sahibs, the merchants, and others. I could not follow him, but I was sure by his manner that he had not taken back the bracelet from whoever he had sent it to. I knew him so well by this time that I should have noticed any change in his manner in a moment. At last the child went away on the charge of Mrs. Cunningham. I bribed the child's ayah, and she searched Mrs. Cunningham's boxes and every garment she had, and found no small sealed parcel or box amongst them. 3 years more passed. By this time the Colonel treated me more as a friend than as a servant. He said one day, laughing, "It is a long time since my things have been turned topsy-turvy, Ramoo. I think the thieves have come to the conclusion that I have not got what they are looking for." "What is that, Sahib?" I asked. "Some special jewels," he said. "They are extremely valuable, but I have got them and a lot of other things so safely stowed that no one will ever find them unless I give them the clue." "But suppose you are killed, Sahib," I said. "Your little daughter will never get the things." "I have provided for that," he answered. "If I am killed, I have arranged that she shall know all about it either when she comes to the age of 18 or 21. A few weeks after that he was wounded very badly. I nursed him night and day for weeks, and when he came to England he brought me with him. As you know, Sahib, he died. When he was in London he went to see Mrs. Cunningham and the child, and several times to the office of the lawyer who attended your father's funeral. Then he came down to your father, and I know he had long and earnest conversations with him. I did all I could to listen, but the Colonel always had the windows and doors shut before he began to speak. I could see that your father was troubled. Then the Colonel died. After his death I could never find his snuff box. He had carried it about with him for some years. Once or twice I had examined it, but it was too small for the diamonds to be hidden in. I supposed that he had given it to the sahib, your father, but as I could never find it, I guessed that there was some mystery attached to it, though what I could not tell. Then your father took me down to Crowswood with him, and Mrs. Cunningham and the little girl came down. I was surprised to find that your father seemed to be the master of the estate, and that no one thought anything of the child, whose name had been changed. I spoke one day to Mrs. Cunningham about it. Your father seemed to me a good and just man, and I could not believe that he was robbing his brother's daughter. Mrs. Cunningham told me that the Colonel did not wish her to be known as an heiress, and that he had left the estate to his brother until she came of age. Your father was as good a master as the Colonel had been. I watched, and once or twice I overheard him talking to himself in the library, and discovered that your father himself was altogether ignorant of the hiding place of the property that the Colonel had mentioned in his will. I knew then that I should have to wait until the child was either 18 or 21. It was a long time, but I had learned to be patient. I was not unhappy. I loved your father, I loved the Colonel's little daughter, and I was very fond of you. All these things were small to me in comparison to my vow and the finding of the jewels of the god. But they shortened the years of waiting. Then, a year before the young mistress was 18, came the shot through the window. I did not know who had fired it, but I saw that your father's life was in danger, and I said to myself, he will tell the young sahib what he knows about the bracelet. After you had gone into the library, I opened the door quietly and listened. I heard some of what was said, but not all. I heard him say something about a snuff box, and some means of finding the lost things being hidden in it, and that he had kept them all these years in a secret hiding place. You were to search for the diamonds, and I guessed from that he did not know what he was to be told when the young Memsahib came of age, or perhaps when she was 18. It was not until I had thought over what I heard that I came to the conclusion that if I could find the things he spoke of, I might be able to find the jewels. By that time your father had gone to bed. I was foolish not to have been patient, but my blood boiled after waiting for 18 or 19 years. The gods seemed to have sent me the chance, and it seemed to me that I should take it at once. I knew that he generally slept with his window open, and it seemed to me that it would be easy to slip in there and get those things from the cabinet. I knew where the ladder was kept. I took a file from the tool chest and cut the chain. Here Mark dropped the letter in horror. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "Then Bastow spoke truly, and he was not my father's murderer. Never did a single suspicion of Ramoo enter my head. This is appalling. But I cannot read any more now. It is time for me to go and dress for dinner." "Is anything the matter with you, Mark?" Millicent asked anxiously, as she met him in the drawing room. "You look as white as a sheet." "I have been reading Ramoo's letter, and he has told me some things that have surprised and shocked me. I will tell you about them after dinner, dear. It is a long story, but you won't have to wait until Dick and the Greggs are gone. They are interested in all that interests us, and shall hear the letter read. No, I think I will ask them and Dick to come in the morning. I should not like anything to sadden the first evening of our coming home." "Then it is something sad." "Yes, but it does not affect us, though it does affect Ramoo. Now, clear your brow, dear, and dismiss the subject from your mind, unless our guests will fancy that our marriage has not been altogether so satisfactory as they had hoped." "As if they could think such a thing as that, Mark," she said indignantly. "But there is the sound of wheels. It is Mr. Chetwynd's gig." The three visitors all came in together, having met at the door. Mark, with a great effort, put aside the letter from his mind, and a cheerful evening was spent. They had much to tell of their travels, many questions to ask about the parish and their mutual friends and the neighborhood generally, and when they rose to go, Mark said, "Would you mind riding over again tomorrow morning, Dick? I have a letter to read to you that will interest you greatly." "Certainly. What time shall I be here?" "Say at 11 o'clock. It is a long epistle, and will take us an hour to get through. After that we can stroll round, and of course you will stop to lunch. I should be glad if you and Mrs. Gregg can come over too," he added, turning to the rector, "and you will be much interested also in the matter." The next day the party met in the library at the hour named. "I may tell you, Mr. Gregg, that I specifically asked you and your wife here because this letter throws some light on Arthur Bastow's connection with my father's murder. You were friends with his father, and I think you ought to know. As to you, Dick, the letter will interest you from the beginning to end, and will surprise as much as it will interest you." "Even I don't know what it is, Mrs. Gregg," Millicent said. "I know it quite upset Mark yesterday, but he said he would sooner I did not know anything about it until today, as he did not want me to be saddened on the first evening of our return home. Now, please go on, Mark. You have said quite enough to excite us all." Mark had read but a short distance when Dick Chetwynd exclaimed, "Then Ramoo was at the bottom of that Indian business, after all. I almost wonder you never suspected it, Mark." "Well, I hardly could do so," Mark said, "when my uncle was so fond of him, and he had served him so faithfully." As he approached the point at which he had laid down the letter on the previous evening, Millicent's color faded. Suddenly an exclamation of horror broke from her when he read the last line. "Oh, Mark," she said with quivering lips, "don't say it was Ramoo. He always seemed so kind and good." "It was here I stopped last night," he said, "but I fear there can be no doubt about it. I must say that it is evident from this letter that no thought of doing my father harm was in his mind when he placed that ladder against the window. Now I will go on." The letter continued as follows: "Having placed the ladder, I clambered to the window and quietly entered the room. It was quite dark, but I knew the place of every piece of furniture so well that I was able to go without hesitation to the cabinet. Your father was speaking very slowly and distinctly when he told you how it was to be opened, and I was able to do it easily, but I did not know that the back opened with a sharp click, and the noise startled me and woke your father. In an instant he was out of bed, and seized me by the throat. Now he was a much stronger man than I was. I struggled in vain. I felt that in a moment I should become insensible. My vow and my duty to the god flashed across me, and, scarce knowing what I did, I drew a little dagger I always carried, and struck blindly. He fell, and I fell beside him. For a time I was insensible. When I recovered, I was seized with the bitterest remorse that I had killed one I loved, but I seemed to hear the voice of a god saying, 'You have done well, Ramoo. I am your great master, and you are bound to my service.' I got up almost blindly, felt in the cabinet, and found a coin and a piece of paper, and a feeling of exultation came over me that, after nearly 20 years, I should succeed in carrying out my vow and taking his bracelet back to the god. I descended the ladder, crept in the back door by which I had come out, went up to my room, where I had kept a light burning, and examined my treasures. Then I saw that all had been in vain. They were doubtless a key to the mystery, but until a clue was given they were absolutely useless. I sat for hours staring at them. I would have gone back and replaced them in the cabinet and left all as it had been before, but I dared not enter the room again. The next day, I heard you say that you suspected that the talk with your father had been overheard, and that the man who had earlier in the evening before shot at him had returned, and while listening had heard something said about the hiding place, and thought that he would find some sort of treasure there. I thought that in the talk your father might have told you how to use these things, though I had not caught it, and it was therefore important that you should have them back again, so I went into the room after the inquest was over and placed the things in their hiding place again. Then, thinking it over, I determined to leave your service. You would be trying to find the treasure, and I must watch you, and this I could not do as long as I was a house servant. So I came up to London, and you thought I had sailed for India, but I did not go. I hired 4 Lascars, men of my own religion, and paid them to watch every movement that you made, to see where you visited and where you went. I paid them well, and they served me well. It was so that I was able to bring those men to your help when but for that you would have lost your life. It was for this, to some extent, that I had you followed, for I soon found out that you were on the search for the man who had fired through the window, and who you believed had killed your father, rather than for the jewels. I knew that you might run into danger, and partly because I loved you, and partly because it was possible that it would be essential for that coin and piece of paper to be produced in order that the treasure might be obtained, I kept guard over you. When the 18th of August approached, we were all on the watch. I felt sure that you would take every possible precaution while you had the bracelet in your possession. We knew who were your principal friends, the banker's son and Mr. Chetwynd. On the 18th of August everything went on as usual. On the following day the banker's son came to you, and as soon as he left you, you went to the lawyer's, and afterwards to the banker's. I felt sure now that it was at the bank that the jewels had been placed, and that you had been waiting till the young Mem Sahib's birthday for the news that they might be taken out. Then you went to Mr. Chetwynd's, and he went to the bank. I had no doubt that he was to take them out for you, and after that one of the men never took his eyes off him when he was outside of his house. Afterwards you went to the place where the men used to fight, and the man who was watching you went in, and had beer, and saw you talking with the big man you used to fight with, in the parlor behind the bar. The watcher went out to follow you, but left another to watch this man. We found that both Mr. Chetwynd and he went to a shipping office in Tower Street, and we then guessed that you intended to take the bracelet at once across the sea. I went myself and found out that a vessel was sailing in 2 days to Amsterdam. I took a passage for a man in the cheap cabin, and asked to look at the list of passengers, as I believed that some friend would be sailing by her. There were 2 men's names down together in one handwriting among the first-class passengers, and I guessed that these were you and Mr. Chetwynd. I also saw the name of the big man, which I had heard long before, down in the list of passengers, and another name next to his in the same handwriting. I did not know his name, but guessed that it was another of the fighting men, and that they were going to look after you until you had got rid of the diamonds. On the morning that she was to sail, one of the Lascars was on board. I thought it possible that in order to throw anyone who might be following you off the scent, you might at the last moment go ashore, and that Mr. Chetwynd might take the diamonds over, so I watched, and saw you on the deck with your friend. I and the other 3 Lascars then took passage that evening in a craft for Rotterdam, and got to Amsterdam 2 days before your ship arrived. We went to different houses, and going separately into the worst parts of the town, soon found a man who kept a gambling den, and who was a man who could be trusted. I offered him 1,000 francs to collect 25 men, who were to be paid 100 francs each, and to be ready, if your ship arrived after dark, to attack 2 passengers I would point out to them. I did not want you to be hurt, so bargained that all knives were to be left behind, and that he was to supply the men only with clubs. If the ship came in daylight, you were to be attacked the first time you went out after dark. You know how that was carried out. You had 2 more men with you than I had expected, but I thought that with a sudden rush you might all be separated. You know the rest. The moment you were knocked down, I and 3 others carried you to a boat. It had been lying near the stairs, and we took you off to the barge by which I had arranged you should be taken to Rotterdam. We told them that you were a drunken man who had been stunned in a fight in a public house. As soon as we were off, I searched you and found the diamonds. Then, as you know, we put you ashore. We all crossed to England that night. 2 days later, I sailed in this ship, the Brahmaputra. I am not afraid of telling you this, because I know that the diamonds will not shine on the god's arm until all fear of search and inquiry are over. My task will be done when I hand them over to the man who holds the office I once held. Then I shall bear the penances imposed on me for having broken my caste in every way, and for having taken life, and for the rest of my days I shall wander as a fakir through India. I shall be supported by the knowledge that I have done my duty to my God, and have sacrificed all in his service. But it will ever be a grief to me that in so doing it was necessary to sacrifice the life of one who had ever shown me kindness. You may wonder why I have written this, but I felt that I must own the truth to you, and that you should know that if in the course of my duty to the God it was my misfortune to slay your father, I have twice saved your life, just as 3 times I saved that of the Colonel Sahib, your uncle. There was silence for some little time after Mark had finished reading. "It is a strange story indeed," Mr. Greg said, "but it is not for us to judge the man. He has acted according to his lights, and none can do more. He sacrificed himself and his life solely in the service of his God, well knowing that even were he successful, his reward would be penance and suffering, and a life of what cannot but be misery to a man brought up, as he has been, to consider himself of the highest and holiest rank of the people. I think, Mark, we need neither say nor think anything harshly of him." "Certainly not," Mark agreed. "I can understand that according to his view of the matter anything that stood between him and his goal was but an obstacle to be swept aside. Assuredly there was no premeditation in the killing of my father. I have no doubt that the man was attached to him, and that he killed him not to save his own life, but in order that his mission might be carried out." "Quite so, Mark. It was done in the same spirit, if I may say so, that Abraham would have sacrificed his son at the order of his God. What years of devotion that man has passed through! Accustomed, as you see, to a lofty position, to the respect and veneration of those around him, he became a servant, and performed duties that were in his opinion not only humiliating, but polluting and destructive to his caste, and which rendered him an outcast even among the lowest of his people. Do you not think so, Mrs. Thorndyke?" Millicent, who was crying quietly, looked up. "I can only think of him as the man who twice saved Mark's life," she said. "I understand why you have wished to tell me this story," the rector went on to Mark. "You wish me to know that Arthur Bastow did not add this to his other crimes, that he was spared from being the murderer of your father, but from no want of will on his part. And, as we know, he killed many others, the last but an hour or 2 before he put an end to his own life. Still, I am glad that this terrible crime is not his. It seemed to be so revolting and unnatural. It was the squire's father who had given the living to his father, and the squire himself had been his friend in the greatest of his trials, and had given him a shelter and a home in his old age. I am glad, at least, that the man, evil as he was was spared this last crime of the grossest ingratitude. "Well, Mark," Dick Chetwynd said cheerfully, in order to turn the subject, "I am heartily glad that we have got to the bottom of this jewel mystery. I have been puzzling over it all the time that you have been away, and I have never been able to understand how, in spite of the precautions that we took, they should have found out that the jewels were at Cotter's, and that you had them on board with you, and, above all, why they spared your life when they could so easily and safely have put you out of the way. It is certainly strange that while you were thinking over everything connected with the jewels, the idea that Ramoo was the leading spirit in the whole business should never once have occurred to you." A month later, when Mark went up to town, he called at Leadenhall Street. "Of course, you have not heard of the arrival of the Brahmaputra at Madras yet? May I ask when she left the Cape?" "She never left the Cape, sir," the clerk replied, "and there are very grave fears for her safety. She spoke to Surinam and gave her mails for England when the latter was 8 days out from the Cape, and the Surinam reported that a day later she encountered a terrible gale, lost several spars, and narrowly escaped being blown on to the African coast. Since then we have had no news of the Brahmaputra. A number of Indiamen have arrived since, the latest came in only yesterday, and up to the time when she left no news had been received of the ship. 3 small craft had been sent up the coast weeks before to make inquiries for her, but had returned without being able to obtain any intelligence, and had seen no wreckage on the coast, although they had gone several hundred miles beyond where she had spoken to Surinam. Therefore, there can be little doubt that she foundered with all hands during the gale. You had no near relatives on board, I hope, sir?" "No near relatives, but there was one on board in whom I was greatly interested. Here is my card. I should feel greatly obliged if you would write me a line should you hear anything of her." "I will do so, sir. We have had innumerable inquiries from friends and relatives of those on board, and although of late we have been obliged to say that there can no longer be any hope that she will ever be heard of, not a day passes but many persons still come in to inquire. No letter ever came to Mark. No news was ever heard of the Brahmaputra. Ramoo's sacrifice was in vain, and never again did the diamond bracelet glisten on the arm of the idol in the unknown temple. End of chapter 22. Recording by Nick Bulka, New Boston, New Hampshire. End of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty.